Hu Jiao became an orphan who was exiled to the desolate star in the interstellar age. In order to get rid of the predicament in life, she must hurry up to collect energy stones to exchange for the status of a free citizen. A week later, Hu Jiao was attacked by a fierce beast, and when he was on the verge of death, a light screen appeared. Ancient Earth player Ji Min, surgeon, will treat you with a bandage, do you accept it? Ancient Earth player Yi Bingqing, geologist, will guide you in the energy stone survey, do you accept it? Ancient Earth player Qin Shu, active soldier, will guide you in fighting techniques, do you accept it? Hu Jiao. One day, a mobile game app appeared on the mobile phones of many people in China. In the screen, a little girl with black hair and black eyes was rummaging for an unknown stone on a barren planet. This mobile game cannot be interacted with or recharged. The default items in each person's inventory are different, which is extremely weird. After a while, gorgeous firework special effects and scrolling broadcasts exploded on the screen. Jiaobao's injury has been effectively treated. In order to repay player G***'s help, Jiaobao will give player G*** cell repair fluid X1 in return. Jiaobao collected 10,000 energy stones in total, and in order to repay player Yi** for his help, Jiaobao gave player Yi** a geological detector ×1 in return. Jiaobao was admitted to the military university. In order to repay player Qin** for his help, Jiaobao gave player Qin** a defensive mecha ×1. National players. Other countries. Soon, there was a wave of frenzy in the country to study their own work to the extreme, and later, this wave spread to the whole world. In Xingyuan 3036, mecha combat has become the main force on the battlefield. In order to enhance the power of mechas, the profession of mecha enchanters has gradually emerged. But a mecha can only be enchanted once, so people are accustomed to using the mecha enchanting combination with a fit of greater than or equal to 50% summed up by the predecessors. On the barren star, Hu Jiao looked at the mecha in front of him in silence, only to see a line of small characters on the mecha that was about to be scrapped. Hey! My compatibility with Phoenix Enchantment is 100%. Reading Guide 1. Unorthodox Interstellar, scientific and unscientific elements are stewed in a mess, and the future background and system are completely empty. 2. With CP, double first love. 3. The copy is stored in 5. 10. Screenshots have been taken. End article recommendation. One-sentence introduction to, when a junior sister takes a fine script, the NPC junior sister has come out of the mobile game. After mother is recognized as a rich family, one-sentence introduction, Xianyu's family was forced to go out of business. Content label, Interstellar cool text. Search keywords, protagonists, Hu Jiao, Shengduo supporting roles, players, partners others. One-sentence introduction, birth player. The gift given by the paper man has come true. Conception, 360 lines, every line will be the champion. Chapter 1.001, Overhaul. Hu Jiao died in a car accident. Although she was dead, her consciousness was still there. In a daze, she seemed to see the explosion of the planet, the migration of human beings, hear the roar of insects and beasts, and the explosion of artillery fire. After an unknown amount of time, when she opened her eyes again, she was bumped head-on by this fancy thing that was extremely inconsistent with socialist values. It was a giant mantis, more than 6 meters long, covered in purple fur armor, with 2 sickle-like steel arms hanging in front of it, with a flash of cold light, as if it could cut a person's waist. In a blink of an eye, it stared at a pair of blood-red vertical pupils, and rushed over directly. Hu Jiao's pupils constricted sharply, and she stopped breathing for a moment. Without thinking, she turned her head and ran wildly. System. The resurrection you mentioned means that I will live for 3 seconds. As soon as the words fell, the unique sour smell of the zerg overwhelmed the sky, making Hu Jiao nauseous. Student Hu Jiao, to reiterate, I am a highly intelligent guidance AI from the 6666 year of Xingyuan, that is, the military school student training program 3,000 years later. Please don't confuse me with the system. I will accompany you for 7 days. Familiarize yourself with the procedure, and you can call me Z until I leave." A flat electronic mechanical sound came, bringing out a trace of electrical noise. Hu Jiao didn't have time to listen to it carefully. Under the threat of death, he could only wheeze and pant. It wasn't until this moment that Hu Jiao realized that Yuan's body was injured, his temples were throbbing and painful, and his eyes were dark and bright for a while. "Careful to the left." 1 second before the prompt of Z, Hu Jiao also suddenly felt chills on his back, and the intuition that the danger was going straight to the top of the sky was particularly obvious. But intuition is intuition, and her physical fitness can't keep up. She persisted for a minute, but her arm was still scratched by the steel arm of the sickle, her foot slipped, and she fell straight down. It was also Hu Jiao who had the sharp eyes and the courage to kick the dead tree with insect nests between the branches before he fell down. In an instant, the buzzing sound suddenly rose. Dozens of bees flew out from the inside, and they met the praying mantis. The two sides fought in a scuffle, but Hu Jiao saved his life. After taking a few breaths, she suppressed the lingering horror in her heart, and tightly covered her bleeding left arm with her right hand. Regardless of the dull pain in her waist and abdomen when she fell to the ground, she carefully crawled out while staring at the fierce battle beside her. Climb. Along the way, there was the smell of sand, rotting animals, and rust and blood. Hu Jiao didn't have the memory of the original owner, so he could only follow the path by instinct. Where's the original owner? The original owner was hit on the head with a blunt object 3 hours ago, and died. Because your spirit element is compatible with the original owner's body, you woke up from the original owner's body. This is probably the outskirts of the jungle. The farther you go, the less dead wood there is, and the trunks, rocks, etc. have fewer and fewer traces of being bitten by insects and beasts. You said you could let me go home, so I agreed to bind you. Hu Jiao let go of the hand covering her arm, and the blood from the wound dripped down the wrist onto the gravel, splashing dark flowers. She pointed her back with her intact arm. "My home is in the wild forest." Z explained with a guilty conscience, "Student Hu Jiao, I'm sorry, it took more than half of the energy to bring you to Xinyuan 3036, and your family is 4,000 years ahead. However, if you complete the corresponding cadet tasks, you will get spacetime coins. There are spacetime planets in the spacetime store, and you and your family can meet on the planet." Hu Jiao became interested when he heard the word spacetime planet. "Can you elaborate more on the training of military cadets?" "Certainly." For the rest of the time, Hu Jiao first found the only hemostatic agent issued by the supervision office from the space storage embedded in the optical brain, treated the wound briefly, and then focused on listening to the training plan for military cadets. Roughly. To put it simply, this is the program developed by the Military Logistics Department in star year 6666 to encourage young people to become qualified soldiers when human beings enjoy it day by day. Such as killing the Zerg, collecting energy stones, and being admitted to the military academy are all included in the daily tasks. Completing the tasks will reward spacetime coins, and you can buy goods in the spacetime store. If you fail to complete them, there will be no penalty. Hu Jiao was in a good mood. Following Z's words, he opened the personal intelligence brain worn by the original owner on his wrist, and checked the spacetime store from inside. Check. She looked at the string of zeros behind the spacetime planet, and exhaled softly, Z. Teacher Z is here. Hu Jiao, leave gracefully. 100 billion spacetime coins. Normal planets can be bought for hundreds of millions, but spacetime planets involve the principles of time and space, so it's normal to be more expensive, right? Hu Jiao, first tell me, did anyone get it? This is the first time the cadet training program has been put into use, and no other data can be collected for the time being. In fact, not only the data cannot be collected, but also functions such as live streaming for all people are not very stable, but it dare not say. Hu Jiao. It turned out that he was caught as a guinea pig in a daze. Student Hu Jiao, if you don't like it, we can also unbind it. Where can I go back? Possibly, perhaps, probably the urn. You gave me a multiple-choice question. Hu Jiao looked at the unfamiliar environment around him and decided to accept his fate for the time being. I wish us a happy cooperation in the next 7 days. Happy cooperation. One person and one AI walked for about 10 minutes, Z spoke again, Student Hu Jiao, 100 meters ahead. Wait. Hu Jiao interrupted Z, took out a transparent nutrient from the storage container, popped off the bottle cap and poured it into his mouth. Well. Light as water. Hu Jiao finished the drink without leaving a drop, and explained, 6 o'clock in the afternoon, it's dinner time, you continue to talk. 100 meters ahead, there is a Generation I light mech with a scrap rate of 53%. I suggest you hurry up and repair this mech as your capital for survival in the barren star. While listening to the training content of the military academy students just now, Hu Jiao found out some things about the original owner from his brain. The original owner was also named Hu Jiao. They both looked the same, but their family status was very different. 8 years ago, the original owner's parents died in a Zerg invasion. The original owner was admitted to high school by relying on the Alliance Relief Fund and the 12-year education system. Before graduation, he was arrested as a mob in a terrorist organization riot. Last week, the original owner was exiled to the Desolate Star, and he had to collect 1,000 green crystal energy stones before he could leave. Hu Jiao thought of the praying mantis and the bee just now, and couldn't help but wonder whether the crime of the mob was too serious or she was too good. Soon, under the guidance of Z, she walked to a long river on a gravel beach. There were rotting and smelly corpses of Zerg on the bank, cannons blasted out pits still smelling of gunpowder smoke, and one fell to the ground. The bird-shaped mecha with its flakes peeling off and the red light flashing from time to time. Hu Jiao stopped in her tracks as soon as she saw the mecha, her eyes were surprised, she couldn't help rubbing her eyes a few times, and then looked up at the mecha. All I saw was a line of small characters similar to a tribute prompt suddenly appeared on the mecha that was about to be scrapped. Hey! I have a 100% fit with Phoenix enchantment. Hu Jiao, ? A military starship that flew away from Desolate Star 178 2 hours ago has just undergone a space transition and entered the Alpha Galaxy. Its next destination is Desolate Star 085 at coordinates 145.78. In the afternoon, the Zerg army unexpectedly attacked the 178 Desolate Star in the Beta Galaxy. The entire Beta Galaxy is on the border of the Alliance, and its military strength is weak. Therefore, the local garrison quickly received orders from their superiors to evacuate with the existing exiles on the barren star after the initial resistance. Middle cabin. The young man came to the cabin, secretly looked around, saw that no one was paying attention, and moved towards the corner. He has brown hair that covers his ears, messy and dry, like wild weeds, and he has 5 or 6 studs in his ears. Third brother. The young man lowered his voice, I went to look around, and Hu Jiao's girl is not in the starship, probably she really didn't come up. The man called third brother was about 30 years old, with narrowed eyes and a long and thin face. He smiled coldly, I put a lot of force on that stick, and she will be mutilated if she doesn't die. Now she may be dismembered by the Zerg. The young man was worried. After all, Hu Jiao was framed as a mob, and he had an inseparable relationship with him. Probably guilty, the young man said with a sneer, Hu Jiao is the same, just dig the energy stone honestly, you have to listen to others. In 2 months, he will apply for the military academy, and he can be said to be involved in the mob incident. Once Hu Jiao exposes that incident, he will really become a street mouse that everyone shouts and beats. Suddenly, the boy thought of something, and his face turned pale again. Third brother, Hu Jiao has driven a virtual mecha in school, what if she survives and relies on the mecha on the barren star to get full of energy stones? If you collect enough energy stones, the supervision office will receive a message to send the starship to the Desolate Star. He wasn't worried that Hu Jiao could use his intelligence brain to seek help from the outside world. People who were exiled to Desolate Star would never get in and out of information in their intelligence brains. Bring back. The third brother glanced at the young man impatiently. Why don't you like to ask you children to do things, and scare yourself all day long? There are a total of 2 sea-level mechas thrown on the barren star. Unless they are enchanted, there are 8 out of 10 scrapped. The young man was startled and almost couldn't hold back his voice. Hu Jiao has a pen. Keep down. The third brother kicked the young man, and said with a slanted smile, I saw it on the first day I went to Desolate Star. One of the mechas on it is the I-generation Wind Wing and the other is the 2-generation Greedy Wolf. Neither of them are in the enchanting guide. In the interstellar era, mecha combat has become the main force on the battlefield. In order to enhance the power of mechas, mecha enchanters have gradually emerged. The mecha enchanter uses spiritual power as the basis, and engraves enchanting patterns on the energy stone relying on imagination. If the fit between the enchantment and the mecha is greater than or equal to 50%, then the enchantment can permanently improve certain performances of the mecha, such as jumping, defense, weapon power etc. However, a mecha can only be enchanted once, and if you use the wrong enchantment, it is good that the mecha parameters remain unchanged, and many mecha parameters will drop. The higher the level of the mecha, the more expensive it is to make, and sometimes it can be as high as tens of millions of credits. Therefore, unless there is sufficient financial support behind it, most people still prefer to use the fit summed up by the predecessors in the Enchanting Illustrated book. Greater than or equal to 50% of mech-enchant combos. The third brother laughed while talking, his words were full of disdain. If Hu Jiao can really enchant those 2 types of mechs with a matching degree of more than 50%, I sincerely admire her. The young man was analyzed by him, and the big stone in his heart fell to the ground. He smiled approvingly, I also admire her from the bottom of my heart. The harsh environment can test people. No one would have thought that Hu Jiao was still being chased and killed by the giant mantis a week ago, and fled in embarrassment. Now she is driving an old bird-shaped mecha, jumping to on the front, just on the praying mantis. Although Hu Jiao has 0 fighting foundation, after a few days of training, she found that it is easier to operate the mecha with mental power than a real person. After a while, the bird-shaped mecha punched the chirping mantis, and after that, the lightsaber slashed horizontally. The energy sword with silvery white light beams slashed at the Achilles heel of the mantis with a sharp sound of wind. Boom! The split body of the mantis fell to the ground, and deep purple blood gushed out amidst the dust. And the moment Hu Jiao split the mantis in half with his lightsaber, a red phoenix phantom seemed to flash in front of the bird-shaped mecha, and it disappeared in an instant. The author has something to say. Highlight. 1. Unorthodox Interstellar, a mess of scientific and unscientific elements, social background and nonsense. 2. Your comments are my motivation, crazyhint.jpg. Chapter 2. 002, Overhaul. The sky was gloomy, with dark clouds rolling over, and the sky was full of sand and soil around the dry forest. The sour blood flowed along the cracks in the stones. Looking up along the blood, one could see a purple praying mantis that had been cut into 2 from the waist and abdomen, and a 6-meter-tall bird-shaped mecha. This is a light mech. The black and gold armor body is made of special metal, with smooth lines and spread wings, much like an eagle soaring in the blue sky. It used to have a particle cannon and 2 sniper cannons on its top, but they are now scrapped, leaving only a titanium shield and a lightsaber. Student Hu Jiao, you just killed a 2nd-level Zerg and got 5 spacetime coins. Oh my god, you're amazing, you've saved up to 102 spacetime coins in a week. You are simply a natural-born excellent soldier. A natural-born excellent soldier? Hu Jiao chuckled while inputting mental power into the mech's built-in optical brain to control the hatch. Compared to a natural-born excellent soldier, I hope to hear a sentence, I really deserve to be you, believe me, even if I'm not in the military, I'll be the best at other things. As expected of you. The level of self-confidence is comparable to that of a monkey in outer space. While speaking, a virtual light screen jumped out from the cockpit control panel, and a series of data streams representing the performance parameters of the mech emerged on it. Model, I-Generation Wind Wing Light Mecha. Grade, Grade C. Enchanting, Phoenix Enchanting, Green Crystal. Fitness, 100%. Performance improvement, Jump plus 20%, Dodge plus 20%, Attack plus 20%, Scrap rate minus 20%, currently 43%. Special performance, Space Jump. After a cursory glance, Hu Jiao stretched out his hand to open the cabin door, and slid down the elevator. Just using it for a week, the scrap rate has increased by another 10%. It seems that you can't always count on enchanting. A week ago, after seeing the line, "Hey, I have a 100% fit with Phoenix Enchantment S attribute information," she logged into the Star Network to inquire about enchanting information. Enchanting is equivalent to a permanent increase. Based on spiritual power, human beings carve imaginary patterns on the surface of the energy stone, and then rely on spiritual power to forge the enchantment into the mecha. For mechs with enchantments, not only will the scrap rate be reduced, but certain performance parameters will also have a certain chance to be improved, and the level and compatibility of the enchantment will affect the range of the value of the increase. Therefore, mecha enchanters have a high status in the interstellar world. Once they make an enchantment that is not recorded in the enchanting guide, and can match greater than or equal to 50% of the mecha, they can get a generous reward, which can be regarded as a huge profit. Z thought for a moment and said, "You used green crystals, the lowest grade of energy stones, to make the enchantment, and the scrap rate is limited. If you use orange crystals, the effect can be multiplied several times." Hu Jiao slid down the mech, came to the tree next to the giant mantis, bent down to pick up the green crystal energy stone that he dug out half an hour ago and hadn't had time to pick it up yet. She also saw the difference between green crystal enchantment and orange crystal enchantment on Xinguang. Energy stones are green crystal, blue crystal, amethyst and orange crystal from low to high. The same 100% fit enchantment, the enchantment made by the green crystal energy stone can reduce the scrapping rate of the mech by 20%, and the enchantment made by the orange crystal energy stone can reduce the scrapping rate of the mech by 100%. Of course, the higher the level of the energy stone, the more difficult it is to make the enchantment. According to the information on the internet, it takes at least 3 days for a top enchanter to make an orange crystal enchantment. Hu Jiao tossed the energy stone he had just picked up with one hand, and said with a smile, "Z, you are leaving in a few hours. You gave me a giant praying mantis as a meeting gift, and the farewell gift is not too much. You marked the locations of blue crystals, amethysts, and orange crystals on the map. Military cadet training program is designed to exercise student autonomy. You don't need to collect it for me, you are too far-fetched." Hu Jiao interrupted Z's words, quickly put the 3 green crystals he had just picked up back into the storage, got up and walked towards the mecha. "The mantis died here, very soon it is easy to attract other Zerg. I am 18 years old, I must learn to be independent, just give me a mark, I really don't need to help myself." She got into the cockpit, raised her wrist to measure the light brain, and called up the virtual map of the deserted star issued by the monitoring office. "Come on, mark it, you can only mark it, you can't help, really help me and you urgently. By the way, you are a highly intelligent guide AI, you won't be able to detect the location of the orange crystal, right? Student Hu Jiao, you are using aggressive tactics. But I also feel the need to prove myself." Hu Jiao raised the corner of his mouth lightly, making a comparison in his heart. Soon, light blue data flowed back and forth on the virtual map, and after 10 seconds, a blue circle appeared. The high-grade energy mines in the barren star are almost mined by the Alliance military. At present, there are only green crystals and a small amount of blue crystals on the entire planet. Although Z only marked the location of one blue crystal, Hu Jiao was also very satisfied, and couldn't help making a rainbow fart. "Wow! Teacher Z, you are also great. You directly marked the surrounding blue crystal collection point. You are simply it is a natural excellent guidance AI. Thanks. Wait, why do I think this sounds familiar? Hu Jiao didn't care about it, restarted the mecha, and used the space that came with the Phoenix enchantment to jump to the blue crystal collection point outside the wild forest. One blue crystal is equivalent to 100 green crystals, and if you pick up 10 blue crystals, you will have the status of a free citizen. The space fluctuated slightly, and in a blink of an eye, the black and gold bird-shaped mecha disappeared in place. The space jump of the Phoenix enchantment, green crystal, can allow the mecha to achieve instant space jump within a kilometer range, which can be regarded as an essential skill for rushing and escaping. As soon as the bird-shaped mecha jumped out of another space, Z's mechanical sound came extremely violently. Student Hu Jiao. You actually copied my compliments to your face. You don't care about your compliments. For a cadet too. Hu Jiao rubbed his ears. Z, when you just heard it, you only said something familiar and didn't immediately realize that this is what you used to praise me earlier. Does it also mean that you didn't care about the compliment? Without waiting for Z to refute, she strikes again while the iron is hot. Do you know how much harm a careless compliment can do to my fragile heart? You are killing the future rising star of the Alliance. With just a few words, the moral high ground of one person, one AI is suddenly changed. Z was also dumbfounded by Hu Jiao's sudden questioning, and a little bit of human guilt appeared on the rare occasion. After a while, a virtual data stream was crackling, and it was silently checking the program itself. If someone had told Hu Jiao a few minutes ago that Zhou might be punished for cheating on an AI, she would have laughed it off, but now. Dididi. Warn. Warn. The cockpit scrap rate is 65%, the engine scrap rate is 70%, the right wing scrap rate is 77%, and the overall scrap rate is higher than 70%. The mecha will shut down the built-in system within 10 seconds and automatically shut down. Please leave the cockpit as soon as possible. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. Activate the forced eject mechanism. The hatch was suddenly opened from the inside, and Hu Jiao was ejected from the cockpit of the mech covered in blood. At the same time, an elastic capsule-shaped life-saving cushion popped up from the bottom of the mech, firmly catching the person thrown out by the mech. Student Hu Jiao, quickly log into the space-time store, and the things purchased in the store will appear immediately. The price of a healing potion is 100 space-time coins, which can effectively relieve your injuries. Hu Jiao's consciousness was very blurred, his liver, spleen and lungs were all aching and painful, the whole portrait was rolled back and forth on the nail board, and every breath seemed to be pierced desperately in his chest by a needle soaked in chilly water. Tell me, is the mantis just now the father of the Big Mac? It can't get rid of it after 3 space jumps. Hu Jiao opened the time-space store while talking with a wry smile, but before she could see the products inside, a beam of light screened sudden appearance. Ancient Earth player Ji Min, surgeon, will treat you with a bandage, do you accept it? Comprehensive evaluation, A+, professional degree A, responsibility degree S, honor degree A. Ancient Earth player Anaya, a third-year student in the Department of Mathematics, will treat you with a bandage, do you accept it? Comprehensive evaluation, C, professional degree D, responsibility degree A, honor degree A. Ancient Earth player Yi Heng, a sophomore in high school, will treat you with a bandage, do you accept it? Comprehensive evaluation, C, professional degree D, responsibility degree B, honor degree A. A total of 7 pieces of information popped up, but the comprehensive evaluation of the last 4 pieces was lower. Hu Jiao was surprised and at a loss, what's going on? Although she didn't understand the current situation, the 3 words, Ancient Earth, touched the softness in her heart, pulling out the memories of her previous life that had been suppressed deep down. Hu Jiao's voice tightened, Ji Min, accept. The sound of spitting trembled slightly, maybe because of too much pain in the body or other absurd guesses. The next moment, the light screen disappeared and was replaced by a lady in a white coat. She is not tall, with a soft face, a pair of smiling eyes under the curved thin eyebrows, her left hand is in the side pocket, and her right hand is dragging a 24-inch silver-white medical box. After seeing the surrounding scenes clearly, Ji-min looked dazed. One moment she was playing a weird mobile game that many people complained about, and the next moment she went straight to the holographic online game. Dr. G. The weak voice brought Ji-min back to his senses. She followed the sound, and saw that the beautiful daughter who had been raised for a week was pale, and dense sweat was dripping from her forehead, and her long curly hair was covered with blood, scattered on the ground. Looking down, his arm was bleeding profusely, and a blood hole the size of a fist had been stabbed in his abdomen. He was embarrassed and miserable. Ji-min was horrified. Jiao Bao. She dragged the medical box and rushed forward, lowered her head to look through the therapeutic agent and antiproton therapy device from inside, briefly glanced at the instructions of the two, and then started to stop Hu Jiao's bleeding. Ji-min has worked in the hospital for 5 or 6 years, has seen countless wounded, and has excellent psychological quality. She quickly cast aside her surprise at the holographic experience, and carefully injected therapeutic agents on the wound edge of Hu Jiao's abdomen. She started very steadily, and the medication was completely correct, and the order of treatment of several wounds was well planned. With the intake of the liquid medicine, the bleeding of the wound was visibly stopped by the naked eye. Hu Jiao saw that Ji-min had already started holding an antiproton therapy device to help her speed up the wound healing, so he couldn't help asking, "Dr. G, are you from Earth?" "Yes, I'm from Earth." Just as Ji-min finished speaking, he suddenly realized something was wrong. "Jiaobao, how do you know my last name?" "Hu Jiao. It's hanging on the panel." "By the way, why do you call me Jiaobao?" "I dash." He was interrupted as soon as he uttered a word. "Student Hu Jiao, you can't tell them about yourself, you are like a cardboard person in their eyes." Hu Jiao shut his mouth and asked Z in his mind, "Paper man?" "They called players on the panel, so they raised me as a paper man." "Didn't you say that my life will be broadcast live in Xinyuan 6666? "Student Hu Jiao, I'm sorry. The training program for military cadets was used for the first time, and some errors occurred. When positioning, I failed to bring you home, but the live broadcast program went to your world. The live broadcast of the whole people has become a paper person for the whole people. Now, humans on the earth think that they are playing a mobile game for raising people." "Hu Jiao. I have a hunch that I have a lot of room to play with your mistakes." When Hu Jiao was communicating with Z, Ji-min was also sizing up Hu Jiao, with his youthful vigor unique to the age of 17 or 18, thick face, snow-skinned black eyes, loose curly long hair tied low, the whole person is beautiful like an ice and snow elf. Injury has a kind of war-damaged beauty that her sister often talks about. Looking at the mobile game icon at the time, she wanted to say that Jiao Bao's painting style was exquisite and gorgeous, but looking at it now, the picture is still a little modest. "My name is Ciji, and you're right to call me Dr. G." Ji-min took the gauze and wrapped it around Hu Jiao's arm, carefully tying the knot. "Jiaobao, your wound has been healed temporarily, and it won't take more than 3 days. It can be completely recovered in an hour, and if I have a chance tomorrow, I will show you again." When the voice fell, the treatment time in front of Ji-min showed that there was only 1 minute left. "Dr. G, wait a moment." Hu Jiao had an inexplicable intuition that Ji-min would disappear soon. She hurriedly stuffed the cell repair liquid that she had just bought with 100 spacetime coins into Jimin's arms, and quickly said, "Thank you for helping me heal." In the next second, the person disappeared. The cell repair solution also disappeared together. The author has something to say. Chapter 3.003, Overhaul. Hu Jiao saw that Ji-min and the cell repair solution disappeared together, and his expression relaxed obviously. "Student Hu Jiao, you are not even willing to buy a bunch of grapes with 10 spacetime coins, but you can actually spend 100 spacetime coins to buy cell repair fluid?" Z expressed his confusion very bluntly, including the 3 green crystals picked up just now. you have saved a total of 105 space-time coins, you don't want to see your family anymore. Of course I do. Hu Jiao stood up with one hand supporting the life-saving mat, and while looking up the maintenance information of the mech from the optical brain, he said, then, in order for me to see my family as soon as possible, why don't you lower the premium of the toolbox in the store? StarNet, the most expensive toolbox, is only 100 credits. Student Hu Jiao, as a future soldier, you cannot lie. The toolbox sold on the Star Network is obviously the cheapest one that costs 100 credits, and its same model is priced at 110 spacetime coins in the spacetime store, which is 10 more expensive. Hu Jiao folded his arms and leaned on the mecha, and said with a smile, the Interstellar military buys green crystals at a price of 100 credits, but in your case, a green crystal is only counted as one spacetime coin, that is to say, the real selling price of the toolbox is 11,000 credits. And you paid a premium of 109%, are you being black-hearted? It seems a bit black-hearted. Hu Jiao, be more confident, cross out seem and a bit. Black heart. However, Hu Jiao, our logistics department cannot modify product pricing at will, otherwise we will be punished for disrupting the market. Hu Jiao was looking down at the repair manual. Hearing this, he said lazily, you guys are learning to do activities. Sign in to get red envelopes, 70% discount on membership days, buy one get one free on holidays, get 300 discount on birthdays, 1 yuan snap up, etc. As a mature intelligent AI, let go of the pattern. Very good idea. Z did what he said, and the virtual data flow crackled and flowed rapidly. In less than 3 minutes, 7 or 8 kinds of promotional activities were preset by it. Hu Jiao has been paying attention to the changes in the store. When he saw the toolbox with the original price of 110 spacetime coins, it appeared after the 1-minute snap-up event for 1 spacetime coin, so he decisively clicked to buy it. The balance in the account is 5 spacetime coins, and it will be too late if you don't squeeze the wool. With the toolbox, she didn't delay any longer, and started repairing the mecha immediately. As for the possibility of repairing the mecha for the first time, impossible. Hua is very confident in himself. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Hu Jiao heard the buzzing sound of the optical brain to tell the time, temporarily stopped the work at hand, took out a pack of compressed biscuits from the storage, and had mineral water for lunch. In Xingyuan 3036, after in-depth research on wormholes, black holes, etc., human beings have initially mastered the space folding technology, and thus produced button-shaped storage that can be embedded in optical brains. The storage box owned by the original owner is currently the cheapest one on the market, with a capacity of 1 cubic meter, which is very convenient for storing daily necessities such as food and clothes. When Hu Jiao swallowed the last piece of compressed biscuit, Z called out, "Student Hu Jiao, the novice guidance period has officially ended 1 minute and 33 seconds ago, I have to go back. In the future, do you have any questions about the military school training program? Can call customer service." "Thank you, Z." Hu Jiao frowned slightly, showing a gentle expression for the first time. "Thank you for staying with me in the Wild Star for 7 days. "No thanks, you are excellent. I'm leaving. See you soon." Don't look at Z's serious answer, businesslike, when the time-space transition, its entire code is full of joy, but just a few seconds after being happy, it suddenly thought of the time-space store. In the mission they assigned, although finding a green crystal energy stone counted as 1 spacetime coin, they did not buy energy stones like the military did, that is to say, Hu Jiao could resell them without exchanging them for freeman status go out. Therefore, Hu Jiao's 109% premium is fundamentally untenable. Z is silent, unhappy, every line of code is lost. After a long while, it gritted its teeth, "Student Hu Jiao, I really deserve to be you. Black heart. Jiao Bao is too painful." In a university dormitory in Nanchur City, the screen of the mobile phone is slightly lit, and from the page, one can see an NPC named Jiaobao stuffing a gift into the arms of the player whose ID is 4 Seasons. Players can't hear the conversation between Jorge and Z, nor can they see the spacetime coins and the spacetime store. They only know that in the planning mechanism, Jorge can get 1 mission point for killing the first level Zerg, and can get 5 points for killing the second level Zerg. If you pick up the green crystal energy stone, you can get 1 task point. Anaya looked at the shrunk quest points in the upper column, feeling regretful and envious. Jiao Bao only has 105 quest points in total, yet he spent 100 quest points to buy gifts for 4 seasons. Oh my god. I don't ask for gifts, I just want to be able to be with Jiao Bao. Treasure interaction. The other 3 roommates in the same dormitory looked at each other, and it was no surprise. They have been classmates for 3 years, and they all know that Anaya will be very emotional when playing cub-raising mobile games. At the beginning of the year, she spent more than 100,000 yuan in another cub-raising mobile game. Zhu Yuanyuan picked up a bag of potato chips on the table, dragged a chair to sit down next to Naya, and asked vaguely while eating potato chips, "Yaya, this game is just watching Jiaobao pick up energy stones all day long. Don't you feel bored?" "Not boring." Naya reached out to take potato chips from Zhu Yuanyuan's potato chip bag, and pushed the carton of milk on the table over. "Anyway, I think Jiao Bao is pleasing to the eye, and I feel itchy if I don't play." A week ago, a new cub-raising mobile game appeared on the internet. The background of the story is in the interstellar world 4,000 years later. Humans jumped from the Earth to the universe. After thousands of years of artillery fire, the Star Alliance was established. The protagonist Hua Jiao, a military cadet reserve, is struggling to survive in the deserted star. Simply speaking, the background is normal, but it cannot be recharged or interacted with, and the default items in everyone's inventory are different. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a serious mobile game. However, there are many players like Anaya. Because I like Jiaobao, I enjoy playing it endlessly. Anaya thought of the interaction between CG and Jiaobao a few minutes ago, and felt depressed. When the page popped up just now and asked if I want to help Jiaobao, I also ordered it. Why did CG be selected? Just as Zhu Yuanyuan was about to answer, her eyes froze for a moment. It turned out that gorgeous fireworks special effects had exploded on the mobile game page. After seeing the content of the announcement, she was slightly taken aback, and reached out to touch Anaya, who was in the midst of her mind wandering. "Yaya, look quickly, the announcement is out." Naya looked down at the phone on the table, only to see an announcement scrolling back and forth. Jiao Bao's injury has been effectively treated. In order to repay player G***'s help, Jiao Bao gave player G** cell repair fluid X1 in return. Ah! Naya slapped the table and howled like a lemon. Pie noodles. Unique pie noodles. I want them too. Zhu Yuanyuan frowned. "Yaya, the player just now was called CG, and the hidden ID should also be hidden as G. Why is it hidden as G?" As soon as Anaya was reminded by her, she immediately stopped talking, and went to the mobile game page again. After a while, dozens of conversations were swiped in the chat channel. Sure enough, other players also questioned the hidden order of titles in the announcement. In fact, not only were they shocked, but Ji Min was also shocked. When she saw the glass tube in her arms, she froze on the sofa, her eyes filled with shock and horror. It's already very bizarre for a mobile game to have a holographic experience. Now, the gift she received in the mobile game can actually appear in reality. Reasonable? Is it normal? It's not reasonable at all, it's not normal. After all, Ji Min is well informed and has a strong psychological adjustment ability. She suppressed the fear in her heart, put the glass tube on the coffee table in front of her with both hands, and handled it gently and carefully throughout the process. This is a glass tube with a capacity of about 200 milliliters. The liquid inside is very light blue, and it sways slightly in the tube as it is placed. There is a line of unfamiliar characters engraved on the wall of the tube, which seems to indicate the name of the liquid in the tube. For a moment, Ji Minfu thought of the fireworks announcement that just popped up on the mobile game page. Cell repair solution. Ji-min reached out and clicked on the medical box, the default item in the inventory, and soon, she saw the cell repair solution and related instructions from more than a dozen medical supplies inside. A basic medicine that is very common in Interstellar, it can effectively repair diseased cells. All kinds of cancerous cells found in the interstellar era are within the scope of treatment of cell repair liquid, including. The more Ji-min watched, the heavier his breathing became, and a bold and absurd speculation came to mind. Since gifts can come true, what about the utility of gifts? When the mobile phone called suddenly, Ji-min came back to his senses in an instant, and when he saw the calling number, he looked a little bit upright. Hello, Team Leader Yi. I was the player who helped Xiaobao just now. Information leak. Thinking of G** in the announcement, she pursed her lips. Leader Yi, compared to information leak, I have two more important things to tell you face to face. Half an hour later, Ji-min appeared in a certain meeting room. There were not many people in the room, including Team Leader Yi, there were only 6 people. They are all members of the mobile game investigation team. A mobile game app must have its corresponding database. However, this mobile game appeared on the public game platform inexplicably, and the internal data was completely blank. It has neither a version number nor a formal publishing company, but it can be listed on the recommendation page of the game platform. Not only can it be undone, but it can also hide the personal information of the downloaded players. At one time, the technicians of the platform thought that their website was hijacked by criminals. Numerous doubts prompted the formation of the investigation team. Including Ji-min, a total of 1,112 players were privately found and filed by them, and half of them downloaded and uninstalled within a few days. Group leader Yi has shoulder-length hair and obvious fine lines at the end of his eyes. When she saw Ji-min, she smiled and said, "Hello, Ms. Ji, please sit down." "Thanks." After they sat down, Team Leader Yi got straight to the point. Among the players we registered, 5 players agreed to help NPCs. The whole process seemed normal until the announcement came out. What do you think G** refers to? Ji-min didn't hesitate. Ji-min. Team Leader Yi looked a little serious. Yes, we have reason to suspect that it has stolen the personal information of the people. Ji-min took a sip of warm water, looked directly at Team Leader Yi, and said, "There are 2 things that I think I need to report." Team Leader Yi nodded. "Say it." "The first thing is that after I promised to help Xiaobao, I suddenly had a holographic experience. I could feel the stones under my feet and feel Xiaobao's body temperature." The 6 people in the group were startled by Ji-min's words. A game on a mobile phone can give people a holographic experience. After Ji-min finished speaking, he didn't ask them whether they believed it or not. Instead, he opened the backpack and took out a long box from it. In front of everyone, he opened the box to reveal the glass tube inside. Although up to now, she still feels unreal, but still firmly said, "The second thing is it. The gift from Xiaobao, the cell repair solution, has come true. Come true. Come true." Other people. A gift from an NPC, you said it came true? The author has something to say. This chapter drops a red envelope. Chapter 4.004, Overhaul. Boom. 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 As the bird-shaped mecha kept swinging the lightsaber, the corpses of the man-eating ants fell down, and the venom sprayed from their mouthparts corroded small pits of different depths on the surface of the gravel. Hua Jiao sat in the cockpit of the mecha, paying attention to the real-time situation of the scrapping rate of the mecha, and at the same time controlled the mecha precisely through mental power. When she swung the energy beam lightsaber fiercely again, the titanium shield on the other side also brushed with a bang. It appeared quickly, blocking all the 3 man-eating ants that were sneaking up. After 3 dull bang-bang-bangs, they were pierced 3 times by the lightsaber like meat skewers, and they couldn't die anymore. In less than 5 minutes, the remaining few man-eating ants were also imitated by Hua Jiao. Killed like a clean. The light of the stars slanted down, refracting a circle of light on the blood-stained mecha shell. Around the mecha, countless trees were bitten and dilapidated, and the broken limbs and arms of man-eating ants were scattered in the soil. The forest was silent, and there was no other sound except the blowing wind. Hu Jiao manipulated the mech to stop, and after seeing the scrap rate on the data panel rose to 65%, he felt sorry. I'm careless. Last night, she saw swarms of Zerg flying out of the deserted forest, leaving the barren star, and then thinking that it was difficult to find energy stones outside the deserted forest, she simply drove the mecha to the deserted forest, but she was a little bit behind. As soon as he arrived in Zhongwei, he ran into a group of 20 or 30 man-eating ants head-on. After more than 10 minutes of fierce fighting, the cannibal ant colony was wiped out, and her mecha was about to strike again. Hu Jiao raised her head and looked towards the inner circle of the deserted forest. Even if the Zerg army leaves, the remaining dried shrimps are enough for me to eat a pot. Who knows? Just after she finished speaking, she continued to drive forward in the Windwing mecha. In fact, she knew very well that she should go back to the outskirts of the wild forest to repair the mecha, and then wait for the right time to explore the inner circle of the wild forest, but... Hu Jiao chuckled. Anyway, the scrap rate of the mechs will be 70% to strike, so take another gamble. An hour later, Hu Jiao, who was going to gamble, was forced out of the cockpit by the Windwing armor for the second time, and fell heavily on the life-saving mat. Her hair was disheveled, her face was bloodless, and her right shoulder was the most severely injured. A large piece of flesh had been gouged out from her neck to her shoulder blade, and the bones were visible deep inside. The blood flowed down the arm, flowed through the white wrist, and then stained the clenched fingers red. As soon as the fingers were released, 7 or 8 rhombus-shaped blue crystal energy stones fell from the palm one after another. Under the shining of the stars, they were bright, clean and sparkling. Hu Jiao picked up the energy stone with his intact left hand and raised his brows lightly. Although he almost lost his life, huge risks are often accompanied by huge benefits, so it's worth it. Ruthless and desperate, directly save enough energy stones needed to exchange for Freeman status. The next moment, the light screen that he had just seen last week appeared in front of him. Ancient Earth player, Lin Yue, technical investigation, will treat you with a bandage, do you accept it? Comprehensive evaluation, professional degree D, responsibility degree S, honor degree S. Ancient Earth player Yiheng, a sophomore in high school, will treat you with a bandage, do you accept it? Comprehensive evaluation, C, professional degree D, responsibility degree B, honor degree A. This is the first time Hu Jiao has seen a player with double S in responsibility and honor. As for what the honor refers to, she is not clear. Originally, she wanted to agree to Lin Yue, but when she looked down and saw Yiheng who appeared for the second time, she hesitated for a moment and said, Yiheng, accept. Less than 2 seconds after the voice fell, a boy wearing a blue and white school uniform suddenly appeared. He looked about 17 or 18 years old, with short hair and a youthful look. When he saw Hu Jiao on the life-saving mat, he ignored the sudden holographic experience in front of him and rushed forward with a wow, probably because he was inexperienced, so he was in a hurry, sweating, and didn't know where to start bandage. Yiheng was about to cry, Jiao, Jiaobao, I saw your shoulder injury, your legs are weak. When he was speaking, he also spurned himself fiercely in his heart. When he saw it on the mobile game, he was not afraid at all, but now he was almost drowned by the strong smell of blood. Hu Jiao's eyes fell on the books in his arms, and he asked tentatively, You don't have a medical kit? No. Yiheng was really crying right now. He couldn't tell whether he was crying out of anxiety or out of anger. I only have one copy of the complete book of talking about not doing homework. Hu Jiao. Dr. G, are you undergoing surgery? I miss you. Hu Jiao had just picked up 8 blue crystals and obtained 800 spacetime coins, which can be regarded as a first-class well-off family. Seeing this, she no longer hesitated, and hurriedly bought a healing agent and 2 rolls of gauze from the spacetime store and handed them to Yiheng. Sorry to bother you. No trouble, no trouble. Yiheng wiped away his tears, took the healing agent, and after completing the preliminary preparations in a strange way, he plunged the needle into the edge of the wound on Hu Jiao's shoulder with trembling hands. My first needle injection. For the first time, Hu Jiao found out that someone can make the needle so painful, so he couldn't help saying bluntly, since it's the first time you concentrate on it. As soon as you spoke, your hand would shake and the needle would be crooked. Yi Heng felt guilty. Yeah. Hu Jiao's injury was much lighter than last week, it was not life-threatening, and the treatment process was very simple. However, because Yi Heng was a novice, it took an hour longer than Ji Min. After bandaging, Yi Heng took a peek at the ugly gauze knot on Hu Jiao's shoulder. He was really embarrassed to ask for a gift, he doesn't deserve it. Yi Heng looked at the helmet stuffed into his arms in disbelief, and couldn't recover for a long time. Then, he foolishly pointed to himself, with doggy eyes, full of expectation. For me? Yes. Hu Jiao smiled. Holographic helmet, thank you for helping me bandage. Yi Heng usually likes to play online games, and has always dreamed that the holographic online game in the novel can be realized. Now, he has not only experienced a holographic game, but also got a holographic helmet. He was so excited that he wished he could do 100 handstands immediately, and Thomas spiraled 720 degrees into the sky. Jiao Bao, There was a snap. The holographic helmet fell to the ground, and the person who was holding it was gone. Hu Jiao picked up the dark blue holographic helmet and frowned slightly. Can't Yi Heng take the present? In the chat channel, other people were also wondering. One horizontal and one vertical, the holographic helmet that Jiao Bao bought for you, you actually threw it in place. Salted fish don't turn around. Some people pray all day to have an interaction with Jiao Bao, while some people don't cherish gifts when they receive them. Chicken pecks rice faster than you don't like the holographic helmet that is snapped up for 1 yuan. Don't sell it to me. I also wonder if using the holographic helmet will open side quests. To this day, players who can persist in playing a mobile game that can do nothing but watch live broadcasts are considered true love for Jiaobao. Therefore, as soon as they saw Yi Heng's behavior, they hung up lemon trees one after another. Happy Planet, I also want to ask. In the bedroom, Yi Heng looked at the prompt that popped up on the mobile game page, and typed on the keyboard of the mobile phone with both hands, I have nothing in the inventory, and a friendly reminder popped up directly. One horizontal and one vertical, said you are too ugly to receive a gift. Happy Planet, fart. The young master is the school grassroots. Happy Planet, he said that my professionalism is not up to the standard and I can't receive gifts. Do you think it's strange? Other people. Knock knock. Yi Heng was so frightened by the knock on the door that he frantically hid his phone in his book, and then took out the math paper and spread it out, pretending to study. He looked back with a guilty conscience, and it was indeed his father who came to check the post. Dad? Yi Heng smiled apologetically. Don't hide it, I've seen it all. Yi Bingqing held the phone he was talking on in his hand, and he looked at his younger son like a fool. Are you playing that StarCraft mobile game again? Yi Heng saw that he couldn't hide it, so he obediently took out his phone from the book. It's the big weekend, I'm tired of memorizing vocabulary, so I just saw that Jiaobao was injured, so I can't just ignore it. Yi Bingqing carefully looked at his youngest son's expression, and seeing his natural expression, he couldn't help asking, did you have a holographic experience when interacting with Jiaobao? Yes. Yi Heng slapped his thigh and said excitedly, Dad, I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Why do I have a holographic experience? Also, Dad, how do you know about this mobile game? Did you there are also secretly downloaded? Do you think this mobile game is a black technology of aliens? Petty old Cheng. Silly son. Leader Yi on the other end of the phone. Silly nephew. The Yi Yue that Hu Jiao saw on the light screen was actually a member of Team Leader Ye's team. After she failed to apply for help, the team members turned their attention to the player with the ID, Happy Planet. During Yi Heng's treatment of Hu Jiao, Team Leader Yi called his own brother's mobile phone and asked him to ask about Yi Heng's situation first. When the investigation team flies back tomorrow morning, they will come to verify. They are going to send Yi Heng's compare the experience with Ji Min's experience one by one. Yi Heng didn't know what his father was complaining about in his heart. After a series of questions, he thought of the reminder he had just seen, so he raised the phone in front of Yi Bingcheng. Dad, Jiaobao gave me a holographic helmet as a gift, but I found that I don't have a holographic helmet in my inventory, but a prompt popped up saying that I am not professional enough to receive the gift. The key point is that he searched all the functions in the mobile game and didn't see any rankings related to professionalism. Yi Bingcheng took Yi Heng's mobile phone with his free hand, and sure enough, he saw a text prompt on it that said, "If you don't meet the professional level, you can't receive gifts." Team leader Yi also heard Yi Heng's words from his mobile phone. Different from Yi Heng's doubts, she thought of Ji Min's profession immediately, a surgeon, and in terms of dressing techniques, Ji Min's professionalism is definitely several times higher than Yi Heng's. On the Baron Star side, Hu Jiao didn't know that the mobile game system was watching the dishes for the players. No, watching the dishes professionally. She returned to the shabby residence where she lived temporarily, and first set up a crisis alarm for the optical brain to prevent Zerg from attacking, and then took out the holographic helmet I just bought during the day from the storage, and clicked on the start button. In the Interstellar era, humans can use holographic helmets or holographic simulation cabins to log into the virtual star network. It is similar to the holographic world often mentioned in novels, and is often called the spiritual home of human beings. Just as Hu Jiao put on the holographic helmet, there was a flower in front of him. Looking carefully, she was standing in a vast and modern hall with a sense of technology. The sound of military boots, leather shoes, and high-heeled shoes on the floor echoed several times, making the hall noisy and noisy. However, whether it is people or things, they are all separated by a foggy translucent cover. When Hu Jiao was about to reach out to touch the cover, a soft female voice came. Alliance ID, 4006043018080911564. Name, Hu Jiao. Criminal record, participation in Class E riot. Status restriction, no speech allowed. Class E riot? Looking at the prompt that appeared for the first time, Hu Jiao understood in his heart that it seemed that the original owner's crime was not serious, so there was only one explanation for her inability to defeat the Zerg on the Baron Star. Too much food. She is too good. It has been detected that you are logging into the virtual star network for the first time. Please set your user ID on the star network. As soon as the voice fell, a beam of light screen suddenly appeared. Hu Jiao saw that some information had been defaulted on the light screen, such as age, gender, and the current star field. As for the user ID, you can choose the default person, you can choose the system random, or you can set it yourself. Hu Jiao raised his hand and wrote down the network ID he had used for several years on the light screen. 10 seconds later, the foggy cover dispersed, and Hu Jiao instantly merged with the world around him. Nan Bowen, welcome to the Virtual Star Network. The author has something to say. Red envelopes are dropped in the comment area. Chapter 5.005, Overhaul. After Hu Jiao left the foggy cover, he stood where he was and looked around the entire hall. The logo inside is the same as the web page on StarNet. They all use Alliance Esperanto, and there is a training program for military cadets, so she can understand it. The hall is designed in a Central European style, with ivory white pillars engraved with relief patterns clearly rooted, supporting the majestic dome. There are 10 counters on the left and right sides, and the electronic navigation panel above has signs such as rental shops, rental homes, and task delivery. Among them, the counters for renting homes and renting stores are crowded, and there is a long queue at the counter for task delivery. At the counter, the simulated AIs are orderly handling the business of the visitors. Electronic sounds, percussion sounds, and inquiry sounds are mixed together, as if sections of surging piano music hit the eardrums. Look, the specific admission time for the 12th Military Academy has been announced. A middle-aged man in line pointed to the information area, October 20th, 1.5 months. It was said to be a month and a half, but several military academies have already sent people to scout for geniuses from various planets. Someone heard it, and hurriedly echoed, "Yes, I heard that the second military academy poached the 18-year-old No. It will be renamed the first military academy from now on." Hu Jiao is also looking at the virtual panel on the wall that contains countless information. There is a news area for announcing the changes in the members of the Alliance Council, the admission time of the 12th Military Academy, etc., and there is also an employment area, and a large sum of money to buy an area, etc. After glancing at a few pieces of information about enchanting, she looked at the admissions of the military school again, from 1 to 12, in order of descending order, and the names of the schools were also very simple and crude, first, second and so on. The name of the Military Academy of the Alliance is obtained through the point system. Like the current number 1 Military Academy, it was awarded the number 1 Military Academy because it ranked first in points accumulated in 10-star league games between 3017 and 3026. Head. In the past 10 years, the overall performance of the second Military Academy was much better than that of the first Military Academy. Therefore, many people speculated that the rankings of the two military academies would be swapped. While Hu Jiao withdrew his gaze, he glanced at the arched gate in front of him. From there, he could see the street in front of the general hall. The road was extremely bustling. Opposite was a mecha store, and next door was the mecha training hall. Because the training hall is too high, the whole picture of the training hall cannot be seen from the hall, but the blurred reflection can be seen from the marble in front of the gate. An erect starship, magnificent, is in line with the preferences of passionate people. There is no shortage of enthusiastic players among the players. They can follow Hu Jiao's perspective to appreciate the structure of the general hall, and naturally they also saw the mecha training hall. One horizontal and one vertical. I would like to be a vegetarian for 10 years, hoping to realize the mecha dream as soon as possible. Happy planet, one horizontal and one vertical. I wish to gain 30 pounds of weight, so that I can realize my mech dream. One horizontal and one vertical, claw. While the two were bickering, Hu Jiao had already stepped out of the gate. Suddenly, an announcement is displayed on the phone screen. Jiaobao takes you to open a new map, Mech Training Hall. Before starting the mecha battle, please make sure that the mobile phone handle is equipped. All players online. You can spend 500 credits to rent a mecha in the mecha training hall, or you can bring your own mecha. Players. One horizontal and one vertical, ha 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 ha. One horizontal and one vertical, my default item is a Windwing mecha. Happy planet. Happy planet, what should we do except you? There is no Krypton Gold channel, where can I find 500 credits? While the players were complaining one after another, someone popped up. Salted fish does not stand up, my default item is 500,000 credit points. Before, the system did not open a store, and I still think credit points are useless. Other people. Is this an example of me having nothing but money? Actually, Hu Jiao didn't enter the mecha training hall. After taking a few glances outside the training hall, she turned to the mecha shop next door. She logged into the virtual star network today for two reasons. One reason is curiosity, and the other reason is to verify her golden finger that can see the enchanting information required by the mecha. Welcome. The AI salesman saw Hu Jiao and showed a sweet smile. Is there anything I can help you with? Just as Hu Jiao was about to open his mouth to answer, he suddenly realized that he couldn't make a sound. This is the ban. The AI salesperson continued to smile sweetly. Is there anything I can help you with? Hu Jiao shook his head and smiled, and waved to the AI salesman, indicating that he was shopping. The store is very spacious, with 10 proportionally reduced D-class and C-class mechas standing on the display stand, allowing customers to visit and choose. If you want to experience a higher level of mecha, you must either go to the mecha training hall, or become an army elite. Further inside, there is a row of crafting tables, which can be rented by someone who spends a certain amount of credits to make enchantments. On the right side of the crafting table, there is a circular enchanted display screen. It is a small electronics store for customers to buy mechas and then buy enchants, similar to buying some accessories after buying computers. Right now, there are 8 or 9 guests surrounded by the light screen. Sister, look at another enchanter. I know this enchanter. He looks ugly. He can't do it either, that name is not pleasing to the eye, let me tell you, he was in the Alpha Starfield last month. Hu Jiao looked sideways and saw the boy with brown curly hair chatting with the girl next to him. He seemed to have a mouth full of people, and in just a few minutes, he poured out a basket of words, from the appearance of the enchanter to gossip about the enchanter, and even the romantic scandal between the enchanter and the mecha master. When narrating, the cadence is ups and downs, lifelike and vivid, which is admirable. Hu Jiao passed through several guests and came to the mecha display stand to observe the mecha. First frame, blank. Second frame, blank. The third frame, hey. My compatibility with Phoenix Enchantment is 100%. The next 7 are still blank. Does this mean that the cheat is only effective on the Windwing mech, or is it only effective on the mecha that has been seen in reality? When Hu Jiao was thinking, a shadow approached. She turned her head and saw a person coming beside her. The person was wearing a black sweater, and the white earphone cable was wrapped around her fingers halfway. He pointed to the mecha model named Lai Yen, and said to the AI salesman, package on the 3rd. By the way, do you have a handheld mecha at home? After the AI salesman registered the flame mecha in front of him, he said embarrassedly, sorry, we haven't sold hand-operated mechas in our store for a long time. Brother, the hand-operated mechs are all old antiques. The curly brown boy on the diagonal side didn't look back, he licked his hair while chewing candy and smiled, you have to go out and turn right to the machine to play the hand-operated mechas. A training hall, alas, there are several training halls under my house, let me tell you. Hei Wei obviously didn't intend to give him room to continue to play, and said directly, a number 3 is enough, thank you. Please register your delivery address. Planet L010. The AI salesman was about to speak, when there was a sudden noise from inside. Hu Jiao followed the sound and saw a group of people discussing something in front of the enchanted window. Among them, there is a girl with a rainbow-colored ponytail that is particularly conspicuous. It is estimated that the extra credits are adjusted based on the default appearance. While pulling the arm of the curly brown boy next to him, the other party excitedly said, Jiang Kanyang. The Windwing mech finally has an enchantment with a fit of more than 50%. Jiang Kanyang snorted, but it fits only 56% in the virtual star network, and it may not be 30% in reality. Your Typhoon Wing, some are waiting. Who cares about the reality, I'm going to take a picture and take a few laps in the virtual mech race. Virtual mecha competition. That's okay. Although it is the first Windwing enchantment, it is virtual after all. It is only worth 100,000 credits, so it is suitable to buy and play. Hearing this, several people around couldn't help but look up at the two who were talking, their eyes were full of envy, jealousy and complaints. Over the past few decades, every enchantment was fired by you rich people when it first came out, right? And you can only buy it after the Enchanter Guild in reality releases the same enchantment or after other people have researched it. Because, price cuts. Now the price of enchantments with tens of thousands of credits is likely to be reduced to a few hundred. Wait. One of them touched his companion with his elbow and asked in a low voice, Planet L010, isn't it a garbage planet? Yeah, why? The companion suddenly stopped talking. The two looked at each other slowly, feeling that life was hopeless. Just now, those two looked like young masters and young ladies, so it's fine if they don't pay attention to 100,000 credits, but why can a person who comes out of star buy $1 million Lai Yen casually? Hu Jiao walked past the two drooping people and stepped forward to look at the content on the light screen. It turned out that 3 minutes ago, someone posted a virtual blue crystal enchantment on the sales platform that fit 56% of the Windwing mech. As for the enchanting pattern, no one knew. In order to protect the price, enchanters usually hide the pattern. Currently, the bidding price for this blue crystal enchantment is 38,000 credits, and there is a clear upward trend. Su Wei. Hu Jiao frowned slightly as he looked at the enchanter listed for sale. He always felt that the name was familiar and affected his mood, but she really didn't know him. Could it be someone the original owner knew? Hu Jiao didn't think about it when he couldn't figure it out. Instead, he looked at the production stage behind the light screen and became slightly interested. A few minutes later, Jiang Kanyang and Jiang Kankan saw Hu Jiao put a virtual green crystal enchantment on the sales platform. The seller, Nan Bowen, the fit, 100%, and the price, 200,000 credits for the one-buy price. Seeing the words 100% fit, everyone present was dumbfounded, and their hearts stopped for a moment. Excitedly, Jiang Kankan pinched her younger brother's hand hard, but after Jiang Kanyang yelled away, she turned her head to look at Hu Jiao again. Her facial features were a bit dull, but her pair of black eyes were particularly bright. However, Nan Bowen is not necessarily his real name, he does not default to his real name, nor does his appearance default to himself. She suppressed the surprise in her heart, and asked expectantly, Nan Bowen, do you have an enchanter qualification certificate? You have to tick it in the sales information. Hu Jiao shook his head. The enchanter qualification certificate needs to be taken at the offline enchanter guild, but she doesn't have it yet. Seeing this, the others burst into laughter. After a while, they also realized that, not to mention that the other party did not have an enchanter qualification certificate, even if he had an enchanter qualification certificate, a person who can make mecha enchantments with 100% fit cannot remain anonymous. If you put up 50%, there are still people's letters, and if you put up 100%, you are clearly saying, I am bragging, and I am a fool to spend money. Hearing the roar of laughter, Jiang Kankan flung out a knife, and didn't soften his face until he booed them. Contrary to Jiang Kankan, Jiang Kanyang's expression was very ugly. A few years ago, he saw a pitiful person, and he didn't mind that the other party didn't have an enchanter qualification certificate. He bought all the enchanters with a wave of his hand, but the fit rate was less than 10%. The key point was that he couldn't justify it with the enchanter guild. He hated being cheated the most in his life. Since then, he has especially hated people who dare to sell enchantments without an enchanter qualification certificate. In his eyes, those people are all liars. Now, the liar ran in front of him again, and boasted that the enchantment of the mecha he made had a 100% fit. Jiang Kanyang resolutely paid and bought the enchanted green crystal. He squinted at Hu Jiao and said angrily, I want you to come and enchant the mecha yourself, so that the fit is less than 100%. You say it's my problem. Seeing his younger brother's actions, Jiang Kankan quickly guessed what he was thinking. This is the pain in my heart when I didn't catch the liar before, so I continue to be taken advantage of in order to successfully catch the liar. It's very brother behavior. Hu Jiao felt that enchanting was an extra job. As an excellent enchanter in the future, even if he hadn't made a fortune yet, he couldn't lower his status. So, she squeezed her together and made a motion of counting money. Jiang Kanyang was slightly stunned. What are you doing? You got an unqualified enchantment, so you dare not forge it yourself? Hu Jiao realized. In the Interstellar era, people used credits as their daily currency, and they stopped counting money for a long, long time. Just when she was considering whether to do a free job, someone stood up. After trying out the black hoodie of the mech, he leaned against the wall, imitated the movement of counting money, and guessed, you want to say, this is another price. Hu Jiao's eyes lit up, he turned sideways and gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you are very rich. The author has something to say. Chapter 6 006, Overhaul. With a click, the door was pushed open, and a large piece of warm sunlight poured into the room, casting a soft halo on the high-tech equipment in the room. Inside, Lin Yue looked away from the computer screen and looked towards the door. Team leader. Team leader Yi had a cowhide file bag under his arm. She closed the door with her backhand, and separated the guards behind the door. As she walked in, she asked Lin Yue, how about the players' record? As of 11 o'clock today, 236 players have been registered again, of which 101 players uninstalled the mobile game the next day after downloading. Team leader Yi put the cowhide document bag on the table and poured a cup of tea, more than half of it is left. Are they not afraid of information being stolen? According to the survey, many people think that Ms. Ji Min's original announcement was a system bug, and Ji was anonymously changed to Ji. Lin Yuyue smiled. The painting style and worldview of this mobile game are indeed better than other StarCraft games on the market. The mobile game is excellent, and some people thought to uninstall it after watching it for a while, but when they came back to their senses, they found that they had played until now. Team leader Yi glanced at her. Are you talking about yourself? Cough. Lin Yuyue clenched her fist and coughed lightly, then changed the subject and said, Leader, did you come back from the meeting with any results? Yes. Team leader Yi gave a short answer. After taking a sip of tea and moistening her throat, she curled her fingers and tapped on the document bag. After preliminary research by the medical research team, they confirmed that the cell repair solution submitted by Ms. Ji Min does have the effect of repairing cancerous cells, and there are currently no side effects, and the cancerous cells repaired in the experiment are currently under observation. As group leader Ye's voice fell, the whole room suddenly became silent, only the very faint fragrance of tea wafted around. The team members put down their work at the same time and came to the long table one after another. Several people looked at each other. You looked at me, I looked at you. At this moment, their faces were full of shock and excitement, and even their breathing was a little short. They could almost imagine that once this special medicine that can repair cancerous cells is successfully released, what kind of huge storm it will set off in the whole world. The team leader can really repair cancerous cells. Can any cancerous change be fine? The young man with a flat head asked tremblingly. His name is Bai Dan, and he is mainly responsible for technical work in the group. He looks tall and strong, but in fact, several elders in the family have died of cancer. Bai Dan is not afraid of anything else, but he is afraid that the family's cancer gene will affect his daughter. Every time his daughter has a physical examination, he is worried. Team leader Yi also knew about his family's situation, and said softly, it can't be guaranteed that it will be useful for all cancerous cells. Moreover, it is aimed at the physique of aliens that we don't understand after all. It will definitely be a long project after various clinical trials are completed and then popularized on a large scale. As the first batch of people who experienced the realization of the cell repair solution, they almost had a ridiculous guess in their hearts. This weird mobile game may be an alien game. During the period, players complete tasks and can get rewards from alien technology. Since it is a reward from aliens, the special medicine should also be aimed at the physique of aliens. Bai Dan smiled innocently. It is better to have hope than no hope. I believe that the experts in our country can make other medicines, vaccines, and injections from scratch, and now we can definitely develop medicines suitable for our people's physique, special medicine. Seeing that Bai Dan could think about it, team leader Yi smiled, but soon became serious again. There is one more thing. Our research team has been upgraded in all aspects. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, there will be new people joining, and we will return to the inner courtyard of the research at the same time. Others knew that the security system in the inner courtyard of the research was extremely high, and the appearance of the cell repair liquid made the attention of the above skyrocket. Team leader Yi finished talking about important things, and then asked Bai Dan, is there anything going on in the mobile game? Have. Bai Dan's voice was loud. There was an NPC who didn't believe that Jiaobao could make a 100% enchantment, so he called a group of people to watch in the mecha training hall. Team leader Yi nodded, turned his head and asked another team member, where are you? The team members scratched their heads. I was one of the people called to watch. Team leader Yi. What's the situation? A new map has just been opened in the mobile game. Players can engage in mecha battles in the mecha training hall. Team leader Yi brought his mobile phone. It doesn't cost money. Use 500 credits to rent a mech for 1 month. Lin Yuyue helped to answer, but there is an unregistered player named Xian Yubufanshan. The default item is 500,000 credits. She directly covered the online player's mecha rental fee, a total of 15,000 credits. Everyone, including team leader Yi, fell silent. From the registered players, they can find that most of the players' default items are related to their jobs. It can be seen that it is quite amazing that the salted fish does not stand up and defaults to currency. In the armor training hall, 20 or so people surrounded Hu Jiao, Jiang Kanyang, and Jiang Kankan. A few minutes ago, Hu Jiao promised to add money to help Jiang Kanyang forge the enchantment into the mecha. Afterwards, Jiang Kanyang took Hu Jiao to the mecha training hall next door, and called other people in the lobby who had not entered the virtual cabin to be witnesses. They are all challenged and trained in the mecha training hall. Jiang Kanyang looked at Hu Jiao and raised his chin slightly. If the enchantment you made fails, you will become a liar in the mecha circle. Beginning. Hu Jiao looked at the people around him. Some of them used their real names like Jiang Kanyang, and some of them used their pseudonyms like her. Regardless of their real names or pseudonyms, they were at least real people. She said in her heart that Jiang Kanyang was doing well, and she contributed money and energy to help advertise. Hu Jiao stretched out his hand and signaled Jiang Kanyang to bring out the virtual mecha. Jiang Kankan saw that Hu Jiao was calm and confident, and somehow he felt a little bit of trust in his heart. Wait a minute, my Windwing mech is stored in the museum, I'll go. No. Jiang Kanyang grabbed Jiang Kankan, frowned, and said in displeasure, your Typhoon Wing is a birthday present I bought with my own pocket money. Once enchanted, the parameters will be broken. You're not short of that money. That's what I want. Jiang Kanyang was furious, I can't let her have my way. Hu Jiao. This person has a sense of stupidity. Seeing that the two of them couldn't finish talking for a while, Hu Jiao simply folded his arms and leaned against the wall, and made a gesture of please continue. The whole process is generous and full of confidence. Jiang Kanyang. On the other side, Jiang Kankan quickly convinced the younger brother, frowned impatiently, then what do you say? Jiang Kanyang choked when asked. He just bought the Windwing enchantment on a whim, purely because he wanted to expose the liar in public, so that he would not often dream about the days when he was cheated a few years ago and then was ruthlessly ridiculed by his friends. Jiang Kanyang looked back at those who were used to witness, and asked with a tiger face, which one of you has a Windwing mecha in the museum? Use it for enchanting, and I will compensate you if it is destroyed. The others looked at each other, but no one stood up. Naturally, some of them have virtual mechas that can correspond to real mechas and store them in the training hall, but who would foolishly spend millions to buy a Windwing mecha without enchantments? When the audience was silent, a little girl suddenly stood up, with short hair and a round face, an army green shirt and black slacks, but her eyes were a little dull. She raised her hand, indicating that she had it. Jiang Kanyang frowned, how did he meet people who didn't like to talk so much today? Nan Bowen, you enchant her mecha. After Jiang Kanyang finished speaking, he checked the information of the person who came out, the ID is one horizontal and one vertical. Hu Jiao stood still, turned to look at Jiang Kankan, and wanted to ask Jiang Kankan if she should think about it again. She felt that the enchantment she made was very successful, and it would be their loss if they missed it. As soon as the two met their eyes, Jiang Kanyang stepped in, don't look at my sister, it's useless to be pitiful. He pointed horizontally and vertically, hurry up and get enchanted, I'll watch you, if you dare to go offline and escape, I'll reward you on the whole star network. Hu Jiao shrugged. Just wait for your old sister to kick you to bloom. Ah! As soon as Hu Jiao walked away, he heard Jiang Kanyang screaming. Looking back, he was kicked to the side and staggered to the side. He was covering his buttocks and asking loudly, who kicked me? Hu Jiao looked at the short-haired, round-faced girl whose ID was one horizontal and one vertical, and tilted her head slightly. Do they know each other? Before she could figure it out, she saw more than a dozen people appear sparsely, they surrounded her and one horizontally one vertically, staring at Jiang Kanyang as if they were defending against an enemy together. Jiang Kanyang. Hu Jiao. Needless to say, being stared at by a group of people with the same eyes and dull eyes, who didn't speak a word, was quite weird, and also quite frightening. Anyway, Jiang Kanyang was in a daze. He took half a step back, returned to Jiang Kankan's side to seek protection, and pretended to be a tiger. Who is it? Take out her mecha. Soon, a horizontal and a vertical mecha was brought out, black and gold, with bird-shaped wings. The only difference between it and Hu Jiao's mecha was that it did not have weapons such as electromagnetic guns, sniper cannons, and lightsabers. These are the regulations of the Alliance military. Civilian mechs cannot be equipped with weapons unless they are on the competitive map. Hu Jiao looked at Jiang Kankan and shook his head regretfully. Then, he enchanted the virtual green crystal that he sold, put it in the enchanting slot of the mech, and at the same time input mental power to forge it into the enchantment. Someone around murmured, "It looks like that." Like it's useless, didn't you listen to Jiang Kanyang? Her enchants claim to be 100% compatible, and there are only 7 types of enchantments in the entire alliance that are 100% compatible. This person is boasting. Probably seeing that Su Wei's first enchantment with a matching degree greater than 50% can fetch a high price of 80,000, and he became greedy. Some people shook their heads when they heard this. I guess she didn't expect to meet this serious young master of the Jiang family just by bragging. Once Hu Jiao settles down to do something, she will be extremely focused and will not be disturbed by the outside world at all. Therefore, the spiritual power she inputs into the enchantment is very even from the beginning to the end. But she doesn't care. It doesn't mean other people don't care either. The Huijiao bodyguard group, headed by more than a dozen people, including Salted Fish, Happy Planet, etc., scattered in all directions, staring straight at the few people who spoke ill of them behind their backs. Other people. They suddenly understood why Jiang Kanyang became Zhang's counselor so quickly. Jiang Kanyang noticed their gazes, and suddenly became angry. While tugging Jiang Kankan's sleeve, he asked Hu Jiao, "Nan Bowen, have you finished enchanting yet? Don't procrastinate on purpose, damn. Nan Bowen, how dare you run away?" Jiang Kanyang kicked his feet and rushed up. He stood in an empty place, his chest heaving violently. "I want to find a mercenary to offer you a reward." Nan Bowen. Just now. Hu Jiao, who had just finished enchanting, suddenly went offline. Anyone who reads it will feel like a liar getting cold feet. The players did know why Jiao Bao suddenly dropped the line. Zerg appeared 1 kilometer away from the residential area, and the alarm sound of the light brain made Hu Jiao directly break away from the mental link of the holographic helmet. Seeing that the NPC was still wronging Jiao Bao there, he jumped straight into the cockpit of the Windwing mech one by one, and drove it to the public display area with some unfamiliarity, while activating the built-in operating system. Suddenly, a fiery red phantom with an unclear pattern flashed in front of the mecha. The noisy hall suddenly fell silent, and a needle could be heard. People watched in disbelief that the phantom flashed again and again, and disappeared again and again. They opened their mouths so wide that their eyeballs almost fell out. This is an enchantment display that can only be obtained with a 100% compatibility. They actually witnessed the birth of the 8th mecha enchantment with 100% compatibility in the century-old Star Alliance. Rounding off, they have witnessed history. Wait. They just, it seems, maybe, probably, taunted the big boss of enchanting, or the kind of taunting in person. Jiang Kanyang stared blankly at the mecha in front of him, at the fiery red phantom. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: so there are really top enchanters who don't bother to take the enchanting certificate? Jiang Kankan tightly clenched her fists, suppressing the anger in her heart, and when the anger finally erupted like a volcano, she simply kicked Jiang Kanyang's and shouted, "Jiang Kanyang, if you don't take that enchantment off, we the two of you will sever ties." Jiang Kanyang. Why are you picking? Are you picking in your dreams? The author has something to say. Chapter 7. 007, Overhaul. That afternoon, an article titled, "The 8th 100% Compatible Wind-Wing Enchantment in the All League Looks Like This." Post appeared on the Xinglong forum, which has the largest daily traffic on xinglong.com. Currently, there are 302 enchantments in the alliance that have a fit degree of more than 50%, and there are 22 types of mechas in total. Among them, 7 mechs have enchantments with a fit degree of 100%, among them, 1 at B level, 2 at C level, and 2 at D level. Level 4, the latter 6 are also the best-selling batch in the mech shop. Therefore, as soon as they saw the extremely eye-catching title, countless people rushed in, which means that they will have another mecha to choose in the future. Host, I went to the mecha training hall on Zhongxin Avenue with my friends today. I was about to rent mechas for battle training when I saw Jiang Kanyang and Jiang Kankan's sister and brother coming with a group of people. Jiang Kanyang said he spent 200,000 credits to buy it. Let us witness the enchantment of a 100% fit of a Windwing mech. Landlord, I usually like to be a fun person, but in the end, the fit of the virtual enchantment is really 100%. There is a 100% fit for the virtual enchantment, and a 100% fit for the replica to reality. After a long time, I have become a fun person. Landlord, picture, the above picture proves that the fiery red enchantment shows. 3L, damn it. For L, hot knowledge, there are 7 100% compatible enchantments in the entire alliance, and the spiritual power of the creators is not lower than A. That novice enchanter must have A-level spiritual power. 5L, landlord, can you say everything at once? 6L, is there an inversion? 7L, there is a reversal, the first virtual green crystal, reread, enchantment with 100% compatibility in the entire alliance. 8L, with reversal +1, the first virtual green crystal enchantment in the entire alliance with a 100% fit of additional special properties, rereading. 9L, there is a reversal +2, the first virtual green crystal enchantment in the league that is made within 5 minutes, rereading, with additional special properties and a fit of 100%. The others watched them dumbfounded and added one sentence after another like a Jenga. When they saw the words of 5 minutes, they spit out the water they just drank in one gulp. As we all know, the existing 100% fit enchantment, whether it is real or virtual, has the lowest level of blue crystal. As the top 1 enchanter and the headmaster of the first military academy, it takes her 10 minutes to create a 100% fit virtual blue crystal enchantment, and her spiritual power is the only S+ rank in the entire galaxy. This rookie enchanter shouldn't have the first S++ level spiritual power in the league, right? 123L, what kind of peerless boss is this? I'm envious that you can be in the same training hall as the boss. That guy named Jiang Kanyang made a fortune. 124L, indeed someone has made a fortune, but that person is not Jiang Kanyang. 125L, Jiang Kanyang said that the boss is a liar, and spent an extra 1W credits to ask the boss to enchant a passerby's Windwing mech. As a result, the Windwing mecha not only has 3 performances plus 20%, but also has space jumping. This kind of special performance, now Jiang Kanyang is beaten up by his elder sister, his nose is bruised and his face is swollen. Other people. Although they also questioned the boss at first, when they heard Jiang Kanyang's fate, they wanted to gloat a little. Soon, the news that a big boss-level enchanter appeared on the Virtual Star Network spread like wildfire, and the content became more and more outrageous. Some people say that this is a young girl genius, some say that this is a wicked old guy wearing a fake name and a fake appearance, and some say that this is a boss in the enchanter circle pretending to be cute for fun. In the evening, the opening game was played out, so more and more people ran to the central hall, hoping to squat to Nanboan as soon as possible. Wild Star. As the protagonist who was discussed by Quanxing.com, Hua Jiao's face was numb and horrified. That's right, when she saw the scene in the house, there was a little horror in her eyes. She had just thrown off the Zerg and escaped for her life, but now she was standing at the gate of the temporary residence as if nailed by a nail. Step into the house. Although Hu Jiao didn't find out why she was the only one in 178 Desolate Star, he also learned about several buildings on the planet. Like a temporary residence, it is a big shop. Normally, there should be 6 same-sex prisoners living together. Apart from 6 beds, 6 cabinets and a bathroom, there is nothing else. In the past half a month, Hu Jiao only cleaned up the toilet, and didn't waste money buying soft furnishings from the Spacetime store to decorate, but now. Gorgeous lace princess big round bed, pure white soft woolen blanket. A cool punk love seat and a TV with its own holographic projector. There are also military-style half-man high-speed rail cabinets and boxing sandbags covered with grids. Even the ceiling is covered in extremely kawaii pink and purple balloons. Hu Jiao. Did I stray into the spacetime rift? Suddenly. A meter-high robot with a round head and brain came out of the bathroom. When it saw Hu Jiao at the door, Yuanyuan's electronic eyes were red and then green. Soon, it greeted him enthusiastically, and then came a soft mechanical voice, "Jiaobao, I am your smart butler Yuanyuan, and I will be in charge of the housekeeper in the future. Your 3 meals a day and your daily routine. Any facility in the room can be activated by voice control and appointment." After finishing speaking, it opened the chest of the machine and took out 3 blue cards. "This is a letter from your family." Family? Hu Jiao paused in his heart, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that he had already reached out to take the card. Just opened it. A line of familiar text jumped out. "Jiao Bao, I bought you a princess bed, woolen blanket and balloons. Birth family, Lin Heng." Lin Heng. Hu Jiao looked at the 4 words, "birth family," on the card, and suddenly smiled. Although this family is not that family, it is also very happy. The wording of the remaining 2 cards is roughly the same as that of Lin Heng, and the letters are from Ji Min and Song Shirley respectively. The former bought a sofa, TV and remodeled the bathroom, the latter bought cabinets and sandbags. While Hu Jiao was looking at the cards, the players were also looking at Hu Jiao, making complaints about the matching. Among them, the 2 of Happy Planet and 1 horizontal and 1 vertical harmed each other the most. A few hours ago, when the mecha was manipulated horizontally and vertically with the handle to show the enchantment, all online players saw 2 announcements at the same time. Congratulations to Jiaobao for winning the title of Fresh Enchanter. Reward the Almighty Home Robot X1, Task Points X 1000. Congratulations to Jiaobao for achieving 3/3 achievement in interacting with parents. The love list is open. Players can spend family value to buy goods in the Zai Zai specialty store. P.S. Spending family affection value will not affect the list ranking. Players. After exchanging information in the chat channel, they concluded that the 4 seasons have the most family value, as high as 1000, the Happy Planet has 500, and 1 horizontal and 1 vertical have 300. The 3 of them opened the Zai Zai specialty store one after another to buy things, and after a while, a completely changed room appeared in front of Hu Jiao. "Jiaobao, according to your habits, it will be dinner time at 18 o'clock in 10 minutes. Yuanyuan stretched out her robotic arm and clicked on the display screen on her chest, calling out more than a dozen dinner pictures that fit the nutrition. "Ask, do you want to eat?" Hu Jiao carefully folded the card and put it in the storage. "Do you have the ingredients?" Yuanyuan nodded. "Your family prepared a week's worth of ingredients, and I put them all in the incubator. I want to eat spicy hot pot." "Yes, but for the sake of health, you can only eat spicy pot once a month." "Okay." Hu Jiao rubbed Yuanyuan's head. "Thank you for your hard work." Yuanyuan shook her head. "It's not hard, I'll prepare the ingredients. Jiaobao, you rest first." I don't know if it's because he ate hot pot or received a letter, or because the princess bed was really comfortable. This night, Hu Jiao slept the first comfortable sleep after coming to Desolate Star. The next day, she ate the nutritious breakfast prepared by Yuanyuan and checked the alarm program set for Yuanyuan before going out with the toolbox in her hands. Hu Jiao originally planned to repair the Windwing mech again, and continue to use it until it could no longer be repaired. Who knows, she found a second mech that was about to be scrapped in a mountain depression. This is a beast-shaped mecha, with an overall golden armor body, with a faint metallic luster under the stars. Its appearance is very similar to a vigorous wild wolf on the grassland, and once it sets its sights on its prey, it will definitely bite and kill it. Right now, there is also a line of attribute prompts on it. Gold elemental enchantment, can't be wrong. Huijiao glanced at the hints about enchanting, and then contacted the 9 blank mechs he saw on the Star Network yesterday, and had a guess in his mind. It seemed that she had to see the mecha in real life before she could see the enchanting properties of the same virtual mecha on StarNet. The animal-shaped mecha in front of her is a positive proof that she was not an example of the need for Phoenix enchantment to see the wind wings before. There is also a lot of information on gold element enchantment on StarNet. The simplest thing is that everything related to metal, from buildings, weapons to mechs, are all gold element enchantment. Huijiao knelt down to observe the beast-shaped mecha in front of him, and asked softly, "You are right, how good is the fit?" The mechas couldn't speak, so they couldn't answer naturally. Therefore, one person and one mecha fell into a brief silence. Huijiao was tired from squatting, so he sat cross-legged on the ground with his elbows on his knees and his chin on his side. Golden element, what should I draw? 10 minutes later, she put away the carving knife, pinched the enchanted blue crystal energy stone with her fingers, raised her arm slightly, and the pattern on it was clearly reflected in her eyes. Human face, tiger claws, and axe. After Huijiao looked at the pattern, he looked satisfied, and said to himself, "This must be the collection of Jinshenyu, Ru. Myths say he rules autumn, and autumn often has a lot of gold." Now that the enchantment was released, she didn't delay any longer, and immediately used her mental power to forge the enchantment into the mecha. Compared with the green crystal enchantment of the Windwing mecha, the blue crystal enchantment obviously takes more effort. While being alert to the possible dangers around, Huijiao seized the time to enchant the mecha. Ka ka ka. Half an hour later, there was a crackling sound, and Huijiao understood that the forging was successful. It may be because of the blue crystal enchantment, the rattling time of the greedy wolf mech is more than twice as long as that of the Windwing mecha. After it stopped completely and stopped beeping, Huijiao got into the cockpit and checked the mecha parameters from the operation panel, but as soon as she saw 2 lines of data, her eyes showed surprise. B-level mecha? Didn't StarNet say that 178 Desolate Star only has mass-produced C-level mechas and D-level mechas because the residual Zerg level is low? The author has something to say. Chapter 8.008. On the night when Huijiao came to Desolate Star, he used his optical brain to log on to the Star Network and inquired about the relevant information of Beta District, 178 Desolate Star. According to the data, Beta District, 178 Desolate Star is located on the border of the Alliance. Because the Zerg level left on the planet is relatively low, the military defense force is relatively weak. There are only mass-produced C-level mechas and D-level mechas. Elite mechas like B-level mechas, which can crush hundreds of C-level mechas and are relatively compatible with the driver's mental strength, are only eligible to be used by elite troops guarding the front line. However, the elite B-level mechs that shouldn't appear in Desolate Star just hung on the data panel so brightly. Model, 2nd-generation Greedy Wolf Medium Armor. Grade, B. Enchanting, Golden God Enchanting, Blue Crystal. Fitness, 100%. Performance Improvement, Defense plus 10%, Attack plus 10%, Scrap Rate minus 10%, Current Scrap Rate 0%. Special Performance, Gold Crit, double the damage of the last hit of a normal attack combo. The Golden God enchantment was named by Huijiao after making the enchantment. However, compared with the name of the enchantment, she cared more about the performance improvement column. Is it difficult to improve the performance of B-level mechs? Otherwise, it can't explain why the enchantment level is increased from green crystal enchantment to blue crystal enchantment, but the performance improvement is reduced from 20% to 10%. Not right. Hu Jiao's gaze fell on the word scrap rate, and he thought, it doesn't look like the mech just fell to the ground with a 10% scrap rate. Just when Hu Jiao was about to log into the optical computer on his wrist to check the relevant information of the greedy wolf mecha, a beam of light screen suddenly appeared. Ancient Earth player, Yi Bingqing, geologist, will guide you to collect energy stones, do you accept it? Comprehensive evaluation, S, professional degree S, responsibility degree S, honor degree S. Ancient Earth player Anaya, junior student in the Department of Mathematics, will guide you to collect energy stones, do you accept it? Comprehensive evaluation, B+, professional degree C, responsibility degree A, honor degree A. Ancient Earth player Zhu Yuanyuan, a junior student in the Department of Mathematics, will guide you to collect energy stones, do you accept it? Comprehensive evaluation, B, professional degree D, responsibility degree A, honor degree B. Hu Jiao looked at the light screen that appeared again, and temporarily put aside the matter of the greedy wolf mecha. On the light screen, there are 6 people under Yi Bingqing, Anaya, and Zhu Yuanyuan, but the overall evaluation is lower. If he hadn't experienced Yi Heng's injection, Hu Jiao would probably accept Anaya when he saw him for the second time, but now. She decided to present flowers to the 3S boss. The visitor was about 40 years old, with a well-rounded appearance and elegant temperament, wearing a pair of thin black-rimmed glasses and an instrument case in his hand. Hu Jiao's eyes lingered on Yi Bingqing's face for a while, and he thought to himself, he and Yi Heng both have the surname Yi, and they look alike, so could they be related? Jiabao. Yi Bingqing suppressed the surprise in his heart, and greeted Hu Jiao. Although he had heard from his youngest son that there would be a holographic experience, he was still shocked after seeing the fully simulated scene. Hu Jiao showed a smile like an obedient student, and called briskly, "Teacher." Yi Bingqing nodded, "Come on, let me teach you how to analyze the distribution of energy stones." Now. Yes. Yi Bingqing smiled, "Now, this position." He took out the flat panel wave geological detector from the instrument box, installed the scanning end and transducers on both sides of the detector one by one, then bent down to pick up a stone, and placed it under the scanning mirror for scanning. Hu Jiao leaned forward to look, and saw many rows of analysis data flashing on the screen, including the shape of stone, material composition, physical and chemical properties, structural structure, etc. The entire data analysis process was detailed and fast. Yi Bingqing was also looking at the data, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This instrument is not only fast, but also can be refined from all dimensions. The initial unit is only a few hundred millionths of the smallest modern unit. This is a quantitative wave geological detector. Yi Bingqing explained in a low voice, "Use it for preliminary data analysis after sampling, and we will do the rest of the speculation." "Teacher, do you think it is easy to use?" "Very useful." Hu Jiao hummed in response, and carefully read the categories on the page and wrote them down. Throughout the afternoon, Yi Bingqing taught Hu Jiao how to sample, how to look at the data, what different data represent and how to speculate based on the clear data. The geological detector is indeed a good thing, but who should use it? In Hu Jiao's view, it is precisely because it is in the hands of Mr. Yi that it is most useful. After Yi Bingqing helped Hu Jiao dig up the energy stone at the second location, he asked, "Where are we going to find the energy stone now?" "Southeast. According to the structural structure just analyzed, Jingdong is more likely." Hu Jiao laughed, "Teacher, don't fool me. We not only need to consider the structure, but also the temperature and humidity. There may be energy stones in Jingdong, but the number is definitely not as large as in Southeast. We can go all of them and wait until we finish digging. Compared. That's fine." Yi Bingqing was also smiling, "But I believe in your analysis, it's great to be able to preview while learning." Hu Jiao accepted the compliment decisively, "Well, I also think I'm pretty good." It has to be said that it is different to have professional help. That afternoon, Hu Jiao and Yi Bingqing collected nearly 200 green crystal energy stones, which was more than the amount she collected in the previous week. When Huijiao felt that Yi Bingqing was about to leave, he took out a blue crystal energy stone from the storage and handed it to him. Teacher, this is the first blue crystal I collected, and I will give it to you. She actually wanted to buy a geological detector for Yi Bingqing, but the original price was 10,000 spacetime coins, which was too expensive to afford, so she had to wait for the promotional event. Yi Bingqing took Lan Jing and thanked her. He looked at the energy stone in his hand and realized one thing again: the NPC Jiaobao probably doesn't like to owe favors very much. Otherwise, with his son's frustrating bandaging skills, it would be impossible to receive the gift. After Huijiao gave the blue crystal, he kept paying attention to Yi Bingqing's movements. Soon, Yi Bingqing's figure disappeared in front of her, and the blue crystal he just handed to her also disappeared. Fortunately. She breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that only Lin Heng can't take the gift away. As for the difference between the three people, Huijiao lowered his eyes. Could it be related to their own professionalism whether they can take away the gift? Earth. As soon as Yi Bingqing got out of the holographic experience state, he was caught off guard by the burning gazes from the opposite side. This is a spacious and bright conference room, surrounded by a circle of high-tech equipment that has not yet been released on the market. These are the testing instruments that Team Leader Yi handed over the cell repair solution, and the superiors urgently applied for it. Later, the entire group moved to the research inner courtyard, and the number of high-tech equipment tripled. They originally planned to find an opportunity to use it on other members of the group, but Yi Bingqing used it first. A long wooden table was placed in the middle, with 8 people sitting on one side and Yi Xingqing on the other side, and the group leader Yi was directly opposite Yi Xingqing. Half an hour ago, Yi Bingqing was in the conference room discussing his son's affairs with team leader Yi and others. Halfway through the conversation, Lin Yue, who was in charge of technical investigation in the team, let out a surprise, and showed the mobile phone that was playing a mobile game to the others. It turned out that after a few days, there was another announcement on it. Jiaobao was troubled by not being able to find the energy stone, and asked if anyone could help. This is similar to the previous bandaging treatment, and every player can apply for help. Team leader Yi thought about professionalism, and said decisively, Bingqing, you download the mobile game, apply for an account, and then apply to help Jiaobao. Yi Bingqing took out his mobile phone. I was urged by Xiaoheng to finish downloading. He originally planned to call Haikushin, but considering the discussion on the chat channel triggered by Ji Min's incident last time, he set his ID to Yi Fenghuan. After Yi Bingqing applied for help, team leader Yi and others witnessed him entering a state similar to that of an old monk, while the testing instruments around him showed that everything was normal. This not only means that Yi Bingqing's body data is normal, but also means that their current technology is still unable to crack the reason why players can have a holographic experience. You completely ignored the outside world just now. Team leader Yi pushed the cup full of tea to Yi Bingqing with a gentle tone. No matter what we call you, you didn't respond. After she finished speaking, she made another 6 hours. After thinking about it, Yi Bingqing said affirmatively, almost. Before I left, Jiao Bao was preparing for dinner. In the past 2 weeks, the players have found that Jiao Bao has 3 meals a day very regularly, at 8 o'clock in the morning, at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Serve it as dinner. By the way, the experience just now was a bit strange. Strange? Team leader Yi asked. 2 o'clock. Yi Bingqing's fingers were slightly bent, and he pushed up the rimless glasses on the bridge of his nose. First point, in the game, my surprise at the holographic experience has been weakened a lot. This may be because Ms. Ji Min and Xiaoheng saw the reason why Jiaobao can quickly return to God. There is a second point. He pushed the phone to the center of the table so that others could see the situation in the inventory. Before leaving, Jiaobao gave me a blue crystal energy stone, which is neither as powerful as you said. When I bring it out, it doesn't remind me that my professionalism is not enough like Xiaoheng's, but it appears in my inventory. Group leader Yi leaned forward slightly, and sure enough, he saw a diamond-shaped blue crystal in the second grid of the inventory. Click and use to see. I think so too. The next day, when Hu Jiao saw Yi Bingqing reappeared on the light screen, she was very happy. After seeing him, she waved her hand and smiled, "Good afternoon, teacher." "Good afternoon." Yi Bingqing was still holding the box containing the geological monitor, and he smiled elegantly. "Jiaobao, before class today, I will take you to a place first." "Okay, where are we going?" "A small green crystal energy mine." "Hu Jiao." "Others have a pie in the sky, but I have a mine in the sky." The author has something to say. Chapter 9.009. With every space jump of the bird mech, it gets closer and closer to the green dot on the map. In the cockpit of the mecha, Hu Jiao sat in the main seat, using his mental power to control the windwing mech, and Yi Bingqing sat in the sub-seat. His expression was calm, but he was quite surprised by the operating system inside the mecha feel. Although there are many sci-fi film and television works on mechs, the effect of 2D viewing is really not as real as the in-depth experience of 5D. After another space jump, the windwing mecha jumped out of space and landed at the foot of a mountain outside the wild forest. As far as the eyes can see, the dead branches are piled up on the ground, and the broken limbs and flesh are covered in them, which have already withered. Hu Jiao stopped the mecha, looked around before and after he got out of the cabin. "Yes, teacher, I have indeed been here before." Teacher Z marked a blue circle on the map before leaving. "She came here to dig the blue crystal energy stone and met the giant mantis, it dad. After a fierce battle, she almost lost her life. The next day, when she was ready, she came back and had a life-and-death fight with the other party." Hu Jiao slid down from the elevator while talking, and her feet landed on the ground. She walked under a dead tree, stuck a shovel in the soil under the tree, raised her head and said to Yi Bingqing, "Some time ago, I was under this tree. We dug up 2 blue crystal energy stones." Yi Bingqing also came out of the cockpit of the mech, and upon hearing this, he couldn't help asking, "That blue crystal you gave me yesterday?" Hu Jiao smiled, "Yes." Holding the handle of the shovel in one hand, she raised her eyes and looked around. She made a rough analysis of the trend of the mountains and the types of rocks in her mind. She pointed to the mountains less than 100 meters ahead and asked confidently, "Teacher, the small one you mentioned is the green crystal energy mine there? Can it be analyzed without an instrument?" "I can't analyze it." Hu Jiao took the shovel used to dig energy stones to find Yi Bingqing, who was equipped with a wave geological detector, and said honestly, "Mostly rely on intuition." "Petty old Cheng. But the expression and tone of your question just now are 100 times more confident than that of me, the person who got the answer in advance." A few minutes later, the two came to the foot of the mountain, and Yi Bingqing used the geological monitor to take samples in 4 directions, front, back, left, and right. He compared the data analyzed on the display with Hu Jiao's speculation. From the above data, the green crystal energy mine is 132 meters in front, and based on the energy content in the soil, the number of green crystals is around 30,000. 30,000. Hu Jiao also briefly dropped his composure, showing surprise. "I actually passed 30,000 energy stones." Yi Bingqing raised the same small shovel in his hand, and said with a gentle smile, "But now that you have caught them, let's hurry up and dig." Hu Jiao nodded, "Teacher, please." After a few shovels down, Hu Jiao looked at the green crystal energy stone piled up like a hill at his feet, and deeply realized that Yi Bingqing's guess was right. She has been on the barren star for more than half a month. When did she come across the scene of Shihao, where dozens of green crystal energy stones can be dug out with a shovel? Hu Jiao couldn't help guessing. Could it be that the location of the blue crystal near here was deliberately picked out by Z? No wonder she came here to dig for the first time. Z said that it had already prepared a big gift, telling her to be serious and make a serious rainbow fart. Yi Bingqing was digging green crystal energy stones with his head down, when he suddenly heard the sound of some kind of mechanical joints moving. Looking back, a half-human tall robot suddenly appeared in the open space. It is made of pure metal, with 2 small rollers on the bottom, and a metal digging shovel that can be compressed and enlarged on the mechanical arms on both sides. Mining robot. Hu Jiao explained to Yi Bingcheng while inputting range commands into the robot's optical brain. I dug energy stones yesterday, and there were only a few energy stones in each place, so I didn't use them. Now they are concentrated in one place, it can also come in handy. Yi Bingcheng nodded. According to the background, the science and technology of the interstellar era is extremely developed, and most of the repetitive and mechanical tasks are performed by robots of various forms, and the price is not expensive. Expensive. As for Hu Jiao's sudden act of taking out the robot, he wasn't surprised. After all, it was a game, and no matter what the NPC did, it was normal. The second after Hu Jiao finished typing the naming command and task command, the robot spit out a gentle mechanical sound, IG-001 industrial robot, dedicated, and serving you wholeheartedly. Hearing the word, Jingye, Yi Bingcheng smiled and shook his head, thinking of the 4 cats raised by his sister's house. One of them is also called Jingye, and the other 3 are called Harmony, Friendship, and Peace. Hu Jiao snorted his dedicated metal head, thank you for your hard work, I will show you Yuan when I get home. Jingye replied sternly, it's not hard, please rest assured, master. With a shake of its 2 mechanical arms, the digging shovel suddenly became larger, extending from 20 centimeters to 3 meters in length and 1 meter in width. There was a sudden bang in the quiet wild forest, and 2 metal digging shovels went deep into the mountain at the same time, worked for a while, and unearthed again. They are different from the empty ones when they went in. Right now, the 2 shovels are full of soil and green crystals. After the cleaning process that comes with the machine is over, the soil is sifted out, leaving only the bright green crystals. In. Hu Jiao saw piles of green crystals being poured down, and the corners of his lips were lightly raised, feeling extremely happy. Not only Hu Jiao was in a happy mood, but the other players were also in a happy mood. Salted fish doesn't turn around, woohoo, although my hundreds of thousands of credits can't be distributed to Jiaobao, Mr. Yi took Jiaobao to mine the mine. Happy planet, I declare. Among the few players who interacted with Jiaobao, my dad is number 1. He dug the mine with Jiaobao. Get rid of poverty and become rich in an instant. 1 horizontal and 1 vertical, the diversity of father and son. Happy planet. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to quarrel again, someone hurriedly came out to change the subject. Flying Witch, I reckon that if Big Brother Yi ends the interaction today, he will be able to top the list of family affection. Salted fish does not turn over, understand? At Happy Planet. Happy Planet, understood. In the evening, I will use my father's family value to go to Zai Zai's specialty store to buy a gift for Jiao Bao. Flying Witch, when it comes to gifts, I think of the princess bed bought by the planet. In other mobile games, I can't see Zai Zai changing clothes. I can see Zai Zai sleeping. 1 horizontal and 1 vertical, you don't look like a serious witch. On Huanxing's side, Hu Jiao's time and space coins have been soaring from the beginning of dedicated to digging a small mine. When I look at it again, 3001 has become 34,891, which perfectly shows the number of thousands to tens of thousands. Class leapfrogging. Hu Jiao glanced at the space-time store, the wave geological detector is still inactive, but the original price of 10,000 space-time coins is not out of reach. Teacher, thank you for helping me find the energy mine. Hu Jiao handed an instrument box containing a wave geology detector to Yi Yancheng. It is the 2nd generation iteration, and it is more convenient than the one we used just now. For you. Yi Bingcheng accepted the instrument case, thank you. Among all the online players including him, no one was surprised why Jiaobao didn't have a tester before, but now he can come up with a 2nd generation tester. Very simple. From their point of view, Yi Bingcheng helped Jiaobao find the energy stone, which triggered Jiaobao's rewards. A game must have missions, and if there are missions, there will be rewards. The next moment, Hu Jiao saw Yi Bingcheng and the instrument box just given disappear together, and exhaled lightly. It seems that the things unique to StarCraft and the things in the space-time store can be taken away by the players. While the latter. Hope it can be brought to reality. Does Hu Jiao lack time and space coins? Very short. But thousands, tens of thousands of space-time coins are not enough for 100 billion. Compared with knowing when and when she will be able to buy a space-time planet to see her family again, she still wants to do her best to help the big family. Helping the big family is helping the small family and helping the family. At the same time, online players once again saw gorgeous fireworks special effects and scrolling announcements. Jiaobao collected 10,000 energy stones in total. In order to repay player Yi *** for his help, Jiaobao gave player Yi *** a geological detector X1 in return. Because Yi Bingqing's game ID is Yi Fengwan, the players firmly believe that the last time was a system bug, and there was no commotion inside. Now, they have only one thought, Moo. Desolate star, it is night. After returning to the residence, Hu Jiao started to do simple physical training after dinner, and at the same time calculated the current assets in his mind. The credits earned from selling enchantments plus the credits that can be sold from green crystals can add up to more than 3 million, so there is no need to worry about the living expenses of going to military school in the future. But I can't leave yet. Hu Jiao lay panting on the ground, looking at the ceiling. I have to beat the bugs on the deserted star to the ground first, so that I won't be thrown off by others when I go out. Yuan handed a body-soothing liquid to Hu Jiao's eyes. Jiao Bao, it's time to drink the soothing liquid. Thank you. Hu Jiao lifted the lid of the test tube, and a very light sweet smell came out, and with the movement of raising his head, the soothing liquid in the test tube was drank up in one gulp. After a test tube of body-soothing liquid, even sore muscles can be restored to their best condition within half an hour, fundamentally rejecting a series of hidden dangers such as muscle damage. When his body recovered, Hu Jiao sat up from the ground, half leaning against the cabinet and thought, in the future, I can go out to fight the Zerg during the day, come back to do physical training at night, and wait until the week before the military academy examination before exchanging my status as a free citizen and leaving Desolate Star. Go out too early and be abused. Yuan spoke at the right time. Jiaobao, your family sent a gift by mail. Gift? Hu Jiao turned around. A human-sized bunny figure. A tutu skirt with lace. There is also a basket of purple grapes and a gold button-shaped storage. Hu Jiao. She took the card, opened it, read the contents inside, and couldn't help laughing. Jiaobao, we bought you a rabbit doll, tutu, grapes and a 9x9x9 storage device, Earth parents, Yi Xingcheng and Yi Heng. Hu Jiao felt that the first two must have been bought by Yi Heng, and he didn't know if he had a girlish heart or simply liked pink and tender paper razors. The storage device Mr. Yi bought can solve the urgent need. It can not only temporarily store the more than 30,000 green crystal energy stones, but also put the mech in it, so it is convenient to carry around. After receiving the card, Hu Jiao looked at Yuan, pretending to be coquettish. Yuan, I want to eat grape mousse tomorrow morning. Yuan's electronic eyes lit up, okay. The next day, Hu Jiao ate the delicious grape mousse specially made by Yuan, and drove the second-generation greedy wolf mecha that had just been enchanted by the golden god into the wild forest aggressively. I don't know if it's because the power of the little golden god is too strong, or because the powerful Zergs on the barren star have all flown away. It only took her a short week from being chased by the bees to digging honey. During this period, she was slightly injured. The number of times is very small. When I got home, I slapped the bottle of honey on the table. Yuan, make a grape cake with honey today. Okay. After another week, Hu Jiao drove the greedy wolf mech through the wild forest while eating grape cakes. Where the greedy wolf mecha passed by, the surrounding Zergs all fled. During this time, while waiting anxiously for the bosses of the clan to come back to avenge their dead fellow clansmen, they were also afraid of being targeted by walking insect-killing machines, and thus lost their lives. In the scattered wild forest, under the slanting light of the stars, the tall wolf-shaped mecha pulled out a long shadow, which was full of arrogance from head to toe. The author has something to say. In just 2 weeks, I have evolved from a dog to a chatterbox, and then to the world, my boss has evolved perfectly. Chapter 10.010. Beta Area, 178 Desolate Stars. The last 10 groups. Hu Jiao glanced at the steps above, and continued to run up while dragging his body on the verge of scrapping while puffing up his heart. The light of the stars poured in from the window, and the fine floating dust in the air flowed slowly in the corridor, mixed with the sound of footsteps getting heavier and heavier. Hu Jiao's long curly hair was plastered on the back of his sweaty neck, and his porcelain-white side face was already drenched with sweat. The extreme lack of oxygen made her eyes go black for a while, and it seemed that she might faint at any time, and she could only support her body with the subtle consciousness struggling back and forth between chaos and sobriety. Driving the greedy wolf mecha during this period of time allowed Hu Jiao to truly understand the reasons why the major military academies require mecha students to have double C or higher. The so-called double C refers to C-level mental strength and C-level physical fitness. In the past 100 years, although the control mode of the mecha has evolved from manual operation and neural sensing to spiritual sensing after 3 huge technological changes, if the driver drives the mecha for a long time, his body will still be oppressed by the inside of the mecha. The degree of oppression increases with the level of the armor. Fortunately, the pressure of the mental sensor mech on the body is only 1/2 of that of the hand-operated mech and 1/5 of that of the nerve sensor mech. Hu Jiao didn't know the test results of the original owner's mental strength and physical fitness. Looking at it now, the former is definitely not lower than B-level. After all, he can drive a B-level mech. As for the latter, after running 800 meters, I was panting and retching, and my physical fitness might not be at the C level. Therefore, Hu Jiao formulated a rough physical training plan according to his current physical condition. Boxing sandbags for an hour, long-distance running in circles for 3 kilometers and 20 sets of running up and down steps. Wait for the physical fitness to improve, and then add other training as appropriate. Although she is a layman when it comes to physical training, there is no harm in running and jumping properly. There are 5 groups left. Hu Jiao tried his best to raise his eyes to see the height that he didn't care about usually, but now it was hard to reach. Even as soon as he took a step, the sharp pain from the muscles all over his body rushed into every nerve, like a needle prick. But she still persisted, even though the air in her chest was plundered, her breathing was heavy, and her limbs were on the verge of collapse, she still persisted. There are 3 groups left. Tired, very tired. Hu Jiao swallowed one after another with difficulty, thinking of the Zerg outside, the assessment of the military school students and the 100 billion spacetime coins. He raised his foot again. A group. At the moment when his body completely collapsed, Hu Jiao ignored the tingling pain in his muscles and the suffocation in his chest, took a sharp breath, and then strode up fiercely. No, it is more accurate to say that it is a leap rather than a stride. Just like that, with a stubbornness not to admit defeat, he threw himself hard and fell on the top steps with a bang. Hiss. Hu Jiao covered his waist and let out a soft hiss. After a while, he lifted up his arm and took out the body-soothing liquid from the reservoir. Me. Timer ends. The total training time for running up and down steps is 32 minutes and 15 seconds, which is only 15 minutes more than the average level of the entire league. Crack. Hu Jiao was lying on the ground in a large font, drinking the body-soothing liquid in the test tube with a blank expression, and at the same time, listening to the simulated applause from the exercise program in the wrist light brain with a blank expression. Quite ironic. The key is that she still has no way to refute. Hu Jiao has lived for 18 years, and he likes to be number 1 in everything. In the end, he did it again, not to mention the number 1, he didn't get the second, and he swooped directly to the middle and lower ranks. After lying down for a few minutes, she sat up with her elbows on her knees and her chin resting on her shoulders, looking like she was wandering. I don't know if there is an AI coach in the mecha training hall to guide, otherwise the military school assessment will be mysterious. Once you can't get the first place among freshmen, in front of the whole earth. Impossible. The top soul in Hu Jiao's body awakened, and she suddenly gained strength, and her whole body was full of energy. She stood up and was ready to run another 20 sets of up and down stairs. Anyway, there is body-soothing liquid, so I can't die. Unexpectedly, before the person ran away, there was a flash of white light in front of his eyes, and the familiar light screen appeared again. Hu Jiao raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, lowered his eyes to look at it, and after seeing the content clearly, a bright smile appeared on his face. Family. You are here again. Ancient Earth player Qin Shu, active soldier, will instruct you in fighting techniques, do you accept it? Comprehensive evaluation, S, professional degree S, responsibility degree S, honor degree S. Ancient Earth player Gao Ming, fitness coach, will instruct you in martial arts, do you accept it? Comprehensive evaluation, A, professional degree B, responsibility degree A, honor degree B. Ancient Earth player. After Hu Jiao wrote down all the names in the following lines, he reached out and clicked on the first line, Qin Shu. The next moment, the light screen disappeared, and a young man in his 30s appeared at the bottom of the stairs in a black combat uniform. The two faced each other across a dozen steps. He has a crew cut, is tall, and has a burly build. Zhou Zheng's face is like a sculpture, with a serious face. He folded his arms in front of his chest, and stood with his feet spread out like a tall and straight pine in cypress. The metal buttons on his cuffs were shining brightly in the afterglow of the window. Although it looks serious and scary, it also makes people feel very safe. Hi. Hu Jiao raised his hand and waved it slightly, it's the first time we meet, please give me your advice. Qin Shu stood where he was, with a tense handsome face. However, under his seemingly calm face, there was a stormy sea in his heart. He was just playing a mobile game with his sister at home on vacation, why did he have such a real holographic experience? Hu Jiao had long been used to the stunned look of the players when they first came. After saying hello, he ran down the stairs in 2 or 3 steps, came to Qin Shu, and continued calling, teacher. Qin Shu temporarily suppressed the surprise in his heart, and answered a single note in a deep voice. Hu Jiao just drank a body-soothing liquid, he was in good spirits, eager to try, teacher, there is an open space outside, it is spacious and safe, don't worry about being disturbed by the Zerg, where shall we go to learn fighting? Qin Shu nodded, okay. On the way downstairs, Qin Shu observed the surrounding environment quietly the whole time. The ground is stepped on black spar, and the wall is made of unrecognizable metal, which is mottled and old. When fingers touch it, the palm of the hand is cold and hard. He really couldn't figure out why a mobile game would become a holographic game without any equipment. Qin Shu pinched his wrist with a straight face. It hurt a lot, but he still had a straight face. When he came to the open space where Hu Jiao picked, he moved his arms a few times, pretending to be calm and said, today, we will first learn the 4 basic movements of strangling, arm throwing, blocking and sweeping. According to your physique, I will give you a physical training form. I'll show you the moves first, and you and I will learn. Okay. Hu Jiao hadn't finished his answer when he saw Qin Shu striding forward swiftly. The distance between 2 people is less than half an arm. Immediately afterwards, he quickly turned sideways, stretched out his arms to hold her arm, and fell down decisively with his arms folded. After a whole set of movements, the flow of clouds and water is extremely smooth. Outrageous. Boom. The whole world is spinning, this is Hu Jiao's only thought before feeling the pain in his back. Too fast. It was so close that she couldn't even put on a serious attitude of being ready for battle. Come again. A cold voice came from above the head. No wonder Qin Shu was indifferent, he could be ruthless when training recruits in the army, let alone an NPC in a weird mobile game. Hu Jiao got up quickly, and took a defensive posture like a cat drawing a tiger. Qin Shu rushed forward again, this time, his chosen move was to sweep. Brush. Brush. Boom. Sweeping twice, Hu Jiao's foot was unstable and he was swept to the ground. His calf was in a burning pain, and he couldn't tell whether it was the pain in the flesh or the pain in the bone. She didn't need Qin Shu's urging, she got up quickly as soon as she fell down, and at the same second, she aimed at the short gap where Qin Shu's legs were retracted, directly lifted her foot, and swept it out fiercely. Boom! Qin Shu was as stable as Mount Tai, and he didn't shake his whole body. He glanced down. Does your foot hurt? Hu Jiao smiled. Teacher, I believe that the effect of force is mutual. Qin Shu. His calf really hurts a bit. This NPC not only knows how to learn and sell, but also knows how to find acupuncture points. In fact, it was more than a little painful, but he had to hold on. In the next 2 hours, Qin Shu and Hu Jiao spent the time when the teacher threw the students and the students threw the teacher. Of course, the probability of the latter happening is far less than the former. There was a bang. The person fell to the ground, the dust and sand splashed, and the yellow mist choked him to death. Hu Jiao was lying on the ground panting, his neck ached, his arms ached, his stomach ached, and there was no pain anywhere in his body. This is because she has been driving a mech to fight Zerg for half a month, so she has improved her reaction, agility, and balance. If he had met Qin Shu when he first came to Huangxing, he probably wouldn't have touched a single hair of him. Hu Jiao glared at Qin Shu, who was unharmed, and said in disbelief, Teacher, when I improve my physique, I will definitely beat you. Top pride, never be the second. Qin Shu's voice was low. Well, I believe it. Although he never let go of his vigilance towards his surroundings, after more than 2 hours of training, his attitude towards Hu Jiao changed a little. At least, he really put himself in the position of a teacher. In his opinion, the planning set the strength of the NPC Jiaobao too low, which limited the performance of Jiaobao. One day, Jiaobao's strength is increased, coupled with the existing agility and balance, it is really possible to draw with him. Qin Shu rubbed his neck, and said in a calm tone, Get up, I will teach you another hour, don't try to take this opportunity to be lazy. He thought he could see Jiaobao's shocked or complaining expression, but as soon as he finished speaking, Jiaobao rushed up and said with burning eyes, Then let's continue. Qin Shu. The NPC probably doesn't know how tired it is. But why did he feel that Jiaobao looked at him like he was looking at a white and fat pig who ran away and couldn't be caught? The author has something to say. Note, the last sentence is just Teacher Qin's self-mockery of Jiaobao's burning eyes. Jiaobao respects the teacher very much. In Jiaobao's eyes, Teacher Qin is a majestic lion. Chapter 11.011. Is Hu Jiao tired? Of course I'm tired. However, while the body is tired, the heart is almost happy. Although it hurts a lot, if she trains for 1 more minute, her chances of winning against Qin Shu will increase by 1 point in the future. Who likes to be overwhelmed? Teacher. Wait. Is there something wrong? Have. Hu Jiao took out the nutritional supplement from the storage. I'll make dinner. After she finished drinking with her head up, she asked again, Teacher, do you want a drink? Qin Shu. Just put on a show. Don't drink. After refusing, he straightened his posture again and said seriously, Continue. Coming. After a while, the two started fighting again, sharper and faster each time. Hu Jiao and Qin Shu were very involved in the game, and the online players were also very involved in watching. Flying Witch, his ID must be randomly generated by the system, but the costumes are really perfect, and the uniform control is satisfied. Sihasha, sisters understand me. I'm screenshotting like crazy. Art modeling is simply a fairy wife. Not only did Jiaobao draw beautifully, but the modeling of the players also has its own characteristics, including the 30 players in the mecha training hall. I took screenshots of all of them. My fan art hand is about to move. Salted fish doesn't stand up. Ah. At Shasha. Players have their own strengths, some people like the painting style and some people like the technology, like a horizontal and a vertical, directly record the screen of the fight between two people from the beginning to the end. One horizontal and one vertical, is the default item of the AG35684 boss, a complete set of fighting skills. There are a few tricks my coach taught me. Happy Planet, wow. Awesome. Brush. Hu Jiao saw the timing, raised his foot and swept across Qin Shu's arm, and while he was blocking, he turned sideways and punched Qin Shu's abdomen with his elbow. The clear sound of breaking through the air passed by my ears. In the dim night, on the empty land, there is no second person. Gone back already? Hu Jiao looked around, retracted his arm a little annoyed, and muttered while rubbing his wrist at a constant speed, I was very sure that I could get an effective score just now, but it's a pity, and I was too involved in the game, so I forgot to give the teacher a gift. On the way back to her residence, she browsed through the time-space store to browse the products on sale inside, and her eyes lit up slightly when she saw that there was only one defensive mech left inside. Hu Jiao snapped his fingers in a good mood, try to buy it to the teacher as soon as possible. Birth. As soon as Qin Shu came back to his senses, the bright incandescent light flashed in front of him, and when he looked again, it was his sister's magnified face. Worry, doubt, uneasiness. Although the face is not big, it has a lot of emotions. Brother, you were very serious when you taught Jiaobao to fight just now. You didn't respond when I spoke to you, and Qin Ran frowned and asked, you just held your phone and didn't move your fingers, but you and Jiaobao's the fighting is very smooth, so strange, is there an automatic fighting skill in the mobile game? Show me. Thinking of his holographic experience in the mobile game, Qin Shu looked solemn. Which platform did you use my mobile phone to download the mobile game? Is there a publishing company? Which players have interacted with Jiaobao before me? Qin Ran blinked, was stunned for a long time, and asked hesitantly, is there a problem with this mobile game? Qin Shu got up, took the mobile phone he usually used for work, and dialed while answering, yes. And. He frowned, and stretched out his hand to rub his temples. He didn't feel it when he just looked at the two-dimensional characters in the mobile game screen before, but the Jiaobao he just saw in the holographic experience. It made him a little familiar, but that feeling was fleeting. Could it be an illusion? Hello. The voice on the phone on the other side interrupted Qin Shu's thinking. He said in a deep voice, I probably need to talk to Lao Xing about something. Well, it's very important. Qin Ran looked at Qin Shu's two phone calls in a row, with an extremely serious expression, and felt that the phone in his hand was like a hot potato, and he couldn't hold it, and he couldn't bear to throw it away. At the same time, my heart is full of puzzlement. A mobile game, no matter how problematic it is, it's a virus at most, and she doesn't use her daily mobile phone to download it, so it's not a problem, right? Qin Shu put on his coat, put the mobile phone with the mobile game downloaded in his pocket. I'm going out, you. Elder brother. Qin Shu lowered his head and saw his younger sister tightly tugging at his sleeve, and asked pitifully, can you spend the family value you just got first? I want to buy a gift for Jiaobao in Zai Zai's specialty store. Qin Shu. Sister, you are poisoned. 5 minutes later, Qin Shu went out with two mobile phones. Before getting into the car, he clicked on the app icon on one of the mobile phones. Under the reflection of the headlights, only one family affection value was left shining brightly on the page. Qin Shu raised his hand and rubbed his face hard. He was also poisoned. Woohoo! The vehicle starts and dusts off. Desolate star, midnight. As soon as Qin Shu finished the game, he rushed out to meet people, but Hu Jiao was scratched by the hearty fighting for several hours. She lay tossing and turning on the big princess bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time, and a faint fragrance of flowers poured into her nostrils. This is the scent from the vase of flowers on the windowsill. Before going to bed, she received a bouquet of flowers and a basket of fruit signed by Qin Shu, but the words on the card were very lively, unlike Qin Shu's handwriting. Turn on the lights. With a slight bang, the lights in the bedroom were turned on. Hu Jiao let go of the rabbit doll he was holding in his arms, lifted the quilt and got out of bed, and guessed that his bare feet were on the wool blanket, which was very soft and really comfortable. If some players click on the app at this time, they will find that the screen that was originally blocked because of Jiaobao's sleep has returned to normal again. Yuanyuan and Jingye, who were dormant, stepped forward one after another. Jiaobao/Master, what's the matter? You continue to sleep. Hu Jiao said while putting on his clothes, I'm going to get rid of pests. Yuanyuan and dedicated. Is exterminating vermin the same as killing bugs already in their programmed phrases? After a while, Hu Jiao drove the Windwing mecha to the outskirts of the wild forest after several space jumps. Desolate Star is huge. But the most infested place is the wild forest. However, it was different from the usual way of directly driving the mecha to march in. Today, Hu Jiao jumped off the mecha as soon as he reached the edge of the wild forest. Because there was already a greedy wolf mech in the storage, she left the Windwing outside. Hu Jiao was aroused by the fighting training in the afternoon, and planned to fight the Zerg with hand-to-hand combat first, and then release the greedy wolf mecha if he couldn't beat it. Facts have proved that the Zerg in the wild forest are only afraid of the greedy wolf mecha. When they see the greedy wolf mecha, they will take a detour. When they see Hu Jiao who has no equipment, they yell and attack directly. Hu Jiao rolled over to avoid the poisonous threat of the double-headed spider. Immediately afterwards, he stepped on the poisonous thread with one foot and temporarily grabbed the two-headed spider, while holding the energy beam dagger with the other hand, he stabbed heavily. The silver dagger reflected a huge oval spider with two heads and compound eyes. The green hair body was like the moldy long hair of food being kneaded into a ball. The next moment, the metal and the carapace made a crashing sound. The sharp dagger left only a white scratch on the shell. Hu Jiao frowned, not enough strength really got in the way. If Qin Shu was there, the dagger would definitely be able to penetrate firmly. The two-headed spider felt deeply provoked, spit out a ball of poisonous thread and bound Hu Jiao's feet firmly, then raised its forelegs and slashed down violently. Kang! Hu Jiao raised his hand and grabbed one of the forelegs with a dagger, and the tiger's mouth was numb and painful from the shock. However, at the same moment, the other forelimb of the two-headed spider had already slashed towards her abdomen. That's too late. Hu Jiao recognized the situation in almost a second, and he couldn't escape or earn money, unless she released the greedy wolf from the storage to stop it. But not reconciled. Once she gives up resistance for the first time here, there will always be a second, third, and countless times in the future. In the blink of an eye, Hu Jiao made a decisive decision. She hooked and slid the dagger in her hand, turned the direction in mid-air, and aimed right at the junction of the two-headed spider's head. When she was slashed in the abdomen, she kicked the ground suddenly, mobilized all her strength, and threw herself at the two-headed spider with all her might. Since the strength of the arm is not enough, use the inertia of your own body. Chirp! The two-headed spider was stabbed at the fatal place, raised its head and screamed, and the sound waves swept away the gravel on the ground. Hu Jiao is a typical example of taking advantage of your illness to kill you, and immediately takes out a bottle of purple praying mantis venom from the storage tank. She picked up the bottle cap with one finger, didn't bother to pour it, and directly smashed the bottle mouth deeply into the hole pierced by the dagger. Chirp! The venom rushed to the blood along the wound, and the two-headed spider twisted from the severe pain. The poisonous thread it used to bind Hu Jiao was also loosened in an instant, and it shivered back, but halfway through, it attacked Hu Jiao again with the sound of the wind. Hu Jiao turned half of his body sideways, and with the inertia of the rotation, he swept across the two-headed spider's abdomen fiercely. With just one kick, he kicked the two-headed spider under the tree, which was breathing more air than breathing in it, and was thinking of attacking again. The two-headed spider struggled unwillingly for a long time, and finally died. Hu Jiao covered his bleeding abdomen with one hand, turned his ankle, and laughed. Your position is really not as stable as Teacher Qin. The Zerg who came from around smelled blood, saw the tragic appearance of the two-headed spider, and fled away again. Chirp. Boss. When will you come back and accept this hateful human being? From 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock, for 4 full hours, Hua Jiao spent, happily, in Zerg Zerg, Jia Healing Potion, Zerg Zerg and Jia Healing Potion. Although she encountered particularly powerful Zerg during the period, she would also release the greedy wolf mech, but most of the time she would fight as hard as possible. When she left the wild forest again, there were 32 empty tubes of healing agents in the storage, space-time coins. If you don't increase, you will lose. Hua Jiao smiled wryly and shook his head. I don't live up to expectations. Sudden. There was the sound of feet stomping on dry branches. Don't move. With a hoarse voice, someone held a gun against her back. Cold and hard. Hua Jiao could hear 2 people standing behind her, still 2 men. Go-san, didn't you say that the people on Desolate Star have been evacuated by the military? The man who pointed a gun at her said displeasedly. Soon, there was movement from the side. Someone should have come over. Hua Jiao lowered his eyes and clenched his fists calmly. Go-san turned back while walking forward. It's true that they all left, with my own eyes. As soon as he saw Hua Jiao's face clearly, he took a deep breath as if his throat was tightly clamped, and the squinted eyes on his slender face suddenly widened. Hua Jiao? You're still alive, ah. Hua Jiao glanced at his face coldly and punched first. Boom. Ah. Crack. Ah. There was a shot, 2 screams, and a suspicious crack. At the scene, 3 people fell down twice at one stand. Just 10 seconds ago, Hua Jiao imitated Qin Shu's teaching, threw with arms folded and swept, coupled with the venom of the double-headed spider, directly packaged and dealt with the defenseless and careless 2 people. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Hateful. It was installed by myself again. Chapter 12.012. Birth. The room was silent and brightly lit. There is a circle of high-tech equipment in the room that cannot be seen on the market, and a dozen people are working together. Some people are working overtime to find unregistered players, and some people are recording in detail the big and small things that happened in the mobile game. Although some players can go to the mecha training hall to control the mecha, the premise is that Jiaobao has logged into the virtual star network. Therefore, most of the time they are watching Jiaobao's life, and then watching the whole world from Jiaobao's perspective. On the opposite side of the work area, Qin Shu sat with his back straight on one side of the long table, with his hands slightly clasped on his knees. He just heard from Team Leader Yi about a mobile game that cannot be explained by existing science, and the degree of surprise in his heart is no less than the holographic experience a few hours ago. Leader Yi, you said that the gifts obtained in the mobile game can be brought out. Right. Team Leader Yi laid out a simple map on the table, with an introduction to the gifts Ji Min and Yi Bingqing got, the cell repair solution obtained by Ms. Ji and the geological monitor obtained by Mr. Yi are currently being studied in different research groups. After coming to the research inner courtyard, apart from Team Leader Yi, a new team leader Peng joined the team. Regarding the gift, the 2 agree. Players who have been playing online games must know the cause and effect of the gift. Qin Shu can find out when he goes back and asks someone, so there is no need to hide it from him. Qin Shu moved the simple picture to his eyes, lowered his eyes to look carefully, and his hands on his knees were already clenched tightly. A cell repair solution that can repair cancerous cells. No matter which wave geological monitoring instrument can analyze geology in depth, explore oil fields, or sources, and even predict geological disasters, it is very fantasy. Once they are successfully applied in reality. Qin Shu's breathing became slightly heavier. Team leader Peng has gray hair and furrows between his brows. Seeing Qin Shu's serious face, he couldn't help smiling. A few hours ago, we saw an unregistered player interact with Jiaobao in the mobile game. I am quite worried, and the relevant reports are all ready. Qin Shu raised his eyes and asked, related reports. Team leader Yi continued, Jiaobao likes to give players gifts, but after the players accept the gifts, the system will announce the player's real name to the whole area. After listening to team leader Ye's announcement about Ji Min and Yi Bingqing being anonymous, Qin Shu understood. When he registered, he directly defaulted to the system's random string of alphanumeric combinations. If the word Qin** appeared in the system announcement, it would definitely cause a lot of anxiety and commotion among the players. Not only domestic players, but also other countries are expected to pay attention to this weird mobile game. Team leader Peng looked at Qin Shu, thought of the research that had not yet made progress, and said, fortunately. Qin Shu. Although he also felt lucky, the two players in front had received gifts, but he didn't. Doesn't it mean that Jiaobao is very dissatisfied with his teaching? Team leader Yi sensed Qin Shu's mood and laughed. The task you took is probably a long-term phased task. Jiaobao learned fighting mainly to prepare for the military school assessment. When you complete all the tasks, you can receive them from Jiaobao. Here comes the gift. Qin Shu pushed the simple diagram back. I understand, and teaching Jiaobao to fight is more worry-free than teaching the brats in the barracks. Jiaobao has a strong understanding, and he can draw inferences after learning, like today. Halfway through his speech, he smiled wryly and shook his head. Sorry, I don't remember that Jiao Bao is an NPC. For an NPC, various parameters will be planned and adjusted to full value, so it is normal to be worry-free, tenacious, and savvy. Qin Shu changed the subject and asked solemnly, in the future, if Jiao Bao gives me a gift, do I need to refuse it? Need not. Team leader Peng was decisive, even without you, there will be other players. We can't let our guard down against an unknown existence, but we can't be intimidated either. Team leader Yi nodded. I have a hunch that one day, it will urge us to inform the domestic people. Seeing that the two seniors were calm and composed, Qin Shu also relaxed. Desolate star here. Hua Jiao, as the protagonist discussed by team leader Yi and others, is interrogating Go San and Henry. Half an hour ago, she tied the two of them up a few times, and dragged them out of the wild forest with the mecha. The bloodstain stretched all the way, and the rust-like smell of blood caused the Zerg to move and fear the wolf mecha. Hua Jiao propped up with one hand, jumped onto the guardrail amidst the creaking sound, and looked at the two of them condescendingly while shaking his feet. Both of them were not in good condition. Go San had an arm broken and lay limp on the ground. His abdomen was hit by an electromagnetic gun and there was a hole. One of Henry's two arms was hit by an electromagnetic gun and the other was stepped on and fractured. His shoulder was also corroded by the venom of the double-headed spider, and he was dragged all the way. At this time, he was lying on the ground crying and howling. She set up signal jammers around her, so she wasn't worried that the two of them would have the opportunity to tip off the news. After watching for a while, Hua Jiao shifted her gaze to Go San. Outside the wild forest, the first time she saw Go San, a strange picture rushed into her mind unexpectedly. The original owner seemed to have heard a certain secret. When he panicked, he stepped on a dead branch and was discovered by Go San. Later, the original owner was hit in the brain by Go Sanyi's stick. Just wearing it on the original owner's body, the sticky eyelashes were sticky with blood, which made her remember deeply. You have a hemostatic agent in the storage tank, bandage the wound first. Hua Jiao tilted his head and said coolly, I can't see blood. Go San and Henry. Fart. You can't see the blood, you can hold an electromagnetic gun and bang 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 so hard. No matter how hard the two scolded in their hearts, they dared not speak out in anger. They hurriedly grinned and smiled apologetically, and at the same time quickly rummaged through things from the storage. Henry was worse, unable to use both arms, so he could only urge Go San to move faster. Go San looked at Hua Jiao, ruthlessly flashing across his eyes. He suddenly took out the hot wire gun in the storage, raised his hand and pointed it at. Boom! Ah! Go San's only intact wrist was hit by the electromagnetic gun, and the blood gushing out sprayed Henry's face next to him. Hua Jiao jumped off the guardrail, looking down at Go San lying on the ground with a pale face and screaming miserably. In fact, she can't shoot, all thanks to the automatic aiming of the electromagnetic gun. Hu Jiao hooked her fingers and changed to holding the electromagnetic gun vertically. She pressed the cold and blunt handle of the gun heavily on Go San's wrist, and amidst the superimposed screams, she asked with a smile, "Go San, what is the return gift of your stick, like it?" "Ah." Go San was rendered speechless by the sharp pain, his lips trembled for a long while before he uttered a few trembling sounds. I wronged you, please forgive me." Henry was already scared to death by Hu Jiao's follow-up operation. Although this method of torture is more immature than the boss, it is really ruthless to use it on them without changing face. Hu Jiao stretched out his boots, and easily stepped off Go San's storage device from the optical brain. When he bent down to pick it up, he also removed Henry's storage device. "Henry. How to stop it? Should I stop it with my feet?" Although Hu Jiao unloaded the storage device, Go San and Henry are not worried. The storage device has already been linked with their spirit, unless the spiritual power double kills them, otherwise it is impossible. Wow! Impossible! Clatter clatter. The two were already bleeding profusely and were very weak. When they saw Hu Jiao turn the two storage containers upside down, causing all the messy things to fall out, they almost choked. "What are you doing here at Desolate Star?" Henry seemed to be resigned to his fate, and said without hesitation, "Come to investigate the energy mine." Before Go San came to Desolate Star, he heard the wind that there was a new energy mine here, but he was unlucky. He ran into the Zerg before he found it. Invasion, the military withdrew everyone, and closed the jump channel at the same time. A few days ago, we saw a large number of high-level Zerg leaving the deserted star, and the channel was opened, so we thought about looking for it again. The Zerg invaded, and everyone withdrew. Hu Jiao realized, no wonder she was the only one in Huangxing some time ago, and no wonder the weather has become more and more abnormal recently. This is a common problem on planets that have been invaded by Zerg in a large area. In the next 100 years, the soil here will deteriorate in a large area, and the temperature difference will gradually widen. It is difficult to survive without wearing constant temperature protective clothing. After Henry finished speaking, he suddenly became bloody, and said, "You want to kill or cut, hurry up, don't." Boom. When Go San struggled to open his eyelids, he saw the handle of the gun that Hu Jiao had just withdrawn and Henry who was unconscious on the ground. This was also the last scene he saw before he was knocked unconscious. Hu Jiao stood there, pondered for a moment, poured out 1,000 green crystal energy stones from the storage, and then called up the scanning program of the optical brain to scan one by one. As soon as it was over, a mechanical announcement sounded in my mind. Linked to Ombudsman. Identification in progress. Coordinates are being confirmed. Drip, the supervision office is calling. A beam of video light screen jumped out, and what caught his eye was a young man in a dark military uniform. As soon as he saw Hu Jiao, he asked a series of cannonballs, "You were left in Beta District, 178 Desolate Star. How is the situation? Is life in danger? We are dispatching a rescue starship and expect. Can I leave Desolate Star in half a month?" Hu Jiao interrupted him and asked seriously, "I want to stay in Desolate Star for another half a month. Can you send a starship to pick me up then?" Supervisory office. Soon, 3 enlarged faces appeared on the video screen again, and the 4 asked in unison, "Are you going to stay in Desolate Star for another half a month?" Hu Jiao was silent for a while. "The premise is that you come to pick me up." After thinking about it, he added, "Of course, you can come now." In the video, the faces of the 4 people showed such expressions, it seems that the little girl has to be skinny. The young man in charge also comforted Hu Jiao, "Don't worry, the rescue starship will arrive soon. It was the fault of the local garrison chief who left you in the deserted star. We will investigate internally and will issue a compensation plan later. For you." After hearing the compensation plan that Hu Jiao had just prepared, he temporarily swallowed it and asked, "What does the compensation plan include?" Hearing this, a woman with phoenix eyes answered, "It depends on your needs. Generally, you will be compensated from credit points, and then provide subsidies for food, clothing, housing and transportation. However, since you are still a high school student, the riots are not serious. We can help you expunge this matter from the file. Generally speaking, most people can complete the task within a month when looking for energy stones in the desolate star where the Zerg level is still relatively low and guarded by the garrison. Unexpectedly, Hua Jiao turned on the difficult mode without warning as soon as he wore it, and he didn't know it. After hearing what they said, Hua Jiao nodded, "But you haven't told me whether you can pick me up in half a month." "Yes, I can." Miss Feng Yan hesitated, "But didn't you just say that it's okay to go now?" Hua Jiao moved the optical brain video terminal to Go San and Henry. "I just 2 people, and one of them is a level 2 wanted criminal. He seems to be a member of the Black Hole Star Bandit released on Starnet. Come and claim it." Bar. Supervisory office. "By the way, they look like they are dying, do you need my help to hang them?" Supervisory office. "You talk about helping hang your life, does it sound like you need to give them a ride?" The author has something to say. Chapter 13. 013. Beta District, 178 Desolate Star, Starport, a blue and white medium-sized starship suddenly appeared, and as the height decreased, the energy light at the tail of the starship went out little by little. The stern hurricane it raised lifted the fine gravel on the harbor bank out of thin air, and then fell back to the ground amidst a whining sound. Soon, Hua Jiao met the people from the supervision office. A total of 4 people came, 3 men and 1 woman. Everyone had firm faces and awe-inspiring expressions. They wore uniform black combat uniforms and held self-aiming phase-silent small particle cannons. Hua Jiao glanced at the mouth of the cannon. There was a bit of gunpowder smoke, and he probably ran into Zerg on the road. The young man in the lead, with short flaxen hair, narrow eyes, and a badge engraved with a planet on each shoulder, was the one who started the video with Hua Jiao. When he saw Hua Jiao, he raised his hand as a standard military salute, with a gentle but firm voice, "Deputy Commander of the 7th Fleet of the Alliance Beta District Supervision Office, Zayatunan." Hua Jiao followed suit and returned the salute. "Hua Jiao. Take you to see the wanted criminal who was arrested first. Trouble." A few minutes later, the group saw Go San and Henry who were bound and thrown on the ground. Under the mottled building walls, the soil was stained with blood, and the 2 of them collapsed on the ground, looking extremely miserable. A round-faced young man named Gao Lang in the team trotted up. He looked at the 2 people in front of him who didn't know anything about people, with bruised noses and swollen faces. He turned his head to look at Hua Jiao, and his tone rose twice in surprise. "They are the ones from before. The 2 people in the video?" Hua Jiao rubbed his nose shyly. "I'm too weak, so it's inevitable that I accidentally let go of my hand when dragging." The 4 members of the team looked at each other. After a long while, Gao Lang smiled with his lips stiffened. "That was quite careless. If you don't let go of your hand 100 or 80 times, neither of them will be able to throw such a ghostly look." Both Go San and Henry are members of the Star Thief group. The difference is that Go San is a newcomer and has not yet appeared on the Alliance's wanted list. The Star Thief group often robs civilian starships in some remote waterways on weekdays, catches men and kills them immediately, and sells women and children on the black market. Each of them bears at least 7 or 8 lives on their backs, which makes people itch with hatred. Over the past few years, the Alliance has been committed to eradicating the Star Thief forces in all directions, but the internal relationship is so intricate that it is difficult to eliminate them in one fell swoop. Therefore, it is still very cool for them to complain about, accidentally, in their hearts. Not only are they cool, but all online players are also cool. Salted fish does not turn over. Ah 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 ah. God. After handing in, the Star Thief actually jumped up to the 1W mission point. When Dog sees God, watching Jiaobao's task point rise from 0 to 3.5W step by step, it's so beautiful. Happy planet, if it wasn't for spending 10,000 mission points to buy a geological detector for my dad, Jiaobao would now have 4.5 W mission points. Horizontal and vertical, Brother Yi, do you have any new tasks after using up the geological detector? Need help? At Happy Planet. Happy Planet, I also want to ask. But now he doesn't even let me watch it on his phone. I don't know what little secret is hidden in it. Lin Yuyue has been recording the plot of the game, and when she saw Yi Heng's answer, she couldn't help touching her forehead in distress. Can I let you see it? After you finish it, you will find that there is no geological monitor in the inventory, so everyone knows that it must not be advertised. 2 weeks ago, Yi Bingcheng was researching the mobile game logged in the laboratory of the inner courtyard. A few hours later, under the eyes of others, a toolbox with a wave geological monitor appeared beside him. Soon, the project team established earlier took the geological monitor away for research, and Yi Bingcheng was also a member of the project team. On Huangxing's side, Gao Lang asked Hu Jiao while putting on special handcuffs for Go San Henry, did you put them both down by yourself? Hu Jiao pulled out the electromagnetic gun from the storage, threw it on the ground with a bang, shrugged and said, the two of them are so good that they can't even keep the gun. In terms of reaction speed, it was not as good as the giant mantis she met when she first came to Desolate Star. Xia Tunan clenched his fist and coughed lightly, Henry's bounty and 110,000 credit points on the Interstellar Most Wanted list. Although Go San is not on the Most Wanted list, he also has a bounty of 50,000 credit points. After confirming the procedure, the reward will be given within 24 hours. The money will be credited to your account. Okay. At this time, the lady in the team, Kong Ying, came out and asked, Hu Jiao, do you really decide to stay in Desolate Star for another half a month? Hu Jiao has regained his status as a free citizen, and they can't intervene if they don't leave Desolate Star. She handed Hu Jiao a bottle of water, and said earnestly, I have to tell you, if you stay on Desolate Star, you will be responsible for any danger you encounter in the next half-month. 178 Desolate Star has become an abandoned planet. Even if you apply for rescue, the rescue team cannot arrive immediately. If the Alliance army sends people to the barren star to clear the Zerg, will they be able to clear it? Of course. Kong Ying dared to say that with their team of 4, it would take a month or 2 to clear all the remaining Zerg on the entire deserted star. But not worth it. An abandoned planet that was originally abandoned, and an abandoned planet that will undergo 100 years of soil deterioration and rapidly widening temperature differences due to the large-scale attack of the Zerg, is not worth the Alliance's waste of firepower. Kong Ying looked directly into Hu Jiao's eyes. We have no right to inquire about your experience in Desolate Star this month, but as a soldier, I cannot put you in a dangerous place. Xia Tunan also added, Hu Jiao, although the high-level Zergs on the barren star have all flown away, the remaining middle and low-level Zergs are not easy for you to deal with alone. I still suggest that you leave with us. Hu Jiao first said thank you, and then said, it's hard to say about the Zerg in other places on the barren star, but the Zerg in the wild forest are not bad, they are all walking around me now. After finishing speaking, she pointed to Henry who had woken up faintly. The corrosion on his body was caused by the venom of the double-headed spider. I have the ability to protect myself for the time being, so I plan to practice for a while in the deserted star for the military academy assessment in a month's time. Gain experience. Xia Tunan was just about to ask about Zerg detours, but when he heard the military academy assessment, he was immediately distracted. Are you going to take the military academy exam? Only the Mecha individual department in the military academy has score requirements for combat assessment subjects, but there is usually a passing grade is enough to get in. Hu Jiao raised his eyes to look at Xia Tunan, and said seriously, I hope to enter the school with the first place among freshmen. After the words fell, she asked again, thank you, Commander, you are young, and you have no pursuit in life? Xia Tunan. I dreamed back to being ridiculed by my mother 10 years ago. X3. When Xia Tunan flew over with a knife, Kong Ying and the 3 of them looked at the sky and the ground, but they didn't look at Bai Yun. Looking at their happy faces, Go-san and Henry were almost suffocated, and blamed themselves for not saying hello to the members of the regiment in order to claim credit. Now that they are in the hands of the Union Army, the only way to go is to shoot them. Xia Tunin glanced at the two, didn't pay much attention, raised his hand and clicked on the optical brain floating screen in front of him a few times. I've sent you the compensation plan, if you have any questions. Have. Hu Jiao had been prepared for a long time, glanced roughly at the compensation plan, and then stretched out 3 fingers. Your compensation plan mainly focuses on credit point compensation, and I'm not bad at the moment. Besides, even if I am poor in money, I am also poor in time and space coins. Seeing Hu Jiao's stable appearance, Kong Ying suddenly became interested. According to the information they filed, when Hu Jiao was in high school, he was excellent in character and learning, introverted and withdrawn, and he couldn't be said to be completely different now. It seems that the month he was forced to stay on the deserted star made this the child grows. Hu Jiao's eyes were clear, and he was not afraid. I only have 3 requests for compensation. Xia Tunin nodded. Tell me about it. Hu Jiao first stretched out an index finger and shook it. First, I hope I can take a look at the mesh that the 4 of you have configured. Xia Tunin and the others looked at each other, a little confused about Hu Jiao's intentions, but they didn't refuse. Anyway, they had mechs in their storage, so it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Thus, Hu Jiao saw 4 B-level mechas that he had never seen before. 2 bird-shaped mechas and 2 animal-shaped mechas. She blinked, and as expected, she saw 4 attribute hints on them again. All 4 mechas have been enchanted, and one of the mechas has a prompt saying that it already has an enchantment with a fit of 100%. The 4th person in the team was Zhou Balin, a mecha maker. He thought Hu Jiao was interested in elite mechas, so he asked with a smile, "Want to come up and touch them?" Hu Jiao asked an irrelevant question, "Does the 2nd-generation greedy wolf mecha have a B level?" It wasn't until she saw the 4 mechas in front of her that she remembered that she hadn't checked the information of the 2nd-generation Tanlang on the Star Network. Zhou Balin shook his head, and reached out to touch Gao Lang's animal-shaped mecha. This is the Shadow Wolf. It is a B-level mecha that has been improved in all aspects based on the performance of the C-level greedy wolf mecha. Whoa! Hu Jiao belatedly realized the role of the little golden god, enchanted by the blue crystal. It upgraded the C-level mecha to a B-level mecha. Xia Tunin took back the mecha, and asked, "What about the 2nd and 3rd requirements?" "Secondly, I hope that you can fight 10 times with me. You can fight 10 times alone, or you can fight 10 times with 4 people." Hu Jiao said. She didn't know when Qin Shu would come. Since there was a ready target, it was useless. "I'll fight with you." Gao Lang volunteered, patted his chest and promised, "The 3 of them beat people up, and I'm sure I'll let you teach you something." Xia Tunin looked at him like a fool, and complained in his heart, fearing that by then you would be cheated by others and there would be no underwear left. Hu Jiao was easy to talk, and nodded with a smile, "Okay." Gao Lang was gearing up, eager to try. "What about the 3rd point?" "You talk about it together, and we will fight after we finish talking. 3rd, I want you to thoroughly investigate the E-level riot I participated in." Hu Jiao looked at Go-san with a difficult expression, but his tone was extremely firm, and said word by word, "I was wronged." Xia Tunin's face turned serious. "According to the confession at the time, you pleaded guilty." "Right. I don't believe it." Hu Jiao said decisively, "Although my head was smashed by Go-san and I don't remember many things, I don't believe that I will participate in the E-level riot. Other people. For a long time, your righteousness comes from the amnesia after your head was smashed. The author has something to say." Chapter 14.014. In fact, Hu Jiao is really not unfounded and confident. Since Go-san came to Desolate Star all the time to find energy mines, how could he guarantee that among the dozens of desolate stars, he would be exiled to 178 desolate stars? Moreover, in the original owner's notepad, she saw the assessment notices of several major military academies that she remembered densely. The original owner was crazy to participate in an E-level riot before graduation. Hu Jiao boiled the water, drank a few sips, moistened his throat. If you don't come to Desolate Star, I plan to appeal after being admitted to the military academy. Gao Lang raised his head and asked, you think you broke into the scene of the riot by accident? But you lost your memory. What if you really went there on your own initiative before you lost your memory? Then I will show you the process from beginning to end. Won't you be embarrassed? Embarrassed? Hu Jiao looked puzzled. If that's the truth, and I've been punished accordingly, why should I be embarrassed? If that's not the truth, others should be embarrassed, right? Other people. You can still be so confident when you lose your memory. Wouldn't you want to fly to the sky if you don't lose your memory? What Hu Jiao said was the truth. It was better to see things clearly in front of his eyes than to be covered in fog so that people could not see clearly. Xie Tunan pulled out the relevant case information from his optical brain and made a promise. Don't worry, I will take full responsibility for this matter and promise to give you an answer before you enroll. The other 3 people in the team looked at each other, not surprised by Xie Tunan's decision. There must be people among them colluding with the star thieves. The deputy commander probably wants to use the review to drag out the people hiding behind them. Whether it is a big fish or a shrimp, as long as there is something to gain. Seeing that the matter was finished, Gao Lang hurriedly raised his hands high. Deputy Commander. I apply to fight Hu Jiao. Xie Tunan agreed, okay. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and asked the other 2 to make room. In the temporary arena, Hu Jiao had just assumed a defensive posture when he raised his eyes and noticed Kong Ying first. She stretched out her arms and easily dragged Go San and Henry out. But when he was about to let go, his hand slipped suspiciously. Bang bang twice. The 2 people, who were already bruised and swollen, faced the ground at a precise angle, and fell heavily, smashing 2 delicate craters in the gravel. Pity. Gao Lang turned his head and heard Hu Jiao say in an extremely regrettable tone, it's a pity that it's a good piece of land. When he turned around again, he heard Kong Ying say in an extremely apologetic tone, sorry, I'm too weak, I accidentally let go. Other people. As the pioneer of accidental release, Hu Jiao raised his hand and gave Kong Ying a resounding thumbs up when he heard Kong Ying's rhetoric. The other 3 men present swallowed in unison. Is the tacit understanding of girls so aggressive? After Hu Jiao gave his thumbs up, he withdrew his hand, rubbed his wrist and raised his eyebrows to look at Gao Lang. First round, come. Gao Lang's face was slightly stiff, and he nodded. Come. Before he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly swept towards his eyes, and the icy cold hit his face. The remaining half of Gao Lang's voice was choked in his throat, and his muscle memory made him raise his hand to block it first. Oops. Gao Lang hurriedly dodged sideways. He lowered his head to look, and unexpectedly, he swept up with the sound of the wind and a ruthless kick. Fuck. Are you so quick? Gao Lang had no choice but to get a hard kick on the chin. 10 minutes later, Xie Tunan quietly announced the result. Gao Lang won the first game. Hu Jiao twisted his restrained arm, and reached out to Gao Lang in front of everyone. Is there any body-soothing fluid? I'll pay for it. Gao Lang was still in the panic of capsizing in the gutter a few minutes before the opening. Seeing this, he couldn't believe it. We just played a game. After finishing speaking, sign a 10 with the index fingers of both hands. 10 minutes. My stamina is 8 to 10 minutes. Hu Jiao said seriously, 10 minutes is indeed the limit. Gao Lang silently took out a box of body-soothing lotion and handed it over. I'll give it to you. Thank you. Hu Jiao took out a body-soothing liquid from the box and poured it into his mouth. She also has soothing fluids bought from the time-space store in her storage, but if she takes them out, it will be troublesome to explain. Moreover, she is not going to confess to the Alliance about the training process for military cadets. First of all, she has only been in StarCraft for a month and a half, and she doesn't have much sense of belonging to the Alliance. Secondly, the logistics department in Xinyuan 6666 didn't know if they had designed too many different programs, so they encountered a variety of hosts. Hu Jiao saw a lot of confidentiality clauses in the cooperation agreement, among which was the inability to complete the task in the form of reporting and cutting corners. Just a bunch of dogs. Come again. Hu Jiao said. Come. Game 2, Game 3, Game 4, Game 7. Gao Lang looked at Hu Jiao, who was exhausted, and smiled. You're going to lose again, ah. Boom. The 1.8-meter tall man was suddenly thrown to the ground, choking on a big mouthful of dirt. Hu Jiao turned back Gao Lang's arm, pressed him to the ground with one knee on his back, and raised his eyebrows. You lost. The slightly raised tone was arrogant and wanton. Gao Lang was still trying to break free, but after trying a few times, he belatedly realized that he couldn't break free. You are so weak, it is impossible to restrain me. Xia Tunan shook his head. You guys just finished 6 games, a total of 1 hour and 20 minutes, and you fought openly and openly. Do you really think you can maintain your initial physical strength? Then my physical strength is stronger than Hu Jiao. Gao Lang suddenly thought of something, his voice became hoarse, his eyes filled with disbelief. Hu Jiao stood up, smiled and reached out to him, pulling him up. Sorry, I lied to you. My limit is within 15 minutes, and my real strength is also twice as large as the peak when I broke out last time. Gao Lang. Those of you who play tactics have a dirty heart. Half an hour later, the 3 of Xia Tunan returned to the starship with the blue-skinned and swollen-faced star bandits and the dejected Gao Lang. Kong Ying kicked Gao Lang. Okay, won't you just lose 3 times, no shame. Gao Lang turned his head quietly. Sister Ying, if you don't share the video with Zhou Balin while laughing, you will appear more sincere. After Zhou Balin was accused by Gao Lang, he changed the subject with a smile. Old Xia, don't you really want to ask about Hu Jiao's experience of staying on Desolate Star for more than a month? Gao Lang also echoed, that's right, there are more than a dozen 3rd and 4th level Zergs we met on the way there. Could it be that we hate Hu Jiao? It may be that you are more hostile. Xia Tunan was reporting the situation with the headquarters of the supervision office on the optical brain, and replied quietly. After it was over, he looked up and glanced at the barren scene outside the starship. Everyone has their own secrets, and it's okay to respect them appropriately on the premise of not endangering the alliance. Moreover, even if they asked, Hu Jiao might not be able to say, it might as well maintain a good relationship like now. Gao Lang still didn't give up, but Kong Ying handed Go San and Henry over to other people on the starship, and turned her head to look at Gao Lang. Hu Jiao's life in the next half-month should not be very dangerous, and the high-level Zerg will not set foot in the attack again within 3 months. There are also planetary outposts in the surrounding lanes, so don't worry. Gao Lang. Who is worried? I'm afraid that if she dies, I won't be able to find her way back. Buzz. He turned on the light brain, and let out a surprise. Brother Xia, Hu Jiao said thank you for the box of soothing liquid I sent, allowing me to try the water element enchantment on the mecha in the virtual star network when I have time. Fuck. She's mocking me, right? Didn't I tell her that the Shadow Wolf mecha has a flame enchantment with a matching rate of 65%? The other 3 looked at each other with puzzled expressions. On the other side, Hu Jiao was relieved to see that the message had been sent. Although she has long decided to provide information about the Phoenix enchantment and the Harvest enchantment to the military department when she has the opportunity, she is not going to use the identity of Hu Jiao to show up. You must know that in the training program for military cadets, 2 vests can get 2 quest lines, and the 2 quest lines represent double spacetime coins. It is obvious how to choose. In the second week, when Hu Jiao was insisting on doubling his physical training, the player-specific light screen appeared again. But this one is a little different. In the past, there were often several different players on the light screen, but now there is only Qin Shu alone. Ancient Earth player Qin Shu, active soldier, invites you to enter the virtual room Z1001 of the Virtual Star Network Mech Training Hall. Hu Jiao knew about the virtual room in the Mecha training hall, which was usually used for a separate confrontation between two people who had made an appointment in advance. Training in the virtual star network mainly trains a person's combat awareness. During the period, the individual's physical fitness will always be maintained at the initial state, which is very suitable for the current self. Back at the residence, Hu Jiao asked Yuan and Jingye to guard the gate, while he lay on the bed and picked up the holographic helmet. Interested players. The screen went black all of a sudden. As soon as Hu Jiao put on the holographic helmet, the optical brain on his wrist was deeply connected with the holographic helmet, and immediately after that, a crackling notification sound exploded in his ears. Looking at Hu Jiao again, although she closed her eyes, she had appeared in the foggy hood in the central hall a minute ago. In front of her eyes was a large light screen corresponding to the real light brain, on which there were dozens of reminders to add Nan Bowen's friends. Out of a bunch of unfamiliar names, only two are familiar, Jiang Cancan and Jiang Canyang. She clicked through, but the other party didn't send a message. At this time, it was still early morning on the other side of Capital Star, so the Jiang family siblings who had been squatting for 2 weeks missed the first communication. Before Hu Jiao stepped out of the hood, he first saw a post in Jiang Canyang's friend space that was updated 2 days ago. Jiang Canyang, find someone with 150,000 credits. Hurry up. Picture. Hu Jiao clicked on the picture and raised his eyebrows in surprise. The picture shows the entire mission area in the central hall, and the words 04, 25, 35, 65, and 89 are almost exactly the same. Looking for people, Nan Bowen, provide photos and target locations, commission credits. Hu Jiao stayed where he was for a while, put one hand in his pocket, and put on the jacket hat with the other, then stepped out of the hood and appeared in the crowd. She walked through 7 or 8 people openly, and walked slowly to the counter where the task was delivered. There is a double-sided light screen in front of the counter. On the front, employers are ranked according to the total amount of commissions. The number on the back shows 300W for the person who ranks the first. People, the numbers behind it show 27W. After Hu Jiao saw the ranking, he instantly changed his mind. The staff at the counter is a male android. He asked while activating the soundproof protection device, please provide the mission code. There is a soundproof protection device, and the people around can't hear the conversation between Hu Jiao and him. Hu Jiao glanced at 27W on the back light screen, and asked, can we hand in the missing person tasks 04, 25, 35, 65, and 89 together? On the opposite side, the working AI was a little dazed, and soon, he broadcast a report, tasks 04, 25, 35, 65, and 89 are all looking for Nan Bowen, and they can be handed in together. After he finished speaking, he added, just provide one photo and target location for 5 missions. Hu Jiao took a profile photo of himself including the background of the central hall with the shooting function of the virtual optical brain, and submitted it. One photo, the target location is the central hall, and the next location is the Central Street Mech Training Hall. Working AI. His electronic eye scanned for half a day, and he even suspected that the portrait recognition in the program had made a mistake. Otherwise, can the person who handed in the task look the same as the person found in the task? The scariest thing is, the opponent can also predict the next position of the target. Please confirm anonymous delivery or real name delivery. Anonymous delivery is, and real name delivery is Nan Bowen. Hu Jiao felt that using Nan Bowen's name to deliver the task of finding Nan Bowen was too silly. Real name delivery. Quickly hand over Nan Bowen's ID code. After the job AI scanned the name, it became numb with humanization. Tasks 04, 25, 35, 65, 89 have been delivered, and after the system evaluation, they are correct and confirmed on behalf of the employer. The commission will be transferred to the personal account within 3 minutes, please pay attention check. Thanks. A minute later, Hu Jiao walked out of the central hall feeling refreshed and full of energy. As soon as he took 2 steps, there were suddenly 3 or 4 people complaining from behind him, and one of them was the most obvious. Who the handed in all the tasks? One set of agreed tasks. You sneakily ate all the meat. Fuck. Look, the task list has been refreshed. Nan Bowen took the 56W commission and airborne first. After a moment of dead silence inside, the noise that erupted again almost toppled the dome of the hall. After a while, someone rushed out and scolded angrily, "Nan Bowen, you lack great virtue." Hu Jiao coughed lightly, and quickly left the scene amidst the commotion behind him. At the same time, he reached out and pulled down the hood of the jacket again. On the optical brain on the wrist, a line of words is particularly obvious. Alliance account 4535 ******* 1949, remitted credits 560,000, post-transaction balance 942,011 credits. The author has something to say. Deposit category initial deposit, 1.2W, selling enchantments and labor costs, 21W, catching star robbers X2, 16W, delivery tasks, 56W. Chapter 15.015. In the virtual room, a whole light screen hangs on the wall. The league standings are displayed on the left side of the light screen, the virtual combat zone is displayed on the right side, and a huge 4:6 is displayed in the middle. Hu Jiao looked down along 4:6, and saw 2:7, 110, 110, 010, 010, a total of 5 historical records below. For 4 full hours, except for 8 o'clock in the middle, she went offline to deal with a nutritional supplement, and they spent the rest of the time practicing fighting in the simulation room. In the 10 games in the next round, there may not necessarily be 6:4, but there must be 5:5. Hu Jiao looked away confidently and raised his hand, "Teacher, come again." "I'm not coming." Qin Shu rubbed his temples, seeing that Hu Jiao's eyes were full of fighting spirit, he couldn't help it, and asked, "Aren't you tired?" Hu Jiao was taken aback, "I'm not tired, I found a comfortable sleeping position on the bed before wearing the holographic helmet." Qin Shu touched his forehead with his fingers, "I mean mentally tired, tired after bursts of tingling pain." In fact, as early as half an hour ago, his spirit was very tired. It cannot be said that he has reached the limit, but he is indeed uncomfortable. He also didn't expect that 4 hours in the virtual practice room would be more tiring than staying up for days and nights to perform tasks. Not tired. Hu Jiao shook his head, very active, able to play active for hundreds of rounds. Qin Shu thought that the planning probably added all of Jiaobao's physical parameters to his spirit. Wait. A certain image flashed through his mind unexpectedly, and he couldn't help but look at Jiaobao seriously. After corresponding with the people in the picture, Qin Shu suddenly understood the reason why he felt Jiaobao looked familiar last time. Jiaobao's facial features are a bit like the engineer he met a few years ago who was in charge of optimizing the exoskeleton system. What is his name? Seems to be called Huiyu. Seeing that Qin Shu was really tired, Hu Jiao no longer forced himself, "Teacher, can we meet at Huanglongsing after we get off the assembly line?" No. Because of the interactive restrictions of the mobile game, Qin Shu couldn't answer too many questions, and he couldn't tell Jiaobao that the virtual room was his default item. According to the properties of the item, the moment he leaves the room, he will also leave the game and reappear in the laboratory of the research institute. Hu Jiao felt a pity that she couldn't give Qin Shu a gift even on the virtual star network. "Teacher, do you like mechs?" Qin Shu hesitated a little, "I like it." He rather likes watching sci-fi movies, but he has never touched a mecha. Hu Jiao smiled, "Then I will try to give you a mecha as a gift." Qin Shu was slightly taken aback by Hu Jiao's smile. Very strange. Although rationality told him that this was a program written by the mobile game planner early in the morning, but seeing Jiaobao's wholehearted preparation to buy him a gift, he felt a little touched again. "Thank you." Qin Shu heard him say. "It's not mecha, but thanks for the cell repair fluid and geological detector. Judging from the news released so far, a certain pain point solved by the drug research team and a billion-dollar oil field just surveyed by the engineering team are all related to Jiabao's gift. Soon, Qin Shu left, and the 20-square-meter virtual room also appeared somewhat empty. Hu Jiao originally planned to go offline and kill a few Zergs in the wild star to suppress the excited blood, but before going out, her eyes suddenly swept to the virtual combat area on the light screen. In the virtual combat zone, there are dungeons of different difficulties and real-life PK arenas. Because the internal system is shared with the military academies of the entire alliance, military academies can earn points here and participate in the rankings of the entire alliance. Hu Jiao decisively clicked on the green button in the virtual combat zone, where to fight is not to fight, let's talk after fighting first. The content of the light screen changed suddenly, and a row of mecha types available for viewing appeared in front of me. From left to right, there were 4 types from D to S. After testing, the Henan Bowen account entered the trial area for the first time. Please confirm the level of the mech you will use. S. Sorry, your points are 0, mech level is limited to B, C, D. Hu Jiao. You have a program, do you have to pant when you speak? B. As soon as the words fell, the other levels of mechas disappeared on the light screen, and the 6 types of mechas below the B-level mechas emerged one by one, including 2 light, medium, and heavy mechas. Hu Jiao saw the mecha used by the 4 of Xia Tunan inside, and the shadow wolf used by Gao Lang was classified as a light mecha. It has a pure black wolf-shaped armor body with smooth contour lines. It is equipped with 2 particle cannons on the top, assault stabs and lightsabers on the left and right respectively, and a whole row of energy wave torpedoes on the bottom. As a light mecha, its advantage is that it is faster and more agile, but its disadvantage is that it sacrifices most of its defense to increase its firepower. Therefore, the Shadow Wolf mecha is generally used by scouts or assaulters. Hu Jiao, I choose the 3 Shadow Wolf mecha. The screen flashed again, and a tall wolf-shaped mech materialized in front of her. The self-selection mode is turned on, please confirm. A. Arena PK, B-level, B. Zerg Dungeon, B-level. Hu Jiao understood, because she picked a B-level mecha, so the opponents in the ring PK and the dungeons she will face are all B-level. Zerg copy. Hu Jiao said. Zerg Dungeon Level B has been generated, belonging to the 3rd Division. Dungeon background, this is an abandoned steel city that was attacked by Zerg. At present, there are still hundreds of 2nd level and 3rd level Zerg left in the city. Breakthrough task, kill all Zerg in the city. Rating classification, task completion time, city preservation integrity. Before breaking through the level, please confirm whether to add enchantment to the mech. You can make enchantment by yourself or by enchantment in the store. The enchanters of the entire alliance usually test the compatibility between enchantment and virtual mecha in the combat zone. Once the enchantment is applied incorrectly, resulting in a decrease in the performance parameters of the virtual mech, spending a certain amount of credits can restore the virtual mech to its original performance, which is much more cost-effective than directly enchanting the mech in reality. However, whether the performance is high or low, you can't see it after entering the dungeon. The enchanter must rely on killing monsters to calculate the parameter changes of different performances. Therefore, the League has always had a saying. An excellent mech soldier is not necessarily a good enchanter, but an excellent enchanter is definitely an excellent mech soldier. Hu Jiao thought of the shui attribute prompt he had just seen on Gao Lang's Shadow Wolf mecha during the day, and suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. Since the last Jin Shenyu enchantment can upgrade a C-level mecha to a B-level mecha, can making another Water God Gonggong enchant make the B-level mecha also upgrade? An hour later, Hu Jiao stood in the central area of an abandoned steel city driving the enchanted Shadow Wolf mecha. Looking from the bottom up, you can see that in its enchantment slot, there is an extra orange enchantment, engraved with a humanoid pattern with a human face, a snake body, and long hair. Take a closer look. There are also two small characters engraved on the long hair. Zhu Fa. Just very naughty. Hu Jiao couldn't see the changes in the performance parameters of the mecha, and after getting used to the attacking operation of the Shadow Wolf, he raised his eyes to look at the current dungeon environment. Dilapidated walls and ruins, depression and desolation. The round pool of the fountain in front had already dried up, and there were pools of black blood on the bottom of the pool, as well as a few sporadic fragments of zerg. Across the mecha, one could still smell the unique sour smell of the zerg. Others may find the smell and sight disgusting when they come for the first time, but for Hu Jiao, who has been sweeping the wild forest for a month, the zerg fragments in the B-level dungeon are not enough to look at. It is too clean. There is nothing fancy about the bugs in the wild forest. There are 3 waves of this bug swarm. A mechanical sound came. The first wave of zerg is about to appear, please be prepared. There are a total of 100 zergs. They may be hiding in the building, they may be hiding underground, they are everywhere, or they may be hiding under your feet. Boom! Chirp! Dozens of giant earthworm-like zergs suddenly drilled out from the ground, spraying the poisonous green slime straight at Hu Jiao, who just flew away from the ground and retreated quickly. Hu Jiao's spirit was highly concentrated. While manipulating the mecha to avoid the attack, he drew out his lightsaber and turned the muzzle direction of the particle cannon. Only 2 bangs and bangs were heard, and the particle cannon was fired violently, followed by the energy sword shining with silver light, stabbing fiercely at the 100 or so zerg that were sneaking up. At the same moment, a blue phantom surrounded by water jets loomed in the sky above the Shadow Wolf mecha. After firing 2 shots in a row, Shadow Wolf suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, violent artillery fire exploded in the center of the zerg. Hundreds of zergs were reduced to ashes in the monstrous flames before they could whine, and the crackling and scorching sound was mixed with some kind of strange sour meat fragrance. At the same moment, the entire ground in the Steel City trembled, and the ferocious cracks spread like dominoes one by one, 10 to 100, and the gully that shook from the middle also quickly expanded like the sides. High-rise buildings collapsed, buildings fell, and a stubbornly standing city sank and buried at a rapid rate as if it had been blasted abruptly. Those zerg who were hiding underground, waiting for an opportunity to move, were also mercilessly swallowed by the raging fire in shock and bewilderment. They were at a loss, and Hu Jiao was even more at a loss. The entire Steel City has collapsed. Can the dungeon mission continue? Shouldn't the completeness of the copy be directly reset to 0? Tens of seconds later, the people who were competing for the rankings on the Star Network saw a newcomer replace the 100th place in the rankings of the B-level dungeon as soon as the dungeon came out. It is not uncommon for them to be airborne every year, but looking at the ranking information of the newcomers, each of them is still dumbfounded and suspicious of life. No. 100 Nanboan. Copy grade, B. Armor grade, S. Mission completion time, 15 seconds, rated S+, new level. Copy completeness, -60%, rating F, new level. Comprehensive evaluation, D. System comment, the main business is blasting, and the sideline is insecticide. Other people. It's outrageous, he even made the mecha training system create 2 new levels at the same time. Etc. Etc., etc. Are they dazzled? Why did a B-level dungeon show up with an S-level mecha? The author has something to say. The next chapter will be V. I hope everyone can continue to support it. The recommended column is pre-accepted, relying on learning to build infrastructure on Earth. Click the column to read the copy. Chapter 16.016. Number 100. Hu Jiao didn't see anything else, he only saw the number 1 with 2 zeros on the tail, and said directly, Zerg copy, continue. The customer service was silent for a while. A mechanical electronic sound came, Nan Bowen, after testing, there are bugs in your mech level and dungeon level. Currently, the dungeon system is undergoing internal self-checking, and login is restricted within 3 hours. The platform has issued 300 green crystal energy stones as compensation, sorry. Compensating for 300 green crystals is not compensating for 300 orange crystals. Hu Jiao forgot after hearing it, but was reminded by the customer service, only to see with a delay that there is an S-class mech under number 100. The B-level mecha just now was upgraded to an S-level mecha after being enchanted with an orange crystal. The corner of Hu Jiao's mouth curled up, and he snapped his fingers. You really deserve to be me. Of course, I am proud of my pride, and I am not too complacent. She knows very well in her heart that the performance improvement of the mecha in the virtual star network can usually double the performance improvement in reality. Moreover, it would take her half an hour to draw an orange crystal enchantment in the virtual star network, and it would take days and nights to say the least in reality. As long as one detail is wrong in the middle, the enchantment will be completely scrapped. In reality, there are not many orange crystals in total, so it is impossible to use them for practice. Hu Jiao looked again at the account that was restricted from logging in, and didn't bother to create a new account, so he simply opened the door and walked out of room D1001. Boss! As soon as she came out, suddenly someone rushed up like a cannonball. Hu Jiao subconsciously started, and directly gave the other party a big gift bag with arms folded. Boom! The sound effects in the virtual star network have always been very reliable, and the heavy impact sound in reality is like copying and pasting. Woo! Payazan covered his face with his hands, as if he had been betrayed by someone. Boss, you are so cruel. I guarded you for 4 hours. The firecracker paused, and yelled heart-piercingly, the hairstyle I just made is ruined. Hu Jiao was speechless. It's just a virtual image, wouldn't it be enough for you to paw it twice with your hands? Firecracker. Can you be a little theatrical? Just as Hu Jiao was about to avoid the showman's firecrackers on the ground, he suddenly saw Jiang Cancan, who was wearing rainbow-colored dreadlocks, rushing up 3 steps in 2 steps. Jiang Cancan kicked the showman who was lying on the ground while cursing in a low voice, idiot. Keep your voice down. You're afraid that Mr. Nan is not famous enough, and people outside won't hear you. Hu Jiao lowered his head to look. The showman Pao Zhan no longer covered his face, and there wasn't even a single tear on his face, with clear eyebrows and eyes showing. Jiang Canyang. The gossip guy I saw in the mech shop last time was especially good at talking. It was also a big employer who had just received a bounty of more than 100,000 for missing persons a few hours ago. Jiang Canyang got up from the ground, and the first thing he did was take out the mirror to look at his hairstyle, and after a few licks, he replied, I'm very smart, I just called the boss directly. You too. Hu Jiao had just started, and the two of them stared at him immediately. It was a very familiar look, she had seen it several times in school in her previous life. Hu Jiao didn't change his face, and asked, you two asked me to buy enchantments. Buy, X2. Okay. Hu Jiao raised his hands and put on the hood of his jacket, half covering his face, go out and find a mecha store, and I'll draw for you on the spot. Jiang Cancan grabbed Hu Jiao's arm, looked back and forth mysteriously, and stretched out his hand to push open the door next to D1001. Boss, we have booked several virtual rooms before and after. Let's do it directly in the room and don't go out for the time being. While talking, Jiang Cancan led Hu Jiao into the door. A few hours ago, Jiang Canyang saw Nan Bowen handing in the task in person, and immediately ran to the next door to wake Jiang Cancan up. The two of them quickly lay down in the virtual cabin, and as soon as they logged into the Star Network, they rushed to the Mecha Training Hall. Although the Jiang family is the largest shareholder of the Mecha Training Hall, they couldn't find any information about the guests. Therefore, Jiang Cancan saw that no one was found in the public area, so he found a few virtual rooms that had just started up with a wave of his hand, and waited one by one. The two of them were waiting in different virtual rooms, when they suddenly saw that the list of top 100 players in the B-level dungeon had been replaced by a different person, and there was also a bug that the level of the mecha did not match. Take a closer look. Fuck. Big Brother Nan. Jiang Canyang closed the door, glanced at the hat Hu Jiao was wearing, and shook his head. "Brother Nan, it doesn't work if you wear a hat." He called up the photos in his light brain and showed Hu Jiao, "You just landed 100th in the standings, and your position is not conspicuous, but your time to pass the level and the level of your mecha are the only ones, blinding people's eyes. There is a large group of people here, and they are all discussing why you can drive an S-level mecha to play a B-level copy." Hu Jiao glanced at the photo with his head tilted. The hall inside presents a cyberpunk design as a whole. The 12 mecha models represent 12 virtual room categories, like the D1002 they are currently staying in. After swiping the ID code on A, the person will appear in corridor D. After seeing the gathered crowd clearly, Hu Jiao raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Although I guessed that there would be people, I really didn't expect there to be thousands of people. The average daily flow of people in the training hall is more than 100,000. Jiang Kanyang explained. In Xingyuan 3036, under the eyes of the Zerg, people gradually no longer value singing and dancing stars, but instead become fans of soldiers, scientists, etc. Their enthusiasm for mechas is also increasing day by day. Therefore, the mecha training halls on various planets are always full of people. No wonder. Hu Jiao thought, no wonder she created a dungeon. The military school student training program can complete the task of creating a new enchanter, after the fledgling enchanter, allowing her to earn 10,000 spacetime coins all at once. There are many onlookers, so it is naturally famous, and there are naturally many spacetime coins. Jiang Kanyang couldn't stop talking as soon as he explained, "Brother Nan, let me tell you, this is because many people think that there is a bug in the system, otherwise there would be more people. Of course, there are some people who come here. I just want to see the legendary Nan Dao who made the 100% matching wind wing enchantment. After confirming your identity, their bet some time ago will also be able to determine the winner. By the way, Nan Dao, I and you said the opening, it." Hu Jiao thought of the black sweater brothers he saw in the mecha shop last time, and he didn't intend to give Jiang Kanyang room to continue to play. He turned his head and stretched out his hand to Jiang Kankan, and said succinctly, "Virtual energy stone." Jiang Kanyang. Just too much. While complaining, he also secretly slapped himself. He originally wanted to ask Hu Jiao to drive an S-level mecha in a B-level dungeon. Is it a system bug or what earth-shattering enchantment did she do? The boss accepts the appointment or not, so that when he is admitted to the military academy next month, he can also find the boss to enchant the mecha. Result. He didn't expect that the more he spoke, the more excited he would be, and the second sentence deviated from the main line. Jiang Kankan took out the virtual green crystal energy stone prepared early in the morning, and started the enchanting production station in the virtual space. After Hu Jiao took over the energy stone, she asked with anticipation, "Master Nan, my real mecha is also a wind machine. Do you sell reality enchantment? I will buy it for any amount." Hu Jiao casually grabbed a chair and sat down, picked up the carving knife on the crafting table, and while contemplating how to draw a phoenix, he asked, "How many credits are there for reality enchantment?" Hu Jiao checked the enchantments on StarNet a few times at the beginning, and then he focused on killing the Zerg and didn't read the relevant information anymore. Now he was directly taken aback by the inflated prices. She couldn't help asking, can an ordinary person with 7 million demons afford it? Judging from the information of the military academies, several major military academies will assign a D-level or C-level mecha to the students. As for the enchantment, the students have to buy it themselves. 7 million. The average student can't afford it. Jiang Kanyang shut up feeling uncomfortable, and hurriedly answered, "It definitely won't work at the beginning. Later, the Enchanter Guild and the army will disclose the enchanting patterns. As more enchanters do enchanting, the price will go down. Sometimes, in order to save money, the mech masters will I can also do it myself, like Principal Pei Feng's first 100% fit flame enchantment, the pattern was released early in the morning, and now, you can buy a green crystal enchantment with 3,000 credits. Although the cost of a green crystal power stone is 100 credits, drawing enchantments, especially those with 100% compliance, consumes a lot of energy of the enchanter, and the price of 3,000 credits is quite affordable. Jiang Ken was so addicted to babbling that he couldn't close his mouth at all. Of course, Principal Pei Feng is an exception, and the prices of other enchanting models are now tens of thousands of credits, like the C-class machine that was fired to 7 million credits armor enchantment, because the enchanter is still unwilling to reveal the enchanting pattern, so the price has been kept at around 1 million, let alone ordinary people, and the army does not. Ever since he sat down, Hu Jiao felt that his ears were on vacation in the sound of Jiang Kanyang's trumpet, and Jiang Kanyang had another problem: he could turn around 9 twists and 18 turns when he was talking. In a short time, he has extended from not buying in the army to the life of the enchanter, and then to the military academy that the other party graduated from, the senior military academy, and so on. Fortunately, at the back, Jiang Kankan was afraid that Jiang Kanyang would disturb her, so he covered his mouth cleanly, letting her breathe a long sigh of relief. 5 minutes later, Hu Jiao handed Jiang Kankan the green crystal enchantment that had engraved the phoenix, 6,000 credit points, transfer directly to the account. Jiang Kankan and Jiang Kanyang looked at each other, dumbfounded. 6,000 credits? So cheap, are you doing charity? Hu Jiao nodded. Virtual enchantment will charge you 3,000 credits for the market price after promotion, but for real enchantment I can't mail it for the time being. You can go back and draw a phoenix yourself. Anyway, my own painting has a 100% fit, and I will charge you another 3,000 credits. Pattern information fee. Jiang Kankan looked down, only to find that the pattern on the green crystal enchantment was not hidden. Wait. Is the big bird on the energy stone originally called Phoenix? Could it be that Mr. Nan gave his own name? Nan, Big Brother Nan. Jiang Kankan withdrew his divergent thoughts about the phoenix, and opened his mouth. Currently there are only 2 types of enchantments with a matching degree of greater than or equal to 50% for the Windwing Mecha. For virtual enchantments, you can sell them for 200,000 credits before they are promoted. If it doubles, someone will buy it. Hu Jiao waved his hand. No need, the 200,000 I paid last time was purely for fun. I didn't expect Jiang Kanyang to actually buy it. Jiang Kanyang. Can you catch the boss if you don't buy it? Hu Jiao ignored Jiang Kanyang's resentful gaze, and continued. After the military department and the Enchanters Association announced the enchanting pattern to the public, the market price of the virtual phoenix enchantment is only a few thousand credit points at the highest, and if it is lower, it may only be a few hundred credit points. Really counting, I charged you 3,000 credits, which is not too low. Jiang Kanyang opened his eyes wide. Brother Nan, has the Enchanters Guild contacted you yet? What conditions did they give you? You asked me a few days ago. I can get the first few enchanters who have made 100% matching enchantments. I will tell you all the rewards. I will never let you suffer. The military and the Enchanters Guild cannot force enchanters to publish enchanting patterns. In the past few decades, except for Principal Pei Feng, the remaining few enchanters have received generous remuneration from the Enchanters Guild. The reason for a huge profit. No contact yet. Just after Hu Jiao finished speaking, he suddenly thought of the list of friend applications he saw when he logged in, and added naturally, it's also possible that I have applied for friends but I didn't see it. Jiang Kanyang and Jiang Kankan. Jiang Kankan pursed her lips. Master Nan, are you not afraid that I will take this pattern to claim credit? Hu Jiao had already stood up and was about to go offline. Hearing this, relying on the Tanan Boan vest, he said very straightforwardly, it's okay if you can see them, and by the way, tell them that the greedy wolf mecha can be enchanted with harvesting. The shadow wolf mecha can be enchanted with Gonggong. I will download it. Goodbye. Hu Jiao went offline so fast that neither Jiang Kankan nor Jiang Kanyang could react. The two were stunned for a long time, and looked at each other. The next moment, they almost said in unison, Rushu enchantment. Gonggong enchantment. What is that? All the players on Earth are also shocked, but their shock point is not the same as that of the Jiang family siblings. Happy planet? Happy planet, I thought that Jiaobao could dominate the interstellar world by making enchantments, but Jiaobao actually said it without hiding anything. CG, but there is a problem. Happy planet, sir, please speak. For seasons, I remember the background of the mobile game saying that in Xingyuan 3036, people have experienced almost 1,000 years of artillery fire, and the culture has broken down early. Do they really know Phoenix, Isho, and Gonggong? Other players. There is no way to refute. When they downloaded the mobile game, they looked at the background. As a human from Earth, Jiaobao traveled to the deserted star with a clear goal, that is to grow from a military cadet reserve to an excellent military cadet. In the background, it seems that the cultural gap was really mentioned, and during the time when Jiaobao was in the deserted star, it seems that he did not check the relevant history on the internet. Hu Jiao didn't seem to, she really didn't check it, so she subconsciously felt that she could just say the name. As for how to draw it, it was up to them, and the reason for saying it so readily. It's also very simple. In her opinion, whether it is Phoenix, Rushu, or Gonggong, she drew the light of her predecessors. Since improving the power of the mecha can benefit the country and the people, it doesn't matter to tell the military and the enchanting guild. Of course, there was a second reason why she would say it directly. The identities of the citizens of the Alliance in the virtual star network are managed by the AI mastermind. Unless the citizens make mistakes, even the Council of the Alliance has no right to obtain personal information. The E-level riot records in her information have been cleared long ago, and with the privacy protection of the military cadet training program, she is not afraid of being stripped of her vest. At that time, Nan Bowen and Hu Jiao will each have a first place, which is very beautiful after a little thought. Hu Jiao lay on the bed for a while, and suddenly thought of several other employers, so she reached out and turned on her light brain to ask them what they wanted. When she just opened the contact list, a simple virtual map of Huangxing popped up in her light brain. At the same time, the broadcast sound inside the optical brain sounded. The following is an earthquake forecast information. Beta District, 178 Desolate Star, a magnitude 9.1 earthquake will occur at 9 hours 20 minutes and 33 seconds on September 25th. Please go to the safe point and wait patiently for the people in the following earthquake areas, thank you. Hu Jiao saw from the map that the area where the earthquake occurred was located at the other end of the deserted star, and it would not affect the surroundings of the deserted forest and the residents. And she smiled and shook her head. It's been a week since the earthquake happened, and I should have been sitting on the starship that left Desolate Star by then. Earth, Nansher. Anaya gasped in surprise, and hurriedly turned around to share with the other 3 roommates in the dormitory. Sisters, what a coincidence, we had an earthquake drill at night, and Jiaobao also received the earthquake prediction broadcast. We are still different from Jiaobao. Zhu Yuanyuan chewed gum while shaking her phone. Jiaobao is equipped with geological testing equipment on Desolate Star, which can predict a week in advance. Don't worry, we can't, we have to work hard exercise, so that when an earthquake really occurs, we can race against time to save our lives. Their school attaches great importance to earthquake drills, not to mention once a week, but also once a month. Although the notice was urgent and late, they accepted it well. The head of the dormitory poked his head from the bed, but the geological testing equipment is in the game, and the fantasy game doesn't need to have a scientific basis. Let alone a week in advance, planning and writing a year in advance will do. The roommate who was reading a book answered, to predict earthquakes, first of all, there must be technology that can give an accurate estimate of a certain amount of underground accumulation, and then there must be professional equipment that can go deep underground. The average radius of the Earth is about 6,370 kilometers. The longest depth we humans have explored now seems to be less than 100 kilometers. I think that after hundreds of years of technological development in the future, it may be possible to predict earthquakes long in advance. Anaya followed suit. It doesn't take hundreds of years, maybe decades. Now there are people who can predict 100 seconds in advance. After finishing speaking, she looked up at the head of the dormitory again, and said helplessly, "Brother Meng, please get out of bed quickly, don't wait until the alarm is over and you haven't left the dormitory yet." I'm watching gossip. The head of the dormitory said as he got out of bed, I just saw someone broke the news that the population of a town in Huayan City was transferred on a large scale an hour ago. At present, this news has not been fermented on the internet, but there are people in the town sneaking around. Said that the leader told them that there will be an earthquake, and the town is the source of the earthquake, and now they are all lined up to stay at a safe place, and the content was deleted as soon as I finished reading it. Zhu Yuanyuan said indifferently, a large-scale earthquake drill will be held in the country tonight. The leaders of their town may want to save trouble. Let people do the drill in advance. Maybe. The head of the dormitory didn't confirm, bent over to put on the shoes, and said, but I saw someone move the screenshots, and many outsiders laughed at us in the comment area. Although the residents of the town were very low-key when they were transferred, some rumors were leaked after all, and they were taken out of context to make a fuss. Anaya curled her lips, they have nothing to laugh at. Whether it is sooner or later, it shows that we attach importance to earthquakes. A few days ago, we discovered new oil fields and made progress in cancer cell research. They must be envious and jealous. Last week, domestic happy events continued, with achievements in everything from medical care to geology. Anaya is usually a salted fish, but when something happens, she is also honored. Zhu Yuanyuan also laughed. I asked my mother about cancer cells yesterday, and my mother said that although the announced progress seemed small, it actually solved a relatively important pain point, and it was definitely announced. Only a fraction of what the research team actually has. The four people were talking, when suddenly, a harsh and rapid siren sounded without warning. Ah! A sound looped, echoing throughout the urban area, making everyone feel a sense of urgency. The four of Anaya quickly opened the door, and ran downstairs step by step according to the escape methods they usually learned. A week later, amid similar sirens, Hua Jiao boarded the starship sent by the supervision office to Desolate Star. What she didn't know was that at this very moment, the whole planet was discussing a piece of news from the previous few days. At 1 hour 1 minute and 56 seconds on X, a 7.8 magnitude earthquake occurred in Lanheng Town, Huayan City, the focal depth. The focus of people's discussion is in the second half of the news. Casualties, 0. The author has something to say. A reader in the comments section asked why Jiao Bao didn't sell more credits to buy gifts for the Earth. Let me explain that you can only use spacetime coins to buy gifts for players on Earth. Can't buy gifts. Chapter 17. 017. The small lifeboat dispatched by the supervision office to Desolate Star successfully rushed out of the atmosphere after a few times of acceleration, and then made 2 space transitions. It entered the OW region from the Beta area. The cabin windows are reflecting the figures inside and the gorgeous and vast nebula outside. On the way, planetary outposts are hidden in the nebula, guarding the entire central star field at all times, preventing the Zerg from taking advantage of it. OM. Hua Jiao withdrew his gaze from the window, and looked down at the page popped up by the optical brain on his wrist. With the signal of the star network, several web pages and chat boxes also popped up at the same time, shining white light. She saw the person in charge of the Enchanters Guild asking for a meeting time, thought about it, typed on the virtual keyboard, and sent a few time points when she was free. Soon, the two made an appointment to meet on the virtual star network. Hua Jiao had a good impression of the person in charge of the Enchanters Guild. After hearing her say that she wanted her identity to be kept secret, the other party kept an appropriate distance during the next few exchanges, and did not ask any questions related to reality. Comfortable. After closing the chat box, Hua Jiao glanced at the web page about the 178 Desolate Stars earthquake that popped up together. After reading roughly, reach out and click on the planet icon on the bottom bar of the page, and change the coordinates from Beta District, 178 Desolate Star to AL District Capital Star. Looking at the newly refreshed web page, she couldn't help but think of the wave geology detector that she gave Teacher Yi some time ago. From the perspective of Teacher Ye's professionalism, those outstanding seniors in China must be able to research out a geological detector that is more in line with the geology of the country. Following Hua Jiao's movements of flipping the web page, the online players also saw the desolate star earthquake web page jumped out by the light brain. Chicken pecks rice faster than you. I saw the earthquake forecast in the mobile game, and suddenly thought of the earthquake in my house last week. Woo woo woo, I shouldn't have scolded the government for acting like that. The old building in my house collapsed. If it wasn't the government let us go to the resettlement site a few hours earlier, I may have buried it in the ground. Cack. Happy Planet, are you in Huayan City? Do you need to donate food and drink? Chicken pecks rice faster than you. No, our local government responds very quickly, otherwise I wouldn't be here to play games. Happy Planet, that's fine. It is said that we also feel the shock, but I feel like a dead pig when I fall asleep. A week ago in the morning, when the news of the earthquake in Huayan City came out, people all over the country were praying for the local people, but no one expected that what awaited them turned out to be a huge surprise. In Lanheng Town, Huayan City, which is extremely densely populated, in the 7.8 magnitude earthquake that day, the number of casualties was 0. Looking at the 0 in the casualty statistics report and seeing the smiles on the faces of the people in the disaster area in the video, the people of the whole country were both surprised and happy. No one was killed or injured in the earthquake, not a single person. However, after the surprise, many people have new puzzles. As we all know, the buildings in Lanheng Town, Huayan City are very old, and most of them are not very earthquake resistant, and the earthquake occurred at 1 o'clock in the morning, which is a time when many people are asleep. Casualties? The news reports about the earthquake in Lanheng Town, Huayan City attracted the attention of not only the people in China, but also other countries. They were all speculating whether the earthquake prediction was an unknown new technological invention being carried out by Manhwa. After checking and checking, although they didn't find any new technological inventions, they found a weird mobile game that was secretly researched. As soon as the person sent came in wearing a vest, they saw players in the chat channel discussing earthquakes. Content. Happy Planet, you said that the local government transferred the people early because it was a coincidence of the earthquake drill, or did we also produce a low-end version of the geological detector in our country? Salted fish does not stand up. The former, my roommate gave me a popular science on the pain points of earthquake prediction. Our country has not yet predicted earthquakes 1 hour in advance. It is impossible to jump directly to a few hours in advance, right? That's too bad. Chicken pecks rice faster than you. I think the latter is more likely. I had a private discussion with my friends. At that time, the government was very firm when they asked us to transfer. We guessed that the large-scale earthquake drill in China was for this time. Earthquake prediction is used as a cover. If the prediction is not accurate, it will be treated as a drill. If the prediction is accurate, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of lives will be lost. Domestic players looked at the discussion in the chat channel and couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Looking at it this way, the possibility of the latter is indeed very high. Moreover, the country just discovered a new oil field worth more than 1 billion yuan a while ago. Since the geological detector in the mobile game can survey oil fields and predict earthquakes, their country can definitely do it too. To paraphrase what they used to say, make progress quietly and surprise the world. Domestic players chatted happily and imagined happily, while foreign players were a little confused by Monk Zhang Air. They watched this weird mobile game for several hours, and the result. Watch live animations all the way. Or is it a story of a starship ride with no nutritious connotation? Is entertainment in your country so barren already? At 8 o'clock in the morning, a long and narrow starship arrived at the number 3 port of Qingji Star. It has a blue and white color scheme as a whole, and a golden star pattern is engraved on the ship, representing the Star Alliance. Hua Jiao walked out of the starship slowly with the flow of people, and lined up for inspection in order. A week ago, she left Beta District, 178 Desolate Star on a life-saving starship, and stopped at a remote port for rest. A few days later, she waited for the investigation results of Zayatunan. Her guess was correct. Go-san had accomplices at the grassroots level of the military department, and the original owner's confession at that time was nothing more than a crime suppressed by them. The matter became clear. Xie Tunan caught the internal cancer as he wished, and Hu Jiao was compensated accordingly, and when he helped the original owner set up the tombstone, he told the original owner what happened. Of course, she was not idle during the few days waiting for the outcome of the matter. Review the content of the written test during the day, and learn fighting and shooting with Qin Shu on the Virtual Star Network at night. Until yesterday, when she won 6 out of 10 fights, she boarded the current starship with satisfaction, and after a 7-hour flight, she arrived at Qinji Star. This is one of the assessment stars stipulated by the 12th Military Academy. Students who pass the assessment will take a starship to report to different military academies. Among them, the main campuses of the 1st Military Academy, the 2nd Military Academy, and the 3rd Military Academy are all located in the extremely prosperous capital Star. Over the years, the number of applicants has also ranked first, and they are collectively called the 3 military giants by the Interstellar people. After a while, it was Hu Jiao's turn in the testing team. In front is a frame-shaped detection gate, and there is an AI auxiliary police officer on both sides. Because the Alliance prohibits the appearance of simulated humanoid robots in reality, humans and robots can clearly distinguish between humans and robots in the middle of the queue. Iris verification is correct. DNA verification is correct. 10% 35% in the detection of items in the storage. After Hu Jiao saw 2 correct lines jumping out of the light screen in front of her, the detection ray began to scan the memory embedded in her optical brain. It is said that when the storage was first developed more than 10 years ago, someone used the space of the storage to fold to help transport drugs and Zerg, and the impact was extremely bad. Since then, the detection door has developed the function of detecting the storage. 100% detection of items in storage, safe, please let go. The 2 AI auxiliary police took a step back at the same time, letting Hu Jiao pass by. Welcome to Qingji Star Qingzhou, I wish you a happy life. Thanks. Hu Jiao crossed the sea of people and ran out of the port in 2 or 3 steps. As soon as his vision widened, he faced the row upon row of towering buildings in the distance. Although the city of the interstellar era can also be seen on the Virtual Star Network, it is still not as shocking as seeing it with one's own eyes in reality. Behind is the port where the starship is docked, and in front is a row of starport shuttle buses. When you look up, you can see the intricate sky lanes, suspended taxis, suspended buses, private aircraft, etc. passing by non-stop. Roaring vehicles and noisy crowds rendered the whole city extremely humane. Hu Jiao took the Xingdang shuttle bus to the city, got off the bus, and wandered aimlessly along the long street. Walking from the street to the end of the street, she saw that almost all the shops were offering discounts, ranging from 10% off to 40% off, and the gimmick of the discounts was roughly the same, celebrating the grand opening of the 12th Military Academy's enrollment. Jiao Bao, there are only 2 hours left before the joint exam, you should take the bus to Qingzhou Union University. Yuan just reminded me sternly after being released from the storage device. Hu Jiao clearly sensed the surprised looks from the people around him. Probably they didn't expect that she was actually an examinee, and she was still stuck in Qingzhou on the day of the examination. You must know that candidates from various planets are afraid that the acclimatization or jet lag will affect their performance. The early ones arrived half a month ago, and the late ones arrived 3 to 5 days ago. A girl wearing a wide-brimmed hat winked at Hu Jiaodan and said with a friendly smile, "Junior girl, it seems that you are very sure that you will pass the entrance exam. I will wait for you at the 1st Military Academy." Hu Jiao smiled back, "Sister, see you soon." The girl was obviously stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Hu Jiao to actually apply for the number 1 military academy. When she spoke again, her tone was much more sincere. "Then I wish the schoolgirl all the best." "Thank you, senior." When the other party left, Hu Jiao reached out and snorted on Yuan's metal head. Yuan, I'll put my luggage in the hotel first, can you help me unpack it?" Yuan's electronic eyes lit up. Okay. Half an hour later, Hu Jiao left the hotel he had rented early in the morning and arrived at Qingzhou Comprehensive University by a suspended taxi. At this time, there were already 10 queues at the school gate. The model of the military school joint assessment is rather simple. Students first sign up for the ideal military school and department, and then conduct a unified assessment at 10 test centers. The assessment lasted for 2 days, with a written test on the first day and a physical fitness test on the second day. 3 days later, the 12th Military Academy will issue an admission notice to the candidates. The robot police are maintaining order at the school gate, allowing students to test their irises and DNA in an orderly manner before entering the school. Hu Jiao was just about to go to the written test classroom after queuing up for the test. Unexpectedly, he saw 2 acquaintances around the corner. The 2 people on the opposite side were also very surprised. Hu Jiao, you actually came to Qingji Star for the assessment? After Gao Lang asked, he scratched his head. It would be great for you to go to the capital Star for the assessment. With your calculating mind and decent skills, you should be able to pass the exam to the 3 major military academies, and you can go to the nearest school when the time comes. Just as Hu Jiao was about to answer, he saw Kong Ying kick him hard and unceremoniously. Seeing this, Hu Jiao seriously suggested to Kong Ying, "Sister Kong Ying, can I help you?" Gao Lang, pooh. I came to Qingji Star mainly because I didn't have enough time. I just landed today. After Hu Jiao explained, he threw the topic to the 2 people opposite him. Are you coming to the school to be the invigilator? Gao Lang waved his hand. With AI teaching assistants, there is no need for an invigilator. Kong Ying, we are responsible for tomorrow's physical fitness test. Fight the regular army. Hu Jiao's heart jumped for joy. It was much more exciting to be able to fight against the regular army than to fight with his classmates. Gao Lang looked into Hu Jiao's dark eyes and suddenly felt a toothache. Which military academy did you apply for? I'm in charge of the 1st Military Academy test, and Kong Ying is in charge of the 2nd Military Academy. The occasions they were in charge of were all marked on the electronic bulletin board, so Kong Ying didn't stop Gao Lang from speaking out. The corners of Hu Jiao's lips curled up. The 1st Military Academy. It was a very simple answer, but it was tinged with a little arrogance when it came out of her mouth. Gao Lang finished smiling ostentatiously at Kong Ying, then looked at Hu Jiao, sight. By the way, which aspect of the 1st Military Academy do you like? Teachers? Hardware equipment? Or the largest mecha building in the Alliance, or? First. Ah. Hu Jiao explained, I said, I value its title of ranking 1st in the 12th Military Academy. Gao Lang and Kong Ying. Gao Lang held some inexplicable worries and asked, then once the no. 1 military academy loses in the Star League this year, will the number 1 military academy and the number 2 military academy switch positions? For 10 years, the 2nd military academy's total points have been biting the 1st military academy. This year, the 2nd military academy is very likely to win the 1st place in one fell swoop. From then on, it will be renamed the 1st military academy. Hu Jiao took it for granted, then I'll see if I can transfer schools. Gao Lang. It seems that it is necessary for me to mention it to my alma mater on how to strengthen students' sense of honor and belonging to the school. The author has something to say. The 2 updates of 9,000 words have been updated. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 18.018. After Hu Jiao, Gao Lang, and Kong Ying parted ways, they walked along the flow of people and found the 06 examination room on the 36th floor of the teaching building. There are 30 electronic desks in the classroom, the baffles on both sides are equipped with information shielding settings, and the test papers are unified electronic test papers. Candidates can answer questions purely by mental awareness by wearing a holographic helmet, or use an electronic pen, which is a relatively traditional way of answering. After Hu Jiao came in from the door, he took a few steps and stopped in front of the electronic seat navigation light screen. This is a miniature classroom seating map projected holographically by the projector. There are 6 vertical and 5 vertical seats on the top, and the 30 seats are all filled. Her seat was arranged in the 30th seat next to the wall, with walls on the right and behind. The candidate in the front seat was named Xingduo, and the candidate in the left seat was named Luoli. When Hu Jiao turned his head to go to his seat, he saw that the 2 students from the front seat and the left seat had come. The person in the front seat named Xingduo lowered his head, resting his chin with one hand and turning the electronic pen with the other. He was wearing a gray jumper. Just looking at the style of the clothes, he was very similar to the big brother, Qiantu, he saw in the mecha store that day. Hu Jiao glanced at it, but didn't pay much attention, and turned his head to look at Luoli on the left seat. Qi Luhai has short hair, only tied with a red hair rope. The extremely bright color makes her paler, and the other party seems to be ill, with her lips tightly pressed and her hands covering her stomach all the time. Are you feeling well? Hu Jiao leaned slightly and asked in a low voice, the exam will start in 40 minutes. May I accompany you downstairs to see the school doctor? No, I'm fine. Me dash. Luoli seemed to be taken aback, waved her hands hastily, and was nervous for a long time without answering a complete sentence. Hu Jiao was startled when he saw Luoli's paler face and the bead-sized beads of sweat on his forehead. Are you really all right? No, nothing. Luoli's cheeks were extremely red, and when she spoke, her eyes were half downcast, she didn't dare to look directly at people, and her hands that were used to cover her stomach were tightly clenched into fists. After building it in her heart for a long time, she finally mustered up the courage to say, when I am nervous, my stomach hurts, so I don't need to go to the school hospital, thank you. Hu Jiao understands everyone's different habits very well. Like her, she likes to eat 3 meals at a fixed point. It is normal for someone to have a stomachache when they are nervous. Your stomach hurts when you're nervous, won't it affect the exam? Although she understood, she was still curious. Luoli quietly raised her eyes to look at Hu Jiao, then lowered her eyes quickly, and said in a muffled voice, it affects, but I can't change it. After answering, she bit her lip, pumped up her strength in her heart, and raised her head to ask Hu Jiao, aren't you nervous during the exam? Don't be nervous. It was only now that Hu Jiao realized that Luoli had a pair of clear amber eyes, as if soaked in honey. Luoli blushed and asked, aren't you worried about encountering questions you don't understand or areas you haven't reviewed? Don't worry. Hu Jiao said confidently, anyway, he will be number 1. Lori. Shall I pretend I didn't hear this cosmic madness? Boom. Something fell to the ground. Hu Jiao turned his head to look, and just saw that the electronic pen that Xingduo in the front seat had been spinning in his hand dropped, and he bent down to pick it up. The sweater was then gently pulled, and the attached hat was moved back a little, revealing a very short cut. Thank you. A very soft thank you. Hu Jiao looked at Luoli in surprise, thank you. Luoli was stared at suddenly, her earlobes were red, she pursed her lips, and replied, I don't seem to be too nervous. It may be that Hu Jiao is too confident, so she was comforted by another way. Luoli's idea is very simple. Hu Jiao is not worried that she may not get the first place after saying, I will be the first anyway. She, a player who is always in the middle and occasionally in the upper class, doesn't seem to be worthy of worry. If Hu Jiao heard Luoli's thoughts, he would probably be dumbfounded. She is really confident that she can take the first place. And the source of self-confidence. One is that after transmigrating to Interstellar, her memory has improved a lot compared to her previous life, and she can remember many knowledge points after reading it. The other is that she has seriously prepared for the exam in Desolate Star and has done previous real questions, and her grades are not bad. The only difference is that others may modestly say that there is an 80–90% chance of winning the first place, but she went straight to 120%. People. The key is to recognize yourself. Facts have proved that Hu Jiao has a very clear understanding of himself. After the exam officially started, she answered smoothly from selection to filling in the blanks to discussion, especially the mecha and Zerg part, which accounted for the most points. She had 2 months of hands-on practice to lay the foundation, and she didn't get stuck at all when answering the questions. This is also Hu Jiao's greatest reliance. The full score of the written examination for the Military Academy entrance examination is 300 points, of which, Mecha and Zerg each account for 100 points. This is the paper tailor-made for the king of insect killers, Jiaozong. 10 minutes before the end of the exam, Hu Jiao got up to hand in the paper, and when he left, he glanced at Luo Li who was sitting next to him. The face of the other party is still very pale, but the state is much better than when we first met, and it may be possible to perform supernormally. After Hu Jiao left the teaching building, he followed the on-campus navigation map that popped up in his brain to find the cafeteria of Qingzhou Comprehensive University. It's almost 12 o'clock at noon, just in time for lunch. The cafeteria of Qingzhou Comprehensive University is quite good, not only local delicacies but also special delicacies from other planets. Hu Jiao wandered from the first floor to the top floor, and was almost dazzled by the types of food. Unfortunately, she didn't have a big appetite, and she was full with a mushroom soup and a stewed noodle. She is addicted to the eyes, and the players are also addicted to the eyes. Salted fish does not stand up, ha 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 ha, although the culture is broken, the food is still there. Sihasha, the artist's drawing is too realistic. Chicken can peck rice faster than you, oh my god, does that big lobster really exist? It's only 100 credits, it's too cheap. The foreign players who were squatting in the mobile game could only yawn boredly as they watched the Dragon Country players chatting happily there. The people of Dragon Kingdom are poisonous, right? Such a broken mobile game is worth watching from morning to noon. Here, Hu Jiao went back to the hotel directly after leaving Qingzhou Comprehensive University. She didn't take a rest, but put on a holographic helmet to log on to the Star Network, and went straight to the online Enchanters Guild. The Enchanters Guild modeled its main building on the capital star intact on the virtual Star Network. This is a rhombus-shaped building with a very artistic atmosphere. It is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. It looks like an enlarged version of Orange Crystal Energy Stone. The clear wall is shining. Normal people are rarely able to be online every day unless they compete in matches. Therefore, in the virtual guild, people should. Not much. This was Hu Jiao's only thought before entering the door. Facing the scorching gazes of over 100 people suddenly, Hu Jiao asked seriously without changing his face, "Do you want a sign?" Other people. Hu Jiao smiled calmly and didn't think there was anything wrong with what she asked. Want. In the silence, a bright voice came out. Immediately, a boy with short red hair rushed out of the crowd in a hurry. He took out a blue virtual energy stone and carving knife, and looked at Hu Jiao with bright eyes. Master Nan, can you sign for me? No, engrave a name. Certainly. Hu Jiao took the energy stone and carving knife, moved his wrist slightly, and the wild and unruly words, Nan Bowen, appeared on the surface of the energy stone. Here you are. Thank you Master Nan. You're welcome. The others watched them go back and forth, looking at each other. The next moment, they rushed up in a swarm, shouting heartbreakingly, Master Nan. We also want to sign. Hateful. It's all because they are too thin-skinned to be preempted. When Jiang Han came out, she saw Nan Bowen surrounded by 3 layers of young enchanters. She was not surprised to have such a spectacular scene. 2 weeks ago, the system's self-inspection of the Mecha training hall was completed, and an announcement was issued to the whole district. The S-level Mecha and the B-level copy match normally, and there is no bug. The reason why the S-level mecha appears in the B-level dungeon is that Nan Bowen enchanted the mech with a virtual orange crystal, which upgraded the overall performance of the virtual mech from B-level to S-level. For a time, the entire league was shocked. It is already a great thing to increase the performance of individual mechas by 1 level, but now there is someone who can upgrade all the performances of mechas, and even bypass A and go straight to S. Person in charge. Mecha enchanting has been around for decades, it's almost unheard of. Although there is a gap between virtual and reality, it is still shocking enough. Look at the enchanter, Nan Bowen. This is the creator of the 8th 100% fit wind wing enchantment. Nan Bowen was in the limelight too much, and both the top military officials and the Enchanters Guild were alarmed. After they checked the announcement in the Mecha training hall and it was indeed true, they quickly sent people to find Nan Bowen. After a few conversations, the two made an appointment to meet virtually today. Jiang Han stepped forward and said in a loud voice, Okay, let's disperse first, the President and Master Nan have important things to talk about. When the others heard this, they hurriedly moved out of the way, but a few of them still looked at Hu Jiao eagerly without getting their signatures. Hu Jiao waved his hand, I'll sign for you after the discussion. After walking for a while, she could still hear a group of people discussing signatures and unknown enchantments that could upgrade mechs. Jiang Han took Hu Jiao into the elevator, and said with a smile, I'll tell you something secretly. After the President finished chatting with you, tears were streaming down his face. Hu Jiao was startled, I didn't open my mouth like a lion, did I? And it's still buy one get one free. Ding dong. The elevator opened, and two people stepped out of the elevator. Jiang Han smiled, the President said that he was negotiating with you with the awareness that it would not be enough to spend all the guild's annual allocation, but you saw. Crying for joy. Right. After Jiang Han verified the identity code, he took Hu Jiao to the President's office. When approaching the door, she hesitated again and reminded in a low voice, the President is more emotional, Master Nan, I hope you can bear with me later. The second Hu Jiao saw the old President of the Enchanters Guild, he couldn't help but re-evaluate Jiang Han's understanding of the word, comparison. In the spacious and traditional office, an old man with grey temples was sitting on a chair, looking over with tears in his eyes. Hu Jiao's feet trembled slightly when he stepped in. Is this more emotional? This is sensuality, right? Moreover, the simulation of the virtual star network is too real, the two lines of teardrops are crystal clear and clear, as if they can refract light. Click. The door was shut from the outside. Hu Jiao looked up at the old President who was coming over while wiping his tears, and realized. They tricked people into killing them. No. They tricked people into crying. The author has something to say. Chapter 19.019. The old President of the Enchanters Guild has thin cheeks, green eyes and eagle nose. He looked to be in his 60s, but Hu Jiao knew that the other party was already 130 years old, and he was considered an old man in Xingji where the average person was 200 years old. The old President wiped away the tears on his face with the back of his hand, and explained to Hu Jiao to sit down, I just watched a movie, and I got emotional, I told you to watch a joke, sit down quickly. Thanks. Just as Hu Jiao sat down, he looked up and saw that the eyes of the old President were red again, he paused in his heart, and asked tentatively, why don't you cry for a while? The old President shook his head, no, I suddenly thought of a scene in the movie, come on, let's talk about business. The answers all have obvious crying voices, it seems that the emotions are really high. Hu Jiao thought to himself. Within a second of this thought, she saw the elder President's distressed face instantly turn into a business-like poker face. Hu Jiao. It has the taste of changing faces in Peking opera. The old President crossed his hands and leaned his upper body slightly forward, Master Nan, can I trouble you to make the Phoenix enchantment and the Gonggong enchantment mentioned a few days ago in person? For rewards, energy stones, credit points or other resources, it depends on what you need. Hu Jiao raised his eyebrows and asked, is there any problem with the pattern I provided to you earlier? Just 2 days ago when she became a friend of Xingwang, she wanted to tell the person in charge of the Enchanters Guild to draw Phoenix, Isho, and Gonggong to enchant, but before she had time to say it, she received Jiang Cancan's inquiry. After Hu Jiao checked the information on the internet, he realized that the classic of mountains and seas and some ancient myths had already been lost in the cultural gap. Whether it is Phoenix, Lusho, or Gonggong, they are all extremely unfamiliar terms to interstellar humans. Probably there is a problem. After finishing speaking, the old President Wenxing added, but the specific question, we must wait for you to finish making the enchantment before we can confirm. Hu Jiao nodded, okay, as for the reward, you can use energy stones to deduct it. Virtual energy stone or real energy stone? The old president thought about the confidentiality and hurriedly made a guarantee, if you need real energy stone, we will store the energy stone in the safe of the bank, and no one else has the right to inquire. Hu Jiao had already made up his mind. Now that he heard the old president's words, he readily responded, you need both kinds of energy stones, the quantity doesn't need to be too much, just make up for the loss of mental power. We do it now. Okay, I have a production room here, you use it first, call me anytime you need it. The old president got up and personally brought Hu Jiao to the production room built into the office. There were all kinds of carving knives on the table. Going further in, Hu Jiao saw virtual energy stones placed neatly one by one, green crystals, blue crystals, amethysts, and orange crystals were classified into categories, shining brightly. Hu Jiao was not at all nervous about being in the same room with a big shot, he casually picked up a chair and sat down, picked out 2 blue crystal energy stones, picked up the carving knife and lowered his head to carve the enchantment. During the production, his expression was extremely focused, and he didn't pay any attention to the old president from the beginning to the end. The old president watched for a while, and his eyes were slightly red again. He turned on the light brain and sent a message to his assistant, prepare 1,000 blue crystals and 100 amethysts for Master Nan Bowen, half of which is virtual and half real. Master Nan didn't want to take advantage of the army because of the face of the army. No matter whether the child is real or fake, he, an old guy, can't take advantage of it. An hour later, Hu Jiao raised his eyes, President, I'm done. Done. Finished both. Right. Hu Jiao handed the 2 virtual enchants to the old president, now go to enchant the mecha. The old president looked down at the exquisite pattern on the energy stone, and was greatly shocked. He couldn't help but ask, Master Nan, what is your spiritual power level? Hu Jiao thought for a while, anyway, there is an S-class mech, and I was able to drive the S-class mecha that day quite easily. Old President. Do you know that except for the 3 people with S+ level spiritual power in the entire alliance, among the rest of the people, S-level spiritual power is already the highest level? No wonder the old president was surprised. Even Principal Pei Feng, who has S+ level spiritual power, only improved her control of mental power after several years of enchanting, so that she could make a 100% fit within half an hour. Blue crystal enchantment. At this moment, he really suspected that Nan Bowen was some old guy wearing a vest to tease them. But the old president looked at the 2 pieces of enchantment with strange patterns in his hand, smiled wryly and shook his head. The old fellows have been fighting for a lifetime. Whoever can really create a unique enchantment can directly show off to the sky, and it is impossible to sneak around. The 2 mechas, Wind Wing and Shadow Wolf, were enchanted by the old president himself. Hu Jiao immediately saw the performance changes of the 2 mechas. Compared with the one on Desolate Star, the performance of the former has increased from +20% to +35%. The latter has not been promoted to the S rank, but its performance has also increased by 48%. Hu Jiao saw that the old president's hands were shaking with excitement, and he touched both mechas like cherishing a child. She feels sorry for Feng Yi's eldest son who was dismantled and thrown in the storage. Master Nan. The old president looked over, with a look of guilt on his thin face, just now, I was sure that the problem lies with us. Hu Jiao was puzzled, what's the problem? The old president asked Jiang Han to bring out several other wind wings. The enchantments of these 6 mechas were made by 6 enchanters, and their spiritual powers are all above A level, but the highest fit is only 99%. 99%? The pattern is exactly the same? Yes. Including the 2 words written on the long hair. Hu Jiao. Difficult to die of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Speaking of it, in order not to look too different, she deliberately changed the word red hair on Gongong's long hair into Esperanto, and then handed it to the Enchanters Guild after the battle copy was verified. Judging from the current situation, the 1% problem does not lie in the red hair. Sorry, President, I can't figure out where the problem is right now. Hu Jiao said. The problem must be with us. The old president smiled and said, but 99% is not bad, it is a great breakthrough for the two mechs. However, the young enchanters still need to practice a little bit more. The patterns they engrave are exactly the same, but sometimes the fit is not even 80%. It is probably related to the degree of mental power control. Hu Jiao hadn't systematically studied enchanting production yet, so he nodded when the old president said so. Before leaving, she turned her head and asked the old president, President, I will be busy for a while, otherwise, I will tell you the enchanting pattern of the greedy wolf mech. Old president. The next moment, Hu Jiao saw the old president's eyes reddened and tears streaming down his face. She was grabbed by the hand of the old president, Master Nan, you are such a person, my wife will let you. Hu Jiao looked at the crying old president who was out of breath, and couldn't help but answer, too emotional. The old president choked, and immediately lost his temper. He became a poker face again, and said in a businesslike manner, thank you, Master Nan. Early the next morning, when Hu Jiao was on his way from the hotel to Qingzhou Comprehensive University, he saw the announcement about the new enchantment issued by the Military United Enchanters Association from his optical brain. They unreservedly announced the 3 enchanting patterns to the people of the Alliance. The full deployment name of the enchanting creator is Nan Bowen, and they also specifically stated at the end that Nan Bowen is almost a friendship price. Although the announcement also said that the 3 enchantments require extremely high levels of mental power control, beginners may not be able to meet 60% of the fit, but it does not affect the enthusiasm of the public at all. Overnight, Nan Bowen became famous again in the entire league, and some people even publicly organized a support group on the Star Network. The driver of the suspension taxi that Hu Jiao is riding now has also heard of Nan Bowen. The driver chatted with Hu Jiao in a homely way, Nan Bo Wank is really a good person, it is said that she is also a lady, she has the demeanor of Principal Pei Feng back then. Before the greedy wolf mecha, there was no enchantment at all. The enchantment that appeared now is not only the first one, but also has a high degree of fit. My son said that if the military and enchanters don't announce the pattern, the price will definitely go up to several million. Shadow Wolf Mech. Hu Jiao couldn't help smiling when he heard the driver talking non-stop, the driver yesterday and today's driver are both good at talking. As the driver was talking, it suddenly occurred to him that Hu Jiao was going to Qingzhou Comprehensive University. Little girl, you are also going to be admitted to the military academy, right? Right. Which military academy? The first military academy. The driver's eyes lit up, it's destined. My son applied for the No. 1 military academy, but he went to the Capital Star for the examination. Hu Jiao smiled, well, the two of us will probably meet at school. Yes, I will. My son is usually good at reading. By the way, his name is Zhou Zixing. If you two meet at school, make friends. The driver stopped the car at the school gate and waved his hand, student, I wish you the examination went well. Thanks. There was a long queue at the entrance of Qingzhou Comprehensive University for testing just like yesterday. Hu Jiao picked a random queue and just stood firm when he noticed someone coming from behind. When she looked back, she was still an acquaintance, with short bangs and a red hair tie, and her dress was replaced by sportswear. Rory. Morning, good morning. Perhaps because Luoli was too nervous, she unconsciously raised her voice when answering, which immediately attracted the attention of several people around her, so that she lowered her head lower and lower, and her earlobes were particularly red. Well. Good morning. Hu Jiao also replied louder. After finishing speaking, she dug out a few grape-flavored fructose candies from the storage and handed them to Luoli. Candy, please. Luoli took the candy, held it tightly in her hand, and whispered thanks, thank you. As Luo Li held the candy, Hu Jiao saw the badge in her hand, and the words Nan Bo Wan on it were particularly obvious. Lolly, that badge of yours. Is it? Luo Li carefully put the candy into the storage, and then spread out her palm to reveal the 2 badges inside. When I was queuing over there just now, a schoolgirl wearing a wide-brimmed hat gave it to me, and she said it is the proof of the veteran backbone of Master Nan Bowen's support club. Line up there. Hu Jiao's focus was skewed, so this new friend arrived early in the morning. Before Luo Li realized that she had accidentally exposed, she handed one of the badges to Hu Jiao, and asked in a low voice, do you want to join Master Nan's support club? I think. Hu Jiao heard her say decisively. Starting with the badge, the material is not heavy and feels cool to the touch. It is made of orange as a whole, with a diamond-shaped background pattern, and the 3 characters of Nan Bowen in artistic style are engraved on it. Hu Jiao held the badge slightly and coughed lightly. How patient. The big vest turned out to be the backbone of the small vest support club. The author has something to say. Chapter 20.020. Because of talking in line for a while, the blush on Luo Li's face gradually faded, and she asked in a low voice, Hu Jiao, which exams are you waiting for? Hu Jiao popped a piece of fructose into his mouth, and replied vaguely, test all. All. Luo Li opened her eyes wide and swallowed nervously, 6 exams. Hu Jiao bit the sugar with a click, licked the exploded grape pulp, and nodded, yes. On the second day of the joint exam for the 12th Military Academy, there are 6 physical fitness test subjects, of which 1 is compulsory, long-distance running. The remaining 5 subjects are elective examinations set by different departments. Battlefield mecha repair is in the mecha manufacturing department, single combat is in the mecha individual department, shooting is in the starship operation department, etc. As for candidates from the Department of Mechanical Armor Materials, Department of Mechanical Armor Manufacturing, and Department of Base Logistics, their long-distance running is over after their exams. Generally speaking, students will apply for the corresponding subjects of the department. After all, taking the unmatched subjects will not help admission. Therefore, Luo Li was shocked when she heard that Hu Jiao had taken all the exams. She was stunned for a while before murmuring, I'll take the long-distance running and fighting exams. The mech individual department you applied for? Right. After Luo Li answered, she asked, what about you? I. Just like you. While talking, Hu Jiao threw another piece of fructose into his mouth, and conveniently threw 2 pieces of candy wrappers into the metal basket of the cleaning robot. Same as me. Luo Li doesn't understand, the scores of other subjects are useless to mech individual soldiers. If Hu Jiao had heard what Luo Li was thinking, he would have answered softly, for time and space coins. In the training program for military cadets, 1 subject can earn 500 spacetime coins, which is much more cost-effective than fighting Zerg. Soon, the 2 of them entered the school after the test respectively, and went to participate in the long-distance running test together. 5 kilometers. A group of 10 people, regardless of gender, Hu Jiao and Luo Li are in a group. Hu Jiao hasn't retested her physical fitness and mental strength yet, but when she applied for the exam, she saw the original owner's previous test data in the student information. Physical fitness, C. Mental power level, B. The first military academy's minimum physical fitness and mental strength requirements for mech individual candidates are double Cs, so Hu Jiao successfully applied for the exam. Of course, it doesn't matter if one of them fails, but the other must be extremely prominent. Before applying for the exam, she also wanted to retest the mental strength if her physical fitness was not good enough. With a bang, the flare gun rang out, and a group of 10 people rushed out like arrows leaving the string. Knowing that his physical fitness is only C-level, and he has only been exercising for about 2 months, Hu Jiao knows very well that with his current strength, it is not bad if he does not fall in the middle and lower ranks in the long-distance running assessment. Want to be first? Then you have to wait at least another year or 2 to have a chance. But it's all clear, but when he was about to be trapped by the same group, Hu Jiao was still angry. Mr. Jiao, it is absolutely impossible to be humiliated by others. The small universe in Hu Jiao's body exploded, and Mao rushed forward with all his strength. During the accelerated run, she unknowingly surpassed 3 people in a row, and did not let him get into the lap until the opponent finished running. Yeah. Although the body is very tired, but the mood is very refreshing. After continuing to run for 3 minutes, Hu Jiao unexpectedly finished the long-distance running assessment as the 4th in the same group. At the same time, the time and space coins jumped up by 500. Hu Jiao supported his knees with both hands, half bent over, and breathed out very regularly. A bottle of water was handed to him. Hu Jiao looked up and saw Luo Li holding water. She also held a bottle of drinking water in the same package in her other hand. Seeing Hu Jiao look over, she said embarrassedly, "The regulations say that drinking body-soothing liquid is not allowed, but normal drinking water is fine." Perhaps Hu Jiao was afraid that there was something wrong with the water, so he hurriedly added, "This is the drinking water I bought from the vending machine in front." "Thank you." Hu Jiao took the water and asked while twisting the cap, "Can I ask your physical fitness level?" After Luo Li was stunned, her cheeks turned red again, Class B, Class B. Before Hu Jiao could speak, a black-skinned boy who had just finished running said in surprise, "You only have B rank." Immediately, he complained with a sullen face, "My physical fitness is also B level, why are you 3rd and I am 5th? Luo Li pursed her lips, "I have lived in my grandmother's house since I was a child. There are many mountains in the green cloud star, so I am used to running. In Interstellar, planets are divided into agricultural stars, military stars, industrial stars and so on. For example, the capital star is a military star, which has a military center and the most advanced military power. The green star they are currently waiting for is an industrial star, with many factories and various AI robots. Green Cloud Star is an agricultural star. Its technological level and military power are relatively backward, and its lifestyle is somewhat similar to that of Earth. At the same time, the star field is located in a remote area, at the border of the Alpha Star field. What about you?" The black-skinned boy suddenly looked at Hu Jiao, putting his only hope on Hu Jiao, "Do you have A-level physical fitness? I was overtaken by you behind me, and I didn't catch up for a long time." Hu Jiao looked at him pityingly, "My physical fitness is C-level." The boy froze. It seemed that a thunderbolt struck straight down from the sky, knocking out the soul of the classmate in front of him. Hu Jiao raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him, "Don't be depressed, you are not depressed when you are trapped, but you are depressed when you are ahead of a classmate with a physical fitness of C. It's different." The boy wailed with a mournful face, "When Xingduo first transferred in his sophomore year of high school, his physical fitness was at the S level. It's normal for me to be surpassed by him, but by you. Hu Jiao withdrew his hand, hooked Luo Li's neck instead, brought her to his side, and said seriously, "Student, please remember one thing." "What's up?" "You have just been led by 2 students who will have S-level physical fitness in the future. This is your glory. Boys. Although physical fitness is easier to upgrade than mental strength, but that is 1 in a million. Do you want to say it as simple as drinking saliva?" Luo Li was obediently seduced by Hu Jiao, but when she heard that her physical fitness would be S-level in the future, her cheeks flushed suddenly, and she was so guilty that she didn't even dare to look at anyone. The 3 of them will have a combat assessment later, so they simply go to the next assessment point together. Hu Jiao had a deep memory of the experience of being almost trapped, so he turned his head to look at the black-skinned classmate he had just met. He had a name that didn't quite fit his image, Dubai. "Are you familiar with Xingduo?" "Familiar. He is a transfer student specially poached by our principal from other planets." Dubai stretched out 2 fingers, "I have been at the same table with him for 2 full years." Hu Jiao asked again, "Which military academy did he apply for?" "What department?" "The Mecha Individual Department of the 1st Military Academy." Dubai scratched his head, but you may not be admitted. Hu Jiao and Luo Li looked at each other. Isn't he with S-level physical fitness? Dubai smiled wryly. His physical fitness is S-level but his mental strength is only E. He can't even log into the virtual star network for too long. Among the tens of billions of people in the entire alliance, the proportion of people with S-level mental power is less than 0.0000001%, and the proportion of people with mental power lower than D-level is also less than 0.0000001%. However, the status gap between the two is a world of difference. Dubai sighed after finishing speaking. Psychic power level E, you can't drive a mental sensor mech, but in the future you can also drive a hand-operated mecha or a neural sensor mech. These two types of mechas are quite difficult to operate, and the League doesn't produce them much anymore either. What a pity. Luo Li whispered. Hu Jiao said indifferently, there is no need to be sorry, his physical fitness level S is a standard that many people will never reach in their lifetime. Otherwise, Shengduo's S rank would not allow the mecha individual department to relax the entry threshold. Dubai looked back at Hu Jiao in shock. After a long time, you also know how difficult it is to improve your physical fitness to S level. Then you were brazen just now. Hu Jiao understood his eyes and smiled. I belong to the minority. Dubai. He has seen confident people, but this is the first time he has seen such a confident person. A few minutes later, the three came to the assessment room in charge of fighting, and lined up at the door in an orderly manner according to the candidates' codes. Hu Jiao was the first of the three to line up. Luo Li raised her fist towards Hu Jiao. Hu Jiao, come on. Well, you can do it too. Hu Jiao had to continue queuing up when he entered the fighting area. All he could see was a human head and cushions, and his ears were filled with the sound of punches piercing through the air. When the line moved a little further, she saw 7 or 8 soldiers wearing training uniforms inside, and a row of students standing in front of them. The students went up one by one, and were thrown down one by one. The whole journey from up to down took less than 1 minute and less than 10 seconds. The efficiency was astonishing. What are you looking at? Gao Lang raised his voice and shouted, Candidate Hu Jiao. Hu Jiao stepped forward, here. Gao Lang stretched out his hand and beckoned to Hu Jiao, grinning, you will be considered excellent if you can persist for a minute later, let's start. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Jiao rushed forward quickly, obviously wanting to make a quick decision. Seeing this, Gao Lang shook his head in his heart, unexpectedly using the same moves as last time in Desolate Star. It is absolutely impossible to be fooled again. The more Gao Lang fought, the more frightened he became, and the more difficult the fight became. It's only been a month. Why has Hu Jiao's combat awareness improved so much by leaps and bounds? In terms of strength alone, he is definitely several levels higher than Hu Jiao. However, Hu Jiao's balance, reaction, agility, and decisiveness in attacking the enemy's weaknesses during combat have all improved rapidly. The next moment, when he suddenly lost his balance under his feet and his whole body fell back uncontrollably, Gao Lang realized with annoyance that he had once again underestimated the enemy. Boom! After being thrown to the ground for several seconds, he still couldn't recover. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, should he also go to Desolate Star to stay for a month? Maybe Xie Tunan can be knocked down as soon as he comes out. During the few seconds when Gao Lang doubted his life, the examination room was silent. The other examiners and students all gave an informal staring salute to this side. After dozens of rounds in the morning, it was the first time they saw someone who could throw the examiner down. Hu Jiao squatted down next to Gao Lang, and asked with a smile, it's considered excellent if you persist for 1 minute, but what's the point of knocking you down for 3 minutes? Gao Lang. He covered his face and turned his back, facelessly facing other teammates. Hu Jiao laughed. Gao Lang probably wouldn't be sad if he knew that she fought Qin Shu every day in the past month. After all, Qin Shu was worth 10 high waves in terms of experience. Boom! Before Hu Jiao left the classroom, he heard a slight exclamation. Looking back, he met Xing Duo, who was standing in the corner wearing a sweater. The hoodie and hat he was wearing on his head had fallen back, revealing his full facial features. Kuntu, wheat-colored skin, thick eyebrows and high nose, quite handsome face. In front of him lay an examiner who had just been thrown. Hu Jiao withdrew his gaze expressionlessly, walked out of the classroom, and made a small comparison in his heart. When it comes to beating the examiner, Jiao always wins in terms of time. The author has something to say. Chapter 21. 021, plus 1000 comments. The combat assessment is over, and the whole morning's content has also temporarily come to an end. At 12 noon, Hu Jiao and Luo Li had dinner in the cafeteria of Qingzhou Comprehensive University. Before starting, Luo Li asked a little shyly, Hu Jiao, can I take a picture first? Hu Jiao blinked, a trace of surprise flashed across his heart. Has the tradition of taking pictures before meals been passed down for thousands of years? Okay, you shoot. Thanks. After Luo Li took a few pictures with her optical brain, her eyes brightened and she said, this is the first time I've had dinner with my friends since I've been here in Qingji Star for so long, thank you. You're welcome. Hu Jiao picked up a piece of smoked chicken and shrugged, this is also the first time I've had dinner with friends since I came here. When Luo Li heard Hu Jiao say the word friend in person, she clenched her hands on the table slightly, feeling excited in her heart. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Hu Jiao ask. How many days have you been to Qingji Star? 5 years. 5 years? Hu Jiao was surprised, and soon she asked with a smile, then you are familiar with Qingji Xing, right? In the next 3 days, if I have any questions, can I ask you on the optical brain? Luo Li opened her mouth slightly, her eyes filled with confusion and surprise, she didn't expect that Hu Jiao's focus was off. After all, it would be strange for a normal person to hear that she said that she had stayed in Qingjixing for 5 years, and during that time she didn't even make a friend who could eat at the same table, right? Well. You can ask me any questions you have. Luo Li nodded heavily. Hu Jiao raised the cup containing the juice and said with a smile, cheers. Luo Li also burst into a smile, cheers. Outside the window, the light of the stars refracted in, and the cups of the two people touched intimately in the air, making a very crisp sound, and the grape juice inside shook slightly with the movement, cool and sweet. The physical fitness assessment in the afternoon includes shooting, simulated cross-country, and battlefield rescue. For Hu Jiao, who has lived alone in the deserted star for a while, these contents are very simple. Therefore, after knocking down the examiner, that afternoon, she became famous again among the candidates of Qingjixing. Although they couldn't remember Hu Jiao's name, they remembered Hu Jiao's face. That is a ruthless person who can not only knock down the examiner in a fight, but also win the first place in other subjects. 3 days later, Hu Jiao, who was hailed as a ruthless person by this year's candidates, received an admission email from the Alliance's #1 military academy. Student Hu Jiao, congratulations on being admitted to the Mecha Individual Department of the Alliance's first military academy. Joint Assessment Ranking, 001. Department Assessment Ranking, 001. Hu Jiao raised the corners of his lips slightly, 2001s, they look so cute. Soon, she received another message from Luo Li. Both of them were admitted to the individual department of the first military academy. At 8:30 tomorrow morning, they will take the starship to the capital star. Buzz. You have an incoming video call. Hu Jiao saw the caller and said, connect. The next moment, the light screen jumped out of the light brain, and Gao Lang stuck in it. Gao Lang had already set off to leave Qingji Xing. Seeing Hu Jiao, he hurriedly asked, you applied for the Mecha Individual Department, right? What's the freshman rank? What number? Hu Jiao raised his eyebrows, except for the first place, other places are not worthy of me. Gao Lang really admired Hu Jiao's unique self-confidence, and hummed, don't be too inflated, there are many capable people in the Mecha Individual Soldier Department, just wait for them to be taught to be human. Hu Jiao was not afraid at all, and said seriously, I'm looking forward to it. There is pressure to be motivated, and the number one throne that no one covets is not fragrant at all. By the way, what class are you in? Hu Jiao tilted his head, didn't you say that other rankings are not worthy of me? Oh, other rankings are not worthy of you, you are in the first class. Gao Lang jumped off the chair with a cry, his voice changed in shock, you are in the first class of the mecha department. Hu Jiao nodded, yes. Gao Lang opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything for a while. Who recommended you to go to class 1? Ah bah. He rubbed his face hard, who is so wicked and put you in the first class? Gao Lang wanted to speak but stopped talking and then wanted to. Hu Jiao was speechless, say what you have to say, don't act. Gao Lang scratched his head, normally speaking, the First Army does not need to follow the class, except for a few fixed courses, the rest is up to you to choose courses in the system, but the first class is more different, it has its own schedule, you don't need to choose it yourself. Hu Jiao, isn't that good? I think the teachers in class 1 are all top-notch. If I choose their classes myself, if I'm unlucky, I'll be kicked out by the system. The top is the top, but today is different from the past. Gao Lang sighed heavily, and said, although the first class of the first class can still be called the genius class, but the reform failed that year, the students in the next dozens of classes it's more or less wrong. Hu Jiao. You say it again. I'll say it 800 times again, you have something wrong, bah, that's where the classification criteria are. After Gao Lang was mad, he said, you have seen Zhou Beilin, right? He came from the first class. He belongs to the tail of the crane of the mecha department. Hu Jiao was startled. A student from the mecha individual department became a mecha maker. Anyway, just keep in mind that the people in your class are either geeks or the bottom of the grade. If you play in the league in the bottom of the grade in the future, you must. You are so superficial. Hu Jiao said. Gao Lang was stunned, why am I superficial? Hu Jiao was serious, have you ever heard that I am born with talents to be useful? You actually use scores to evaluate a person. You are superficial, and I disdain to be with you. Gao Lang. He blushed and had a thick neck, and shouted, you are such a fancy person, why do you have the guts to call me superficial? Hu Jiao looked calm, I have a thick skin. Gao Lang. Destroy this damned world. Hu Jiao couldn't hear Gao Lang's complaints, and as soon as he turned off the video, he saw the player's light screen appear. After seeing Qin Shu's name, a smile overflowed from his eyes. But. She scrolled down the list. Ancient Earth player, Harold Wright, technical investigation, will teach you how to fight, accept it or not. Comprehensive evaluation, C, professional degree D, responsibility degree A, honor degree. Hu Jiao looked at the behind the honor degree, and seemed to guess what the honor degree represented. The next moment, she still firmly chose Qin Shu. 3 to 5 seconds later, Hu Jiao saw Qin Shu appearing in front of her again, and smiled easily. The defensive mecha she bought a few days ago finally had a chance to give away. That night, for the third time, all the online Earth players saw the gorgeous special effects of fireworks and the scrolling announcements. Jiaobao was admitted to the military university. In order to repay player Qin** for his help, Jiaobao gave player Qin** a defensive mecha X1 in return. Oh! Another player received a gift. This player is also called Qin. Fuck. Yiheng didn't care about the self-study class, so he took the phone out of the table hole in surprise. What's going on? Cough cough. The deskmate was frightened by Yiheng's bold behavior, and coughed frantically to remind him. The dean pushed the door in from the back door, glanced at the students who didn't dare to cough anymore, reached out and snatched Yiheng's mobile phone, and sneered, have you got fat? Playing with your mobile phone in self-study class. Yiheng raised his eyes to meet the black-faced judge-like dean, stood up timidly, and said, old, teacher. The dean directly confiscated the mobile phone, glanced at the game page above, and frowned slightly. The mobile phone is confiscated, and it is useless to ask your parents to call. I will give it to you at the end of the semester. After the dean left, Yiheng sat back in his seat with his head drooping. The seatmate leaned over and whispered gossip. What were you talking about just now? The game announcement just now. Yiheng frowned. The player's ID in the mobile game is a combination of letters and numbers. The announcement just now suddenly showed Chin asterisk. The last time my dad showed Yi, I suspect my dad's information leaked gone. What Yiheng didn't see was that in such a short period of time, the chat channel in the mobile game was already noisy. The first player ID, CG, was anonymized as G asterisk. They could still say it was a system bug, and the order was wrong, and the second player ID, Yifengwan, was anonymized as Yi asterisk asterisk, which is normal, but no matter how buggy you are, it is impossible to put a string of the numbers are hidden from Chin asterisk, right? Some things cannot be thought about carefully, otherwise, once there are signs, many things in the past will appear suspicious. First of all, the anonymity of the announcement is unheard of, and second, looking back at the anonymity format of the three announcements, it really looks like the real name is anonymized. Players began to suspect that this mobile game is a dog virus, which can directly steal personal information. Sihasha, when I drew a group photo of 30 people in the Mecha training hall, I asked individual players for details, and then found that their clothes matched their identities in reality. Sihasha, I thought it was a coincidence at the time, but I don't feel it anymore. QAQ. Other players. Personal information has been stolen. In just a few minutes, a large number of players uninstalled the mobile game. However, even after uninstalling, the panic that personal information may be stolen by unknown forces still entangles everyone's heart tightly like thorns and vines. 10 steps to kill one person. I have already called the police. I firmly believe that this mobile game will endanger national security. It may be a virus made by a certain country. Players from other countries squatting in the chat channel. It is impossible for us to make such a boring virus. Salted fish does not stand up. Impossible. After playing for more than 2 months, I don't think there is anything wrong with the phone. Scholar, I think this incident is very strange. It's okay if the customer service of the mobile game can't be contacted. After all, it's not online all the time, but why didn't the first 3 players whose information was stolen come out? Shouldn't they be the most anxious people? A word from the knockout scientist immediately diverted the focus of everyone's crusade against mobile games. The scientist is very right. As the unlucky ones whose information was stolen, where did those 3 people go? Don't they feel panic at all? Suddenly, the colorful fireworks special effects exploded on the screens of all players, and the 3 broadcasts they had seen before scrolled back and forth again. Jiaobao's injury has been effectively treated. In order to repay player G***'s help, Jiaobao will give player G*** cell repair fluid X1 in return. Jiaobao collected 10,000 energy stones in total. In order to repay player Yi*** for his help, Jiaobao gave player Yi** a geological monitor X1 in return. Jiaobao was admitted to the military university. In order to repay player Qin** for his help, Jiaobao gave player Qin** a defensive mecha X1 in return. The players were already flustered and at a loss because of the possibility of their personal information being stolen. Now, when they watched the content of the broadcast, their panic doubled in a straight line. Some players were so frightened that they almost dropped their phones. Putting the 3 announcements together, they were convinced that this was the hidden player's real name. After the 3 rebate announcements faded away, a new announcement emerged. Congratulations to the parents of the Ancient Earth Dragon Kingdom Division for being the first to complete the Time and Space Gift, 3/3, achievement. The Longhua Sub-District is forced to start the National Raising Cubs campaign. All Dragon Kingdom players. Your forced opening of the 4 words does not sound like a serious reward. The author has something to say. There are 1,000 comments, and the second update is here. Thousands of words earning list on Friday, because the update will lower the ranking, so there is a high probability of taking a day off on Friday. Don't wait for the update at midnight, go to bed early. Chapter 22.022 Earth. Study in the inner courtyard. It was dark outside, but the laboratory in the inner courtyard was brightly lit. Lin Yue stopped typing on the computer keyboard, and no longer recorded the relevant plots in the mobile game. Instead, she stared at the announcement that exploded on the screen in astonishment. She hurriedly looked at Team Leader Yi and Team Leader Peng, and said in a quick tone, "Team Leader," an announcement suddenly appeared in the mobile game, saying that the National Raising Cubs activity was forced to start in the Longwa division. It said it was forced to start, no refer to dash. Well, we've seen that. Team Leader Yi and Team Leader Peng looked at each other with solemn expressions. Because no matter whether it is the game platform or the police station, the number of reports about mobile games received is not particularly large. Therefore, compared to immediately announcing the existence of this weird mobile game for the whole people, which will cause the masses to panic about the unknown, he grouped the elders are more inclined to temporarily appease the players who have downloaded the mobile game. But right now, the mandatory opening across the entire Dragon Kingdom really caught them off guard. With the announcement, some players in the mobile game exploded in the chat channel, and the National Information Security Department in the capital is also hurrying to investigate the reason why the mobile game can be forced to appear on their mobile phones. Team Leader Yi was not surprised after listening to the team members report that there was no progress in the follow-up situation. You must know that the country did not start a formal investigation until today. At that time, when the mobile game appeared on the game platform and could not be withdrawn, they were already investigating. She looked at Qin Shu, who was standing directly opposite, and the defensive mecha beside him. Her eyes were full of emotions, and after a while, she shook her head and said, "It seems that the price of everything is marked in advance." Hearing her words, Team Leader Peng was taken aback. Soon, he thought of the content of the announcement. The announcement said that Longwo was the first to obtain 3 time and space gifts from Jiaobao, and only then started the forced opening process. They were wary of weird mobile games, but they didn't miss the opportunity to study cell repair fluid and geological detectors. Not only did they use this to solve many research difficulties, but they also allowed the people of a town to avoid the 7.8 level explosion ahead of time. Earthquake. Qin Shu took out his usual work mobile phone from his pocket, and saw an app with planets painted on it appear out of nowhere on the main screen page, Jiao Bao's Interstellar Handbook. Not only him, but other people including Team Leader Yi and Team Leader Peng, even if they hadn't downloaded the mobile game, the same app icon appeared in their mobile phones. It is showing them the high-tech means of the future in a tough and tyrannical manner. Just as Qin Shu was about to put his phone back, a new announcement popped up on the mobile game page again. Note, you have the right to terminate the activity at any time, you cannot continue after termination, please choose carefully. Dragon Kingdom players whose group size has suddenly increased hundreds of thousands of times. Why don't you ask us if we want to terminate before forcing the download? Qin Shu stared sideways at the animal-shaped mech he had just received from Jiaobao, with a slightly solemn expression. Okay, it's not like we haven't imagined such a situation. Team Leader Yi patted the table to make everyone recover from the shock. The above is discussing the plan. If there is no accident, the second version should be issued directly. Press release, you continue your original work, understand? Clear. Lin Yue picked up the phone and asked in a tight voice, Group Leader Yi, aren't you worried? Our country's safety net has been. Team Leader Yi smiled wryly, of course I'm worried, but this time is a crisis as well as an opportunity. Don't you want to see our country find out its secrets? Slowing down, she looked around and said in a deep voice, I believe in our country. A simple sentence echoed in the room, neither serious nor enthusiastic, but with a stabilizing force. The others looked at each other. Although their eyes had different emotions, they all recognized the same thing in their hearts. An unknown new age arrived. At 8 o'clock that night, Longwa's official media released a long piece of news about the mobile game, Jiaobao's Interstellar Handbook, to the people of the whole country. Although there is a lot of content, most people's attention is still concentrated on a line of text. According to the official media, NPC Jiaobao's gift to the player can come true. National players. Other countries. For a moment, not to mention the shock of the whole country, it was a global shock. They have never seen such crisis public relations. Nansha, in a university dormitory. Nia and the others looked at their mobile phones and looked at each other with blank faces. No way. Impossible. Our country also has April Fool's Day. But the news said that there will be a press conference at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. For the first time, the four people questioned the content of the news released by the country. An hour ago, a mobile game app was suddenly downloaded to the mobile phone of the fourth roommate in the dormitory. After a while, the social groups of the whole school also exploded. The panic that spread among the players in the early days swept the whole country in just a few hours. Nia shook her phone. It said in the news that the gifts players get can be brought to reality. Is it possible? You said this is a nationwide virus, and the country can't solve it at the moment. Believability, this kind of thing doesn't. Before she finished speaking, Nia suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at the other three roommates. Crash. The bag of potato chips in Zhu Yuanyuan's hand dropped. The four looked at each other and thought of the earthquake drill some time ago. Going forward, the medical research pain points and the billion-dollar oil field introduced in the national news. Zhu Yuanyuan bent down to pick up the bag of potato chips, and asked, Yaya, do you remember what Happy Planet said before? Nia opened her mouth, I'm not professional enough to receive a gift. At that time, the picture of Happy Planet dropping the holographic helmet appeared in front of their eyes again. The other two roommates hurriedly lowered their heads to read the news content, and there was a line about professionalism in it. First of all, most of the default items that players get are related to their own professional fields. Secondly, the three players currently receiving gifts are all considered to be outstanding in their corresponding fields. Shuaba's roommate was silent for a while, and asked, that is to say, if we want to interact with Jiaobao, we must improve our professionalism. For the professional direction, we can refer to the default items in our inventory. The head of the dormitory, Brother Meng, continued to ask, we want to receive gifts from Jiaobao, and we must also improve our professionalism. The specific standards refer to the masters in our field. Senior players, Nia and Zhu Yuanyuan let out a slightly dazed sigh. It sounds both affirmative and rhetorical. After a few minutes of silence, the four people in the dormitory shouted in unison, that's impossible. The voice was so loud that it almost broke through the dormitory building. Like the four of them, Nia, many people are still skeptical about the authenticity of the news, especially the other country that sent people to lurk among the Dragon Kingdom players early in the morning. They thought that Longwa was infected with the virus on a large scale across the country for no reason, so they slapped their faces and pretended to be fat. They don't believe that a gift can come true for a high-tech mobile game, and they will choose Longwa as the first closed beta area. Not only did it choose Longwa, but it also set the internal language to the irreplaceable Longwa language. God knows that they send someone to pretend to be a Dragon Country player. The premise must be that they can understand the Dragon Kingdom language. Why? Why the Dragon Kingdom? Is it just because of NPC Jiaobao's black hair and black eyes, which is a typical Dragon Kingdom bloodline? But the heads of several countries looked at the news content of Longwa and the materials from various domestic investigations, and still frowned and thought. If the gift of the mobile game can't come true, what happened to Longwa's last earthquake prediction a few hours in advance? Compared to admitting that Longwa produced an earthquake early warning instrument far beyond the international level through independent research and development, they seem, probably still prefer to believe that Longwa relied on this virus mobile game. That night, as expected, the relevant departments of the Dragon Kingdom received calls from many other countries. Qingji Star, Qingzhou. As the central figure that caused the storm, Hu Jiao still doesn't know what happened to the Earth. The night before, after Qin Shu left, she sold the more than 30,000 green crystal energy stones that she dug up in the storage, earning a net profit of more than 3.3 million credits, and her personal assets instantly disappeared. Rich. Before going to bed, Hu Jiao looked down at the almost 4 million credit balance in Guangnao's personal account, feeling a little pity in his heart. Because buying gifts for players on Earth can only use spacetime coins, and spacetime coins can only be obtained by completing missions, so, let alone earning millions of credits in Interstellar, even a few 100 million credits are useless. Probably thinking about it every day and dreaming at night. At night, Hu Jiao dreamed that she was sitting on a towering mountain, and this mountain was made of shiny spacetime coins. It was light. Waking up the next day, Hu Jiao lay on the bed and recalled the sense of happiness surrounded by time and space coins for a long time, and then got out of bed with a heavy sigh. After simply washing up, she stepped on the hoverboard she had just rented and flew to the starship port in Qingzhou. Today is the day to report to the first military academy. All candidates who applied for the exam in Qingzhou and were admitted by the first military academy, the second military academy, and the third military academy will take the civilian starship at 8:30 in the morning and fly to Capital Star. Hu Jiao had just jumped off the skateboard, and before he could stand still, he suddenly felt that someone was lightly grabbing his sleeve. Looking back, she saw Luo Li with a red hair tie tied on her head. Luo Li was seen by Hu Jiao, and quickly withdrew her hand. Her eyes were full of anxiety. Hu Jiao, will you wait? Brother Jiao. Hu Jiao was suddenly hooked around the neck, feeling uncomfortable, and patted the back of the other's hand speechlessly. Zhou Yanning, take your hand off, and hook the neck again, be careful not to throw you. Zhou Yanning grabbed both of his ears and made a face at Hu Jiao, be stingy. The two of them met yesterday in the shooting subject of the physical fitness test. Although they only spoke a few words, they were not very familiar with each other, but Zhou Yanning was naturally familiar. Hu Jiao patted Luo Li on the shoulder, and introduced to Zhou Yanning, Luo Li, the First Military Academy, Mecha Individual Department. After finishing speaking, she pointed to Zhou Yanning again, Zhou Yanning, Second Military Academy, Starship Command Department. Luo Li pursed her lips nervously, her voice was barely audible, hello. Hello. Zhou Yanning had just finished asking, when he suddenly gasped, the two of us seem to be in the same high school, right? You are Teacher Luo's daughter, right? Teacher Luo is so strict with you at home, is she also very strict with you? Hu Jiao noticed that when Luo Li heard the words Teacher Luo, she covered her stomach with her hands at some point, and her complexion was a little pale, very similar to the nervous appearance before the exam that day. She stretched out her foot and kicked Zhou Yanning's shoe toe, urging, tell me if you have something to do, and leave if there is nothing to do. Zhou Yanning grinned, I want to sit on the same seat as you on the starship later. A few friends said that they really want to meet a sharpshooter who can shoot guns with 10 rings. Although there is a shooting test in the military academy assessment, most of the students have not received systematic shooting training, and they usually use automatic sights when playing mech combat in the virtual star network. Therefore, before entering the military academy and receiving professional training, most of them have a relatively average shooting level. During the shooting assessment, Zhou Yanning stood next to Hu Jiao and saw Hu Jiao carrying a primitive gun with his own eyes. Each shot made a hole. He was immediately shocked and called Brother Jiao. Hu Jiao glanced at Luo Li, shook his head, I have an appointment, and I can't sit in the same seat as you. Then I'll bring a few friends. Do you know each other? Okay. When Zhou Yanning trotted away, Hu Jiao saw Luo Li looking at her, hesitated for a long time and did not speak. Hu Jiao. Rory, you. The two of them spoke almost at the same time. Hu Jiao saw Luo Li's cheeks flushed again, and joked with a smile, Luo Li, you are really cute, and you are always shy. She took out the jam bread from the storage box and urged while tearing off the packaging bag, if you have something to say, the starship will leave. Being urged by Hu Jiao, Luoli became anxious. Her voice was louder than usual. I want to ask you if you want to sit with me. After shouting, she was like a deflated balloon again, but you just said that you have an appointment. Okay. Luoli suddenly raised her head, looked at Hu Jiao in disbelief, and asked, Are you okay? Hu Jiao swallowed the bread in his mouth and said with a hearty smile, Yes, I promise to sit with you. Luoli's eyes were shining brightly, like two little honey-colored suns. I brought breakfast with mince pies. Also squeezed fresh juice. By the way, I see that you like to eat grape-flavored fructose, so I bought a bunch of grapes in advance as an after-dinner fruit. After finishing speaking, Luoli lifted her hand, and all the breakfast in the incubator appeared in front of Hu Jiao. One left and one right, both hot and cold. The food inside is rich in variety. The appearance and fragrance are also absolutely perfect. Hu Jiao looked at it and immediately disliked the jam bread in his hand. When the two were silent, Zhou Yanning's loud Jiao Gu came from behind again, and at the same time, there were 7 or 8 people's chaotic footsteps. Hu Jiao closed the lid of the incubator without changing his face, and his voice was quick and soft. Luoli, put it back quickly, this is not enough. He quickly put the incubator containing breakfast back into the storage. All Dragon Kingdom players. We got up early in the morning to watch the national press conference and watch mobile games with our hearts hanging. Is it just to watch the two of you hide your breakfast there? The author has something to say. Daily update, occasional update, update time is not guaranteed, try to complete update before 6 p.m. Chapter 23. 023. Soon, Hu Jiao and Luoli boarded the starship bound for Capital Star. At the same time, two parties gathered in a laboratory in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. A small 2-meter-high defensive mecha stands on one side, and Qin Shu, as the person identified by the mecha's built-in optical brain, is naturally there. Opposite him, the leaders of several related teams are dispatching team members in an orderly manner. Some of them study metal materials, some study chips, and some study mechanical exoskeletons. A mecha that is common in the interstellar world, in the eyes of the current Long Kingdom people, no matter what part it is worth setting up a special research project. A silver-haired old man in the team raised his hand to touch the mecha. However, when his hand was a few centimeters away from the mecha, he stopped and didn't move again. He just said, Our technological level is still low. There is a lot of room for improvement. A young man looked at this majestic mech with anticipation. If we can get more high-tech gifts. Xiao Chen. The old man turned his head and said disapprovingly, You have to know that the development of a country never depends on one person or one thing. The realization from 0 to 1 cannot be achieved without any one person, let alone our generations. You can't pin your hopes on outsiders when it comes to innovations that are handed down. Someone in the team echoed, Yeah, although I haven't watched that mobile game yet, it is an unknown thing. We must treat it with vigilance. When I think of the mobile phone being forced to download it, I feel hairy. Anyway, we must strive to be able to play it one day. Equal to it. His words also made other people feel heavy. Their mobile phones, no matter whether they were protected or not, were forced to download mobile games without exception. Although the mobile phone was kept outside before entering the laboratory, the feeling of helplessness at that time is still deeply remembered. Qin Shu's eyes wandered around these personnel, and finally fell on the young man who was slightly behind. Huiyu. His expression is colder than it was a few years ago. Looking at his eyebrows and eyes now, the shape of his eyes is indeed somewhat similar to that of Jiao Bao. However, there are people with similar looks in the world, although they are not common, but it does not explain anything. The silver-haired old man turned his head and asked Huiyu, Xiaohua, is your group coming first? Huiyu nodded, put the pen used for recording back into his pocket, and replied lightly, Okay. When he left with his team members, the old man sighed. Old Huang, what are you doing? Qin Shu asked smoothly. Huang Lao put his hands behind his back, I'm worried about Xiaohua. it's been a few years, and I don't know when he will come out. Qin Shu thought of Huiyu, who came to the army with his mentor a few years ago to assist and cooperate, and was silent for a while. No wonder I think he looks colder than a few years ago. Is something wrong? He has a sister. Mr. Huang and Qin Shu knew each other, and the matter was not a secret in their office, so they told Qin Shu. 3 years ago, his sister was driving to celebrate his birthday, and she ran into a drunk driver on the way. The driver had a car accident and was not rescued. After hearing Huang Lao's words, Qin Shu thought, no wonder. Huiyu was probably blaming himself, so he didn't come out after 3 years. Did you see the pen in his hand? The black one? Yeah. Huang Lao nodded. The character Jiao engraved on the pen is his sister's name. Arrogant? Because of the weird app, Qin Shu was a little sensitive to this word. His sister's name is Huijiao. Yes, Huijiao, proud Jiao. After all, it was someone else's housework, so Qin Shu didn't ask any further questions. He was about to leave when he caught a glimpse of the defensive mech that was about to be taken for research. As soon as he saw the mecha, he thought of the NPC who gave the mecha, Jiao Bao. Strange to say, all the other NPCs in the mobile game have names and surnames, but only Jiao Bao never displays their surnames. Even if other NPCs called Jiao Bao by name, they would always hear the word Jiao Bao instead of his real name. Wait. Huijiao, Jiao Bao. Qin Shu didn't know if it was because of the holographic experience for more than a month, so he also started to think wildly. Huijiao and Jiao Bao, the former is Huiyu's younger sister, and the latter has similar features and eyes to Huiyu, and with similar names, are they really not related at all? And Qin Shu frowned slightly. He remembered that it was said in the background setting of the app that Jiao Bao was a person from Earth who traveled to the interstellar era, and the opportunity for her time travel was a car accident. Although it sounds fantastic, he couldn't stop thinking about a few coincidences. Star year 3036, capital star. 6 hours after setting off from Qingji, a long, blue and white starship anchored at the Silver Guard port on capital. The students of the 3 military academies boarded the medium-sized aircraft sent by their respective military academies after disembarking from the starship. Huijiao and Luo Li are still on the same aircraft, sitting in the front row, and looking out from here. The viewing angle is the best. The first military academy of the Alliance is located in the east of Capital Star, covering a very large area. It not only has the title of number 1 in the entire Alliance, but also has the highest mecha training hall in the entire Alliance. Huijiao raised his eyes, and he could see the extremely tall spiral building in the sky. Dozens of different mecha models are engraved on its walls, which look like the origin of mechas and the homing of mechas, which can easily inspire people's love for mechas and enthusiasm for competition. Now, the spiral building you see is the school's mecha training hall. It has a total of 361 floors. In the aircraft, Yao Qindong, a senior who was sent to pick up the freshmen, pointed to the outside and introduced, usually, our school's virtual mecha competition, official mecha competition, league virtual area, and individual arena are all inside. The main place where you earn your points. Huijiao was listening carefully, but was suddenly asked by Yao Qindong, student, have you learned about the school points in advance? Huijiao nodded. The school's ranking list is based on the total number of students' points. Now, the top scorer is senior sister Shi Wei, who is in the 4th grade, with a total of 405,236 points. The senior was stunned for a long time before nodding, you're right. It turns out that Shi Wei already has more than 400,000 points. After he was puzzled, he pointed to Huijiao's back seat and asked, student wearing a hat, stop playing games with your head down. Have you learned about the school points in advance? Huijiao turned his head, and met the eyes of the hated classmate who was looking up. It was also at this moment that she realized that Xingduo's eyes were very clear sapphire blue, bright and clean, like the vast and clear sky. Hua Jiao saw him put down a tablet device and an external physical keyboard that resembled an old game console and typed codes in his hand, and replied, "In the competition, we have to score points for selecting mechas and repairing mechas. A hand-operated mecha repair fees range from 3,000 points to 10,000 points." Yao Qindong put on a blank face. "Ah, you are right." He was a little overwhelmed by Hua Jiao and Xingduo's answers. He was right, but it wasn't the most important part, especially the specific points they added. How strange it sounded. Yao Qindong gave up and continued to call people, and took the initiative to add, "Points are equivalent to credit points in school." To put it simply. Although he tried his best to keep it simple, the freshmen were obviously more interested in Hua Jiao's points table and Xingduo's mecha competition, and there were endless chattering discussions. Yao Qindong took a deep breath and continued, "You can exchange points for accommodation, ordering meals in the cafeteria, course materials, etc. After 4 years, if you work hard, you don't need to spend a penny. Some teachers are very popular. Whether you will be kicked out by the system after the selection also depends on your points." Hua Jiao listened to the more and more joyful discussion of the students around him, and then looked at Yao Qindong who was clenching his fists more and more, and touched his nose. After the long list of point explanations was over, Yao Qindong let out a heavy breath and asked, "Do you understand?" The freshmen said in unison, "Understood." "Yao Qindong, I believe you're evil." "Papa Papa." Clear applause echoed among the freshmen, and the other freshmen searched and found Hua Jiao. Sitting next to Hua Jiao, Luoli naturally received a lot of stares. She lowered her face shyly. Yao Qindong was puzzled. "What are you doing?" Hua Jiao put down his hands, raised his head, and said seriously, "Senior, I think you need to be affirmed." "Yao Qindong. Why is my heart more blocked?" He met Hua Jiao's sincere black eyes, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you." Hua Jiaoyang smiled, "You're welcome." Puff. A low laugh came from the back seat. Hua Jiao turned his head, twitched his fingers and tapped his back a few times. When Xingduo looked up, he really saw the smile that was still on the corner of his mouth. Xingduo looked at each other innocently. "Student, what's the matter?" Hua Jiao raised his chin towards the tablet in his hand. "Are you playing a code game?" "Is it?" "A gadget to exercise hand speed." Xingduo handed the game console and external keyboard forward. "I'm sleepy, I want to sleep for a while, do you want to play?" "Thank you." Hua Jiao reached out to take it. As soon as she turned around and sat down, she heard an obviously sleepy voice above her head. "You click on the instruction page first, there is a corresponding table of codes and actions. Memorize them." "Right." Luo Li turned her head and glanced, her eyes widened in surprise. There are hundreds of instructions densely packed in this page, and a simple jumping action must output 3 or 4 instructions to complete. Have you finished memorizing it? The next moment, Luo Li saw Hua Jiao swipe a few times and came to the official page of the game. Just memorized hundreds of instructions. The key student named Xingduo in the back seat also seemed to think it was normal. Luo Li stared at Hua Jiao's side face, doubting life briefly. Xingduo yawned, raised his head, put on his sweater hat and sat back in his seat. The voice came from the back of the chair. "The gameplay in the simple mode is quite simple, just input commands so that the ball does not hit obstacles, you can play by yourself." "Thanks." Hua Jiao didn't plan to play at first. It was just the first time she saw a physical keyboard similar to the Bluetooth keyboard in her previous life in Interstellar and thought it was a bit novel. Later, she thought that she had memorized all the movement instructions, so she could just play around with it. As a result, the small black ball on the game page had a bad start and failed to jump. 2 lines of announcements jumped out. "Game over. Unfortunately. You managed to get 0 points." Hua Jiao slowly clenched his hands, the joints creaking. "Very good, little coal ball, you have successfully provoked me." Hua Jiao settled down and continued to play for about half an hour. Finally, the little coal ball turned from black to red. The next moment, he hit the wall again and died. Game over. Unfortunately. You managed to score 351 points. Hu Jiao took a deep breath and continued typing on the keyboard. In fact, she remembered clearly the 5 commands that she was able to command the little red ball to turn around just now, but the speed at which she typed the codes with both hands could not keep up with the speed of her brain. After a while, as the color of the ball continued to change, it ran faster and faster, and Hu Jiao's hand typing on the keyboard became faster and faster. Luoli watched the ball crashing to death again and again, and couldn't help but feel sleepy, but she watched Hu Jiao's devotion to playing, and was afraid that falling asleep would affect Hu Jiao, so she forced her eyelids to watch Hu Jiao's play. At the same time, she also deeply realized the reason why hand-operated mechas were eliminated by the times. According to this difficulty, many people are afraid that they will be stuck for a long time on the action of lifting the mecha's feet. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the freshmen's aircraft landed smoothly on the playground at the back of the First Military Academy. More than 5,000 freshmen from Qingji Star stepped off the starship with a bright vision for the life of the military academy in the next 4 years. Repay you. Xing Duo looked up and saw the game console and external keyboard being handed to him. Hu Jiao waved one hand, see you later. After Hu Jiao and Luoli followed the crowd down the starship, Xing Duo got up and left his seat while putting the game console in the storage. During his movements, he accidentally swiped across the screen, and a shiny announcement jumped out. Xing Duo paused and looked down at the page. Congratulations. Successfully got 6,321 points. Win the championship. He clicked on the game records, swiped down for a while, and was surprised to find that the latest 10 records were all new records made by Hu Jiao, and each one had higher scores. After scrolling through a few pages, he saw at the bottom the 0 points left by Hu Jiao's first checkpoint record, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Newbie. This classmate. Xing Duo glanced outside the starship, then looked back at the hundreds of checkpoint records in the game console, and said with a low smile, I'm quite eager to win. The author has something to say. Chapter 24. 024. Here, after the freshmen of the First Army disembarked from the starship, each department lined up separately, and the seniors who were in charge also came to lead them away one by one. Hu Jiao and Luoli were both standing in the team of the mecha individual department. Luoli turned her head and asked her, are you sleepy? Hu Jiao shook his head, not sleepy. Just got the first place, although it is only the first place in the simple mode, but it is enough to make her refreshed and full of energy. I'm a little sleepy. Luoli whispered. Hu Jiao dug out a few mints from the storage box and gave them to her, eat some candies to refresh your mind. After a while, the process should be to get the military training supplies and divide into dormitories. When you get back to the dormitory, take the time to sleep. Yao Qindong shouted from the front, all the freshmen of the Mecha Academy. I'll give you a minute, and immediately rearrange according to the class. He directed the AI robot to arrange the class signs, line up according to your respective classes. From left to right, Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, quick. Hurry up. The environment of the military academy may itself have a certain sense of urging, or Yao Qindong's shouting at the top of his voice may make people feel nervous. The students were still slack and undisciplined in the aircraft, but when they arrived at the back playground, their expressions changed immediately, their backs were straight, and they lined up quickly. After Hu Jiao and Luoli parted, they trotted to the farthest signboard, Class 1. She was the first one to arrive in the class, and simply stood there waiting for the students in the same class. Wait. The class next door is full. Wait and wait. The next class of the next class is not enough for one row, so there are 2 rows. Wait and wait and wait. 1 minute is over. Hu Jiao looked at the empty back, lost in thought. It seems that Gao Lang was wrong, the first class didn't even have the tail of the crane. Yao Qindong was in front of the row of Class 5 in the middle. He didn't look at it and shouted, report the number. Start reporting from Class 1. Hu Jiao remained expressionless. 1. Yao Qindong, what's next? Keep reporting. The students in the second class next door couldn't help laughing when they saw that there was only one single seedling in the legendary concentration camp for geeks. When they heard Yao Qindong yelling to continue the report, they suddenly burst into laughter, and 2 students rushed to the first class. 2. 3. Hu Jiao glanced at them indifferently, raised his foot and stepped between the 2 boys. 2.5. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Not to mention the second class, the rest of the classes were also laughing like crazy. Yao Qindong ran to the first class to have a look, and was shocked. This year, you are the only student in the first class of the individual soldier department of Qingjixing. Hu Jiao raised his hand and pointed backwards, and said with a smile, 2 students have applied for a change of class. Fuck. Who's changing shifts? Hurry up, go back. They have long heard that the education system of Class 1 is different from other classes, and that there are only 2 types of people who can be assigned to Class 1, geeks and crane tails, who loves to come. Hu Jiao and the other 2 pushed and left, but he calmly spread his hands. The match failed. She had just finished speaking when a voice came from behind. 1.5, no, 2. Hu Jiao turned his head and looked at Shengduo questioningly. Brother, your slip of the tongue is very good. Feel sorry. Shengduo immediately admitted his mistake, pointed to the admission information that popped up on his computer, and said, I just saw that I was transferred to Class 1. When he received the admission email for the first time, he was assigned to the first class. He received another email the next morning and was transferred to the second class. Until just now, he received the third email and returned to the first class. It can be seen from the content of the email that the school is also very troubled by his mental strength and physical fitness. Yao Qindong turned off his optical brain and coughed lightly. I asked the teacher in charge of admissions, and it is true that there are only the 2 of you in the first class of the Mecha Individual Department of Qingji Star, but there are dozens of candidates in the 9 assessment areas including Capital Star and Silver Satellite. Class 1. Hu Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Yao Qindong laughed. What? Are you afraid of being alone? Hu Jiao shook his head. Not afraid. And you dash. The number 1 coveted by only one person, Buxiang. Yao Qindong. Other people. I will be crazy if I send you 3 words. Shengduo's sincere voice came from behind. Student, I don't really covet number 1. Hu Jiao turned his head back, with a surprised face. You are a person who has to lap in long-distance running. Is it credible to say this? Shengduo was puzzled. Why can't they run too slowly? Seeing that the 2 were chatting back and forth, Yao Qindong took a deep breath, turned around and yelled, Report. Soon, the remaining students of the Mecha Individual Department of those classes also finished their counting one by one. Hu Jiao listened carefully, and calculated from their reports that there were about 2,000 individual soldiers enrolled in Qingji Star. Then, with 10 assessment stars plus 1, it is estimated that there would be 20,000 students. You know, the Mecha Academy of the Alliance's number 1 military academy has only enrolled a total of 60,000 people in 8 departments this year, and the number of individual soldiers is obviously the largest. Look up to your 3 o'clock direction. Yao Qindong's voice rang in his ears. Hu Jiao raised his eyes and saw the unique mecha building. Yao Qindong pointed at the spiral mecha building and shouted, Your military training materials for the next half-month of tomorrow are all in there. After receiving the materials, go to the dormitory area to check in. By the way, the dormitory is divided into 2 rooms. There are 4-person dorms in common dormitories, and the First Army doesn't pay attention to early allocation, all are first come, first served. You all hurry up and handle it. Don't delay. Now, according to your respective classes, line up to go, from. Hu Jiao didn't listen, and ran away, leaving Yao Qindong with a flying ponytail. Since the counting starts from the first class, the running also has to start from the first class. The students in other classes saw Hua Jiao running away in a hurry, and then looked at the long queue in their own class, and they were deeply envious. Yao Qindong looked at Xingduo who stayed where he was, and asked, "Why don't you run away? Listen to you. Speak English." Xingduo was silent for a while, and replied, "Prove to Hua Jiao that I really don't covet the number one position." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his legs and ran away, just avoiding Yao Qindong's kick. "Senior, see you later." Yao Qindong. It's not wrong for you two to be in the same class. The arrival time of the starship from Qingji Star was neither too early nor too late. When Hua Jiao came to the Mecha building, the students who had applied for the exam in Capital Star had already gone back and forth between the Mecha building and the dormitory area. At the moment, there are robots in the Mecha building maintaining order and distributing military training supplies, and there are also people gathered around the big screen in the viewing area to watch the highlights of previous military academy leagues. Hua Jiao ran into the material area while listening to accents from different planets, but he rushed too fast and accidentally bumped into the person rushing out of it. There was a crash. The palm-sized mirror fell to the ground and fell to pieces. Who walks without looking at the road? Hua Jiao followed the sound and was surprised that the opposite was still an acquaintance. He has a fair face, brown curly hair, and the air of a noble young master all over his body. Jiang Canyon. Jiang Canyon is different from Hua Jiao who uses Nanhua 1 ID to log into the virtual star network. He defaults to his real name and real appearance. Therefore, Hua Jiao recognizes people when he sees them. Seeing Jiang Canyon, Hua Jiao remembered the enchanting fee that Jiang Cancan paid. At that time, she considered that she would cooperate with the military and the Enchanters Guild in the future, and the price of virtual enchanting would definitely be greatly reduced. Therefore, she only received 3,000 credit points from Jiang Cancan, which was also a relatively high market price after the virtual phoenix enchanting was fully promoted. As a result, that night, Jiang Cancan paid her 200,000 credits through Xinguang, which was the same price as the enchantment that Jiang Canyon bought at the beginning. "Sorry, I owe you." "Need not." Although Jiang Canyon didn't recognize Hua Jiao as Master Nan who was blowing rainbow farts every day, he didn't bother to embarrass someone he didn't know. However, he had just accumulated a lot of anger inside, and his tone was still a little violent. "Get out of the way." Hua Jiao called the AI robot to clean up while getting out of the way. As soon as she got out of the way, she saw a tall and strong boy chasing out from inside. The other party's tone was narrow. "Jiang Canyon, you are also the tail of the crane, and I am also the tail of the crane. It is not shameful that you and I are in the same class. Are you going to transfer schools? By the way, it is said that you are not used to living in a 4-person dormitory. But the 2-person dormitory was taken up by a few of us, and you look down on us, or you can go and find some poor ghosts in your class." Song Lei. Jiang Canyon frowned and said displeasedly, "Don't forget where you are now." Hua Jiao watched for a long time, but he was not surprised that Song Lei, a military student, would say that. After all, there are moths in the military headquarters, and Xia Tunan has a special right to speak about this. Of course, Song Lei's ability to say it in front of outsiders is probably due to his poor brain. Hua Jiao was about to bypass them and go inside to collect military training supplies, when suddenly, a clear and loud mechanical announcement came from inside the mecha building. All freshmen from the Individual Combat Department, Fleet Command Department, Battlefield Modeling Department, Battlefield Manufacturing Department, and Battlefield Logistics Department of the Mecha Academy, please note. The noisy voices in the hall suddenly stopped, and countless freshmen looked up to watch the huge light screen in the battle zone. Their names actually appeared on it. After the names, there was a column of points, and the points of all freshmen showed 0. Hua Jiao looked at the serial number 00001 in front of the name, feeling comfortable physically and mentally. This is the total ranking of freshmen from the 5 departments. Looking down, 00002 is called Zhou Zixing. Zhou Zixing. She thought about it, and before going to Qingzhou Comprehensive University for the physical fitness test, she had heard the name from the driver's uncle, who also said that his son was the best at reading. On the light screen, the classmate Xing Duo was ranked 09, Luo Li was ranked 7198, and Du Bai was ranked 19458. Looking forward from the back, Jiang Kanyang 40085, Gao Lei 40086, two goalkeepers. Just as Hu Jiao looked away, he heard another public announcement. The 102nd warm-up competition for freshmen of the 5 departments of the Mecha Academy will start in 10 minutes. All freshmen on the list, please go to the corresponding virtual room immediately according to the serial number, and get ready. Freshmen who are late but do not lie down in the virtual cabin will be treated as 0 points. This warm-up match will affect your dormitory assignment and class assignment for the next 4 years, please treat it with caution. Hu Jiao tilted her head. She wondered if the first class did not recruit enough people, so the school wanted to recruit a few more people. The author has something to say. Chapter 25.025. As soon as the broadcast stopped, Hu Jiao heard complaints from around, and a sudden exclamation. What's the situation? The first report is the warm-up match? Damn it, I starship twice, one after the other, for 20 hours or so, I didn't sleep at all. No, isn't the key point the class assignment? Except for the first class of the Mecha department, it doesn't make any difference how the other classes are divided. You. Click. The door was closed by Hu Jiao from the inside. The rest of the discussions were all silenced outside the door. The virtual room for 10 people in 00001 and 00010 is on the first floor, and it took Hu Jiao less than a minute to go back and forth. At the same time, an interactive page suddenly popped up in front of the players in Dragon Kingdom. Clang clang clang. Parents of the Longhua Division, Jiaobao has successfully enrolled and is about to participate in the first game of his military school career. To celebrate, 3 parents, Ji**, Yi***, and Qin** bought virtual particle firework beams from the Zai Zai shop. 3 hours later, a small firework show will start, with a viewing quota of 100 people. Parents who are interested, please register as soon as possible. Online Dragon Kingdom players. If you don't list the initials of the 3 parents' real names again, they will try to sign up if they are not sure. Now, looking at a string of, they are afraid to try and die. On the side of the First Army, Hu Jiao looked around in the virtual room where the second person hadn't come yet, and took in the interior layout in his eyes. The 4 walls of the virtual room are made of an unknown silver metal. It is said that the mecha buildings in reality use it as a virtual room material, and it can effectively slow down the speed at which people consume mental energy. Near the inner wall, there are 10 capsule-type virtual cabins. Hu Jiao walked to the virtual cabin and took a look. He was surprised to find that the virtual cabin here uses mental power links and physical nerve links. That is to say, when you are mentally exhausted and can no longer log into the Star Network, you can use the physical nerve links to reconnect. Log into StarNet to play games. But she reached out and knocked on the virtual cabin marked 00001, and the crisp knocking sound echoed in the room. This also shows that in the warm-up match, her physical fitness will not always remain at the initial state, but will be completely linked to her physical fitness in reality. The top 1,000 players in this warm-up match score will live in a double dormitory, and the top 10,000 players will live in a 4-person dormitory. The score ranking. The mechanical voice was cut off halfway through, and soon, a woman's voice came out violently from inside. What are you still doing in the lobby? Run. Move. Did you grow 2 legs to look good? All the students who are ranked outside the top 100 in points, practice with weights for 3 hours before the main military training. Do you hear that? Top 100. If you can't get to the top 100, you all go to the playground and run hard for me. In an instant, the students in the building who were still at a loss suddenly trembled. They didn't bother to discuss any more military training or warm-up matches, and they pushed and shoved to find their respective virtual rooms. 0001. The door of the virtual room was pushed open again, and several people came in together. As soon as the round-faced girl in the lead saw Hu Jiao, she rushed forward and asked, "Are you the number one Hu Jiao?" "To you. Nice to meet you." The round-faced girl stretched out her hand. "My name is He Tian Tian, and I am ranked 3rd. I will definitely not lose to you in this warm-up match." Hu Jiao shook hands and smiled. "It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm looking forward to it." After shaking hands, she looked down at her palms. Hu Jiao noticed that there was a thin layer of calluses in He Tiantian's palm that would only appear after holding a gun for a long time. It is such a blessing to be able to compete for the first place with a hardworking and outstanding classmate. Soon, Shengduo stepped in, and all 10 people in their room were present. Hu Jiao lay down in front of the virtual cabin, and focused his attention on the tall and thin boy in the second row, Zhou Zixing. At first glance, he looks gentle and bookish, and the light screen shows that he is from the Department of Battlefield Modeling. After a while, the familiar mechanical announcement sound came again. Freshman warm-up match, Zerg hunting. This is a jungle that has been invaded by Zerg, and there are still 3,000 Zerg hiding in it. Your task is to hunt and kill the Zerg to gain points. Before the warm-up match is over, if the individual dies, the points will be cleared. If the individual abstains, the points will be retained. Please choose carefully according to your own strength. Please continue to explore the remaining rules. Hu Jiao's eyes flickered during the announcement. But before being mentally linked, she clicked her tongue in frustration. In the holographic simulation state of the virtual room, not only the upper limit of physical fitness will be equal to reality, but also people's needs for water and food will be exactly the same as reality. Another hour is 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and she actually forgot to put a bag of bread or nutritional supplements in her pocket. Soon, Hu Jiao appeared in a dense and lush forest in frustration. As soon as she landed, she immediately tensed her muscles to guard against any danger that might arise at any time. The deep forest is very quiet, there are no Zerg or classmates around. There were more than 40,000 students from the 5 departments of the Mecha Academy participating in the warm-up match, but they didn't meet any of them. Either the virtual jungle map is relatively large this time, or the school has deliberately arranged it. After Hu Jiao roughly glanced at the surrounding scene, he stopped staying in the open space and hurriedly bent down and ran into the bushes that could block his sight. Coincidentally, I picked up an electromagnetic gun on the ground. She shook the gun in her hand and raised her eyebrows slightly. There are almost 40,000 freshmen who have been released. Can the 3,000 Zerg be divided? It's hard to say whether this gun is used to fight Zerg or to fight people. Relying on the experience of surviving in the barren star for 2 months, Hu Jiao quickly found a suitable hiding place. In the canopy of a dead ginseng tree, you can hide, rest temporarily, and look around. The most important thing is that there is a water source 100 meters ahead. Hu Jiao put the electromagnetic gun on his back, rubbed his palms and was about to climb the tree. Just as he was about to move, he suddenly heard the sound of messy footsteps from far to near. She squatted down slightly and looked forward through the bushes. She first saw Song Lei running in front and Jiang Kanyang chasing behind. The latter also had an energy beam dagger lingering in particle blue light in his hand, probably a weapon he picked up when he first arrived. Song Lei was almost hit by the dagger in the back of the vest. He jumped forward with a yelp, and shouted anxiously, "Jiang Kanyang. The task is already said to let us kill the insects. Why are you chasing me with a dagger? You crazy ball. I bother." Jiang Kanyang was not as physically fit as Song Lei. After he missed a blow just now, he ran further and further behind. If you have the guts to play a sneak attack, just hold on and don't run away. You are a waste. The appearance of the two of them made Hu Jiao's heart itch. She wanted to try to see if points would be deducted for killing people in individual battles. Once she found out, would she hide the rules? So, Hu Jiao immediately set up the electromagnetic gun he had just picked up and aimed at Song Lei who was running ahead. 3 meters. 7 meters. 10 meters. The distance between the two was getting farther and farther, but Hu Jiao didn't panic at all. He held the gun calmly, squinted his eyes slightly, and pressed his fingers decisively. Boom! What the am I? 40,085 Jiang Kanyang died, and was sent out after 3 minutes. Accumulated score, 0, ranking 40086 in this warm-up match. Jiang Kanyang didn't care about the information in his personal channel at all. He was completely stunned, and only one word was left in his heart and eyes: pain. Hastily. It hurts. It hurts me. Why is the pain system in the virtual room the same as in reality? Hu Jiao's personal information channel also received a personal notice. 00001 Hu Jiao killed his own team member X1, cumulative score, -1, before the warm-up match ends. You can spend 100 points to help your teammates. Hu Jiao caressed his forehead. The cost of exploring this new rule is also too high. The first show in the warm-up match started with a -1. Also, -1 and 100 appear together, which is very ironic. Hu Jiao looked at Jiang Kanyang through the bushes, and the other party fell to the ground with crystal tears on his face. Seeing this, she felt a little guilt in her heart. Although she was really aiming at Song Lei at the beginning, she never expected that Jiang Kanyang would be precisely caught by the dirt pit on the ground at the moment the gunshot sounded, and he flew forward with his whole body, and was shot perfectly. It's too dramatic. Also too unlucky. Jiang Kanyang lay on the ground for a while, and when the pain subsided, he realized that he was dead. He really is dead. Less than 5 minutes into the warm-up match, he was sniped to death by the sneak attacker, and the sneak attack was super painful. Jiang Kanyang tilted his head, the first time he saw the attacker coming out of the bushes, but when he looked again, he looked very familiar. This man not only smashed the mirror he used to arrange his handsome hairstyle, but also plotted against him behind his back. Jiang Kan blushed angrily and had a thick neck, gritted his teeth and said, You're dead. Don't blah. A violent curse from the school's public channel retorted Jiang Kanyang's unspoken words. All the freshmen in the jungle couldn't help but stop their movements after hearing this curse. They were all shocked. My, who is this? With such high efficiency, he died at the beginning. Jiang Kanyang pouted, feeling wronged. My back hurts so much from the beating. What's wrong with a few words? Hu Jiao noticed that Song Lei first glanced at the electromagnetic gun in her hand, and then he pointed at Jiang Kanyang and laughed. Jiang Kanyang, there are too many people who don't like you, look at me. Before he finished speaking, Song Lei suddenly flew towards her. Bang! Boom! On the empty forest path, in just 1 minute, 3 people were standing and 2 were lying on the ground. Hu Jiao looked at Song Lei, who was half dead after being slapped by her with the gun, tilted his head and smiled. Steal the gun. Song Lei couldn't see the point deduction information in Hu Jiao's private channel, so he glared and shouted, I'll kill you if I don't. Bang! Another pistol was his answer. 40,086 Song Lei is dead, and will be sent out after 3 minutes, cumulative score, 0, ranked 40085 in this warm-up match. Hu Jiao squatted down and patted the side of Song Lei's corpse with the of his gun, his brows and eyes slightly curved. Extra weight training experience voucher, thank you. Jiang Kanyang, who watched the whole process. I'm aggrieved and happy now. What's the matter with seeing sneak attackers being annoying and pleasing to the eye? The author has something to say. Chapter 26.026. The mountains and forests were silent, and there was no sound. The 2 corpses, dead, on the ground were eliminated long ago, and they were never seen again. On the large light screen in the viewing area of the Mecha building, in Hu Jiao's personal live broadcast room, a line of announcements stood out. 00001 Hu Jiao kills his team member X1, cumulative score, -2, before the warm-up match ends. You can spend 100 points to help your teammates. Obviously, all the freshmen currently belong to one camp. Can they kill each other? Can kill. That's just killing and deducting points. Song Lei was lying in the virtual cabin, slightly stunned. On both sides of him, there were 9 virtual cabins with similar shapes. Among them, Jiang Kanyang's one was empty, and the remaining 8, through the protective cover, he saw, lying the students inside looked peaceful, and it seemed that everything was going well. Fuck. Who hurt me so much? Song Lei ran out of the virtual room angrily and went straight to the viewing area. As soon as he appeared, he was caught off guard by the attention of thousands of freshmen and old students. The emotion in their eyes clearly said that it was too miserable to be eliminated in the first 5 minutes of the warm-up match. Before Song Lei could feel ashamed, he first saw -2 in Hu Jiao's personal live broadcast room. He stared at Hu Jiao in the live broadcast, not caring about being watched by a group of people, and shouted furiously, "Has Hu Jiao gone crazy? She has already killed Jiang Kanyang, so she must have seen that she was deducted points. Why do you still want to kill me?" Jiang Kanyang folded his arms behind him and sneered, "Is there any reason to kill you as a waste?" Song Lei was furious, "Hu Jiao killed you too, aren't you angry? Don't you, ah?" The people around, except Jiang Kanyang, all took a step back in unison to give up the space around Song Lei. Song Lei was grabbed by the ear from behind by a person, and asked sharply, "Do you too have the face to be angry? The First Army has held dozens of warm-up matches for freshmen. Except for the one who fell out of his own death, the 2 of you died the fastest. When you 2 go to the battlefield in the future, you will also kill the opponent. Jiang Kanyang and Song Lei. It is impossible for him to fight with Song Lei/Jiang Kanyang even if he is killed." After Principal Pei Feng finished cursing, she let go of her hand and walked around in front of the 2 of them. She pointed at the door and ordered in a cold voice, "You 2, go out and turn right to the main playground, and practice with 20 kilograms of weight." Jiang Kanyang and Song Lei stared at each other bitterly, as if they were afraid of losing to someone. They replied loudly, "Yes." When the 2 of them ran away, Principal Pei Feng stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the countless new students on the live broadcast light screen. With Principal Pei Feng sitting in the formation, the other students in the spectating area did not dare to make any noise, and they all watched the game quietly and obediently. As a person who lost 2 in the first show, Hu Jiao's live broadcast room was decisively placed in the middle by the main control room. In the virtual forest, Hu Jiao was very melancholy, very melancholy. She sat on a tree branch, swiped out the announcement that popped up in her head with one hand, "Oh." After Song Lei was photographed dead, Hu Jiao saw his own -2 in his personal channel, which is definitely the first place. No. It doesn't matter how many people you sleep in. It's absolutely impossible to take the last place. Especially not in front of players from all over the world. Hu Jiao raised his legs and sat astride a tree branch, straightened his back, and looked around to find someone. In fact, it is not too much trouble to find the Zerg in the huge jungle, but she must have a reliable teammate to prevent being robbed by others when fighting the Zerg. It would be great if I could find Luo Li. Hu Jiaoxin said. The virtual jungle map set by the first military academy in the system is very large. At present, the hidden 3,000 Zergs are still first-class Zergs with little lethality, so there are many new students wandering on the road. But none of them killed 2 of them with a single shot like Hu Jiao. Soon, Hu Jiao saw that the scattered freshmen formed several small groups. Rules updated. Hu Jiao hurriedly pricked up his ears to listen to the content of the broadcast rules. In view of the fact that more than 20 temporary teams have appeared in the field, the team formation rules are announced. A team cannot exceed 5 people, and the individual ranking is determined by the accumulation of points of all members in the team. If a player abstains, the team points will remain unchanged. If a player dies, the individual points will be cleared, and the individual ranking will be determined by the accumulated points of the remaining players in the team. Whoa! Halfway through the announcement of the rules, Hu Jiao saw quite a commotion in the team of 30 or so people in front as he expected. Sudden. There was the sound of rustling branches and leaves. Before Hu Jiao could react, his upper body was already lying on the branch of the tree, silently observing the front. After a while, a familiar jumper emerged from the stacked bushes, and the other party was carrying a backpack. Our people. Not Zerg. Hu Jiao was not surprised when he saw Xingduo. The virtual cabin in the virtual room can sense through the nerves of the limbs of the human body, and it is extremely friendly to Xingduo's E-level mental power. With a gun in one hand and a tree branch in the other, she stepped on it 2 or 3 times, jumped off the tree with a bang, and landed on the ground, just blocking Xingduo. Student Xingduo, let's form a team. Team formation. Yes, except for Luo Li and Du Bai, I already know you. I can't believe it for the time being. After finishing speaking, Hu Jiao curled his fingers, tapped the long knife held in Xingduo's arms twice, and smiled. One of us is long range and the other is melee, it's perfect. Xingduo crossed his arms and said honestly, I'm hesitant. Hu Jiao was startled, are you afraid that I will hold you back? No. Xingduo shook his head, and said sincerely, I'm afraid I'll hold you back if your mental strength is not good, you are too eager to win, can you fall asleep if you don't take the first place? Hu Jiao. I really haven't experienced it yet. Xingduo, I hope you can seriously consider it. Hu Jiao said earnestly, 3,000 Zergs were robbed by tens of thousands of freshmen. When you fight Zergs, can you guarantee that they will not be robbed by others? Although I like number 1, but the character No Dog, you and I are good teammates. To be precise, there are 40,086 new students. Hu Jiao turned his head and saw a tall, thin, bookish, fair boy emerging from the jungle behind him. Zhou Zixing ranked second among the freshmen. Hu Jiao remembered that he was also in virtual room 00001, and the virtual cabin was right next to her. On the opposite side, Zhou Zixing said calmly, among them, there are 20,053 individual soldiers, who are the backbone of this hunting battle, and 5 of them are the most capable. Well, 5 people. Hu Jiao and Xingduo waited for a few minutes, but they didn't hear the rest of the text, so they asked in unison, which 4? Uh-huh. The two looked at each other silently, turned their heads tacitly, and asked Zhou Zixing again, which 3? Students and teachers in the viewing area. You are so confident to list yourself among the 5 capable people. Zhou Zixing didn't seem surprised, and said, you guys form a team with me, and I'll tell you the remaining 3 and the type of teammates they will pick. 10 minutes later, the 3 people in the temporary team lay side by side in the grass. Hu Jiao pointed forward with his gun. At 12 o'clock, 100 meters away, there are 2-headed spiders on the tree, 3 of them. Zhou Zixing, the book says that the 2-headed spider likes the shade, and prefers 2 kinds of trees, sycamore and bitter locust tree. The trunk of the sycamore tree in front is moist, and the branches and leaves are slightly yellow, which is consistent. But, he was puzzled, turned his head and asked Hu Jiao, where did you find out that there are 3? Hu Jiao, experience. This is my experience of killing 7 or 8 spider nests in the wild forest. Seeing that the 2 of them said the same thing, Xingduo groped forward with a long knife in his hand. I'll attract their attention, and the 2 of you should help out depending on the situation. Hu Jiao set up the electromagnetic gun and adjusted the built-in scope to aim at the sycamore tree in front of him. From the camera, she could see that Xingduo was groping carefully all the way. When he was 20 meters away from the plane tree, he suddenly tensed his muscles and rushed forward like a nimble cheetah. From the moment he stepped on the tree trunk and quickly climbed up the tree, to the sneak attack with his arm raised and slashed with a long knife, the whole process took less than 10 seconds, and he was extremely flexible and never dragged his feet. Under the reflection of the star's light, the blade of the blade reflected a piercing light, carrying unstoppable determination and murderous aura. Tisk. Hu Jiao pointed his gun at the head of the second 2-headed spider that was trying to attack Xingduo, and shot decisively. S-level physical fitness is really different. Unlike her, if you want to climb a tree, you have to step on it 3 times. The double-headed spider is a 4th level Zerg, which is equivalent to a human's B-level physical fitness. Except for the soft part between the 2 necks and the nail cover, the other parts are extremely hard, and it is difficult to kill it with an electromagnetic gun and a long knife. Zhou Zixing was just about to use the bow/crossbow he picked up to mend the knife when he found 2 two-headed spiders crashing from the tree and falling to the ground, completely dead. Can you hit the 10 rings even if you move the target? Hu Jiao said concisely, experience. Zhou Zixing. You are only 18 years old, why do you experience it again and again? Wait a minute. Hu Jiao pressed Zhou Zixing, who was about to get up, and frowned. Did you hear something? Zhou Zixing listened carefully, it seems, The two looked up slowly. The clear sky was suddenly overwhelmed with darkness, and upon closer inspection, it was densely packed with fist-sized locusts. Level 3 Locust. Although the electromagnetic gun can kill one with a single shot, it can't stand it flying fast and play a group fight with hundreds of troops. Hu Jiao grabbed Zhou Zixing and made a quick decision, run. She turned around while running wildly, teammate. Don't break the back. Run. After Xingduomo saw off the 2 teammates who were about to fly separately, he turned his head and silently looked at the 3rd two-headed spider and the swarm of locusts that were blocking him alive and dead. He said in his heart, is this what I want to continue after? Luo Li just ran out in disgrace. When she saw Hu Jiao, she was overjoyed. Wow. Hu Jiao shot a path of locusts with an electromagnetic gun, pulled out a path of grass, and when he saw Luo Li, he stretched out his hand to hook Luo Li's neck, and stuffed her and Zhou Zixing into a narrow mountain depression. Hush. Layers of branches and leaves hang down, half blocking the dark valley, and the wet soil covers their faces. The locust swarm following them circled the mountain for a few seconds before flying away again. When Xingduo caught up, he first saw Hu Jiao with a cat face, poking his head over there as if preparing to come out. What are you doing? I'll go find you. Hu Jiao ran too fast just now, and was still out of breath at the moment. Seeing that Xingduo was fine, he couldn't help but stuff some kinds of grass in his hand. These grasses, crushed rubbing it on the wound, can detoxify bee venom. Xingduo's whole body was tightly covered by the jumper, so he was bitten by locusts on the back of his hand a few times. He glanced at Zhou Zixing and Luo Li in the mountain depression. Their faces were smeared with green grass juice, and he looked at Hu Jiao again. You who abandoned your teammates early and ran first, why are you still out of breath? Hu Jiao was speechless. Are you showing off your S-level to a person with C-level physical fitness? Besides, just now you really don't want to break the back, and you can't catch up with a distance of 100 meters. Zhou Zixing also came out of the mountain depression, patted the dirt on his body, and echoed, according to your body data, you can catch up with us in 6 seconds, and at that time Hu Jiao turned around and told you not to break up. Feeling ashamed, Xingduo chuckled lightly, said nothing, and lowered his head to wipe the crushed grass juice on the back of his hand. Although it is an unknown grass, the juice is very cool when applied on the back of the hand, and it effectively relieves the burning pain left by the locust bite. Very useful. That is, this is what I came up with after comparing 6 or 7 collocations in the past. By the way, Hu Jiao pulled Luo Li over and introduced to Xingduo and Zhou Zixing, Luo Li, the teammate I mentioned earlier who didn't return to the team. Luo Li was introduced to other people by Hu Jiao, and her earlobe turned red a little bit. She lowered her eyes slightly and whispered, hello. Hello, Zhou Zixing. Zhou Zixing stretched out his hand. I was too hasty just now, so I didn't get to know each other seriously. Luo Li hurriedly shook hands. It's okay. Xingduo nodded, and introduced himself, Xingduo. Hu Jiao saw that everyone was getting to know each other, and then asked Xingduo, before I killed a 2-headed spider and 11 locusts, a total of 37 points, how about you? 2 double-headed spiders, 8 locust bees, 32 points. Xingduo answered truthfully after a brief surprise. The reason why he was surprised was that Hu Jiao only had a sea-level physical fitness. She was able to kill locusts and weeds all the way under the premise of endangering her life. Don't you feel panicked? Xing Duo was surprised, and Hu Jiao was also surprised. The locust belongs to the third level in the Zerg, but its speed is extremely fast and its carapace is hard, so it is not afraid of cold weapons at all. She was able to kill 11 locusts, mainly because of the light of the electromagnetic gun. Xing Duo was able to kill 8 locusts with a long knife, which showed that his strength and accuracy were worthy of S-level physical fitness. This teammate is worth it. Hu Jiao excitedly called for his vision. After finishing the calculation, Zhou Zixing said, "You two got 69 points, plus the 9 points that Luo Li and I got from killing the locust bee, we now have 78 points. After a while, the school may announce the overall ranking. Let's see if the teams will kill each other." Luo Li was ashamed of herself for dragging her feet, but when she heard Zhou Zixing's words, she groaned, "Won't cannibalism deduct points?" Yes. It was a very melancholy and deeply felt sound. After subconsciously speaking, Hu Jiao raised his eyes and met 3 burning eyes. How many points are deducted from a head? Hu Jiao cleared his throat, 1 point. After finishing speaking, she showed the personal channel on the optical brain to the other 3 people, not much, that is, we started with a -2, and now we have 35 points. After Hu Jiao finished speaking, the other 3 had different expressions. Xing Duo and Zhou Zixing, if you don't understand the cause and effect, just look at your expression and tone, you sound very proud. Luo Li, Hu Jiao is awesome, after deducting 2 points, it is more than the points of the 3 of them. Wait. Zhou Zixing grasped the key point and asked, you started with a loss of 2, which means that you deducted 1 point for the murder earlier, and you still want to kill the second one. Hu Jiao was silent, and said innocently, I just want to see how many points are deducted for manslaughter and active killing. Zhou Zixing was rarely stunned, what if the score difference is huge? Hu Jiao put the gun against his shoulder, raised his lips and smiled, then I will try to kill by mistake from now on. All the students in the spectator area. They realized that in this boundless virtual jungle, the most terrifying thing is not the Zerg, but Hu Jiao's heart. The author has something to say. Chapter 27.027 Earth, a meeting room in Dragon Country. The few people sitting around the table had just discussed some of the rules of the mobile game. When the atmosphere was quiet, suddenly, there was a very light laugh. Several people in charge headed by Mr. Huang turned their heads to look, and saw Hu Yu's lingering smile, and they were shocked. For the first time in 3 years, they saw Hu Yu smiling. Cough cough. Huang Lao was so surprised that he was scalded by the hot tea in the teacup, coughed a few times, put the teacup back on the table, and asked tentatively while wiping his mouth with a paper towel, Xiaohua, after you saw the portrait, Jiao Baozhen, and you does my sister look the same? Hu Yu raised his head to look at the others, and nodded slightly. He suppressed his unsteady voice, and replied word by word, the appearance and personality are very similar. His expression was still stern, but the hands on his knees had already clenched into fists, completely revealing the restlessness and heavy emotions in his heart. On the day when the defensive mecha was brought to the laboratory, Qin Shu approached Hu Yu and showed him the portrait of Jiaobao drawn by professionals based on the dictation of 4 players with holographic experience. Very similar. She was very similar to Hu Yu's younger sister who was always smiling, proud and confident in her memory. That day, when everyone in the laboratory saw Hu Yu, who was known as the ice sculpture of 10,000 years, their faces changed unexpectedly. During the reporting period, Hu Yu, with luck and extravagant hopes, carefully clicked on the weird app that was forced to download on his mobile phone. At that time, Jiao Bao in the mobile game was inserted between 2 troublesome boys, and shouted, 2.5. Later, he saw the present at a glance. The other 4 persons in charge sitting around the table looked at each other and communicated silently. If the NPC Jiaobao and Hu Jiao belong to the same person, it is indeed a fantasy, but the appearance of the mobile game app is also a fantasy. Elder Huang leaned forward slightly, and asked, "You said the same temperament." Specifically, he was afraid that Huiyu's feelings for his sister would interfere with Huiyu's judgment. Specifically? Certainly. Huiyu lowered his eyes and saw that Jiaobao was leading his teammates to fight for the first place in the mobile game. A little smile appeared in his eyes, probably the number 1 engraved in the DNA. Other people? After Huiyu finished speaking, he thought of his salty fish parents at home. He didn't know if the superposition of the 2 salty fish caused a genetic mutation, so his younger sister liked to be the number 1 since kindergarten. A few years ago, his parents were very worried that his sister would break down emotionally or have self-doubt because she couldn't get the first place. Therefore, when she got a chance at home, she would blow her rainbow fart wildly and try to cultivate her self-confidence. They firmly believe that if they continue to cultivate like this, even if their sister fails one day and misses the number 1, she will still have the confidence to regain the number 1. Huang Lao looked at Huiyu's expression for a while, and he thought about it. If the NPC Jiao Bao really has a close relationship with Huiyu's sister, their attitude towards Jiao Bao must change. After all, compatriots are different. Capital Star. Virtual Jungle. The 6-meter-long hydralisk covered the sky and the sun, and its barbed long tail swept like a hurricane towards the 2 people it could see with the naked eye. Taking advantage of Zhou Zixing's attention being drawn to the hydralisk, Sheng Duo slashed at it with a long knife. With a clang, sparks flew wildly. The specially made metal long knife will draw a palm-wide bloodstain on its abdomen. Hu Jiao looked at the bloodstains on it, and frowned slightly. Level 5 Zerg and Hydralisk are only 1 level away from level 4, but their combat power is vastly different. They can easily withstand a sea-level mech on the battlefield. Shelled. If it weren't for Sheng Duo's S-level physique, Sheng Duo's own tiger's mouth would have been shattered just now, let alone leaving bloodstains. Lolly. Coming. The next moment, Hu Jiao and Luo Li suddenly rolled out of the bushes, and the bullets in the gun/barrel shot at the huge hydralisk in front of them. While avoiding the attack from the hydralisk's long tail, Hu Jiao carefully observed the dense pustules of different colors on its body. After a while, he told the other 3 people quickly and clearly, up, 3 meters, down, 5 meters, green, set fire. Luo Li's forehead was covered with sweat, and her throat was dry nervously, understood. Bang bang 3 shots. A single click hits a shot. The hydralisk's rage doubled, and a few wisps of lightning appeared faintly on its body. Luo Li's already aching stomach hurt even more, she felt ashamed. Hu Jiao pushed Luo Li away from the attack range of the hydralisk, flicking its tail. After narrowly turning over to avoid it, he said to Luo Li, "You have a heavy task, beat all the pustules, hurry up." Yeah. Luo Li gritted her teeth and resisted the gun again, her eyes fixed on the pustules all over the hydralisk's body. Bang bang bang. Green, purple, purple, a string of 3 cannons, a perfect hit. Luo Li opened her eyes wide in a daze. She actually did it. Not a single shot was wasted. Roar. The hydralisk was completely enraged by the repeated attacks. It vomited a few bolts of thunder towards Sheng Duo and Zhou Zixing, and then plunged into Luo Li, with its mouth wide open, carrying a strong sour and rancid smell. Hu Jiao raised his gun to aim, and shouted, "Sheng Duo! It's here!" Sheng Duo jumped forward in 2 or 3 steps, blocking Luo Li, and with a long knife slashed across, it was directly stuck in the fangs of the hydralisk. Bang bang bang. From Hu Jiao's side, 3 more shots were fired, all hitting the 3 green pustules above the hydralisk's head. Luo Li seized the gap, dodged sideways, resisted the gun again, regardless of the color, and fired. Seeing the perfect hits time after time, Luo Li's stomach pain stopped and her face was no longer pale. She stared fiercely at the hydralisk and shot with all her might. Hydralisk's carapace is hundreds of times harder than locust bee, not to mention long knife, electromagnetic gun can't pierce it, only pustule is its weakness. But hydralisks have some of the characteristics of chameleons. They can make pustules of different colors, making it impossible for people to immediately distinguish which color of pustules is their real weakness. The hydralisk in front of him was unlucky to meet Huijiao, the insect-killing machine that once swept up the wild forest. Seeing that the green pustules on Hydralisk's body were about to be shot clean by them, Luo Li couldn't help but burst into a smile. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, Huijiao in front suddenly gave up shooting Hydralisk, and aimed his gun at her instead. Zhou Zixing was taken aback, and shouted, "Huijiao." Not only Zhou Zixing was taken aback, but also the students watching the battle in the mech building were also taken aback. What's the situation? Huijiao thinks that Luo Li is holding back. Who is slowing down? Luo Li is also very accurate with marksmanship. How many pustules can you hit if you are slowing down? Could it be that Huijiao is addicted to killing? Because Principal Pei Feng had already left, the remaining students dared to discuss loudly. During their chirping discussions, 2 gunshots were heard, which were extremely clear. Huijiao was facing Luo Li, and shot 2 shots cleanly and decisively. Zhou Zixing was dumbfounded. Luo Li also seemed confused. Sheng Duo was the only person present who was not confused. He didn't know when he snatched the long knife out of the Hydralisk's mouth, stepped on the half-dead Hydralisk, stepped forward, flew up to its head, and at the moment Huijiao's gun fired, he swung the long knife and stabbed it. The only green pustule left on the snake's head was stabbed hard. Soon, the sound of a heavy object hitting their eardrums. Zhou Zixing looked at Luo Li who was still standing there, and was startled. The next moment, he came back to his senses and hurried to the bushes a dozen meters behind Luo Li. Following Zhou Zixing's actions, the students in the viewing area saw the scene in the bushes in his live broadcast room. 2 freshmen fell to the ground with aggrieved faces. Next to them were a bow/crossbow and a gun. Huijiao came up with a gun, glanced at the 2 people on the ground, and waved, "See you, 2 little squirrels." The 2 closed their eyes bitterly, "No see. Never see you again." They wanted to sneak attack Huijiao and others to monsters, but they were beaten to death instead, throwing everyone to death. After a while, the corpse disappeared in front of Huijiao and Zhou Zixing. Luo Li also followed, patted her chest, and whispered, "I just thought there were Zerg behind." Just as Huijiao was about to speak, he heard Zhou Zixing ask, "Aren't you afraid that Huijiao will shoot you? Are you also confused just now?" "Not afraid." Luo Li's tone was very firm, and after a while, she admitted, "However, I was really a little confused just now." After she finished speaking, she secretly glanced at Huijiao, blushing and said, "I just saw it from the front. You look so handsome when you shoot." Huijiao couldn't help laughing out loud, "You are so cute when you are shy and still praising others." Zhou Zixing. He is neither handsome nor cute, but superfluous. On the other side, Sheng Duo kicked the Hydralisk corpse on the ground, raised his head and called out to them, "You 3 don't get bored, come here and talk about business." Zhou Zixing recalled the definition of greasy in the books, and felt that he was redundant again. "I think the school has control over the level of the Zerg race." Zhou Zixing walked a few steps quickly, came to the front of the Hydralisk, and said quietly, "If we didn't find the 2-headed spider at the beginning, the first we encountered should be the 3rd-level locust swarm. They will definitely eliminate a group of students, and then there will be the 4-level 2-headed spider, and then the 5-level Hydralisk with a huge span." He concluded, "The school is taking advantage of the increase in the level of the Zerg to eliminate students in batches." The first and second batches that were not eliminated either formed teams early or had outstanding personal combat abilities. According to the improvement of the Zerg level, the school can quickly distinguish whether the student's fighting tendency is a team or a lone wolf. "I agree." After finishing speaking, Huijiao squatted down and stretched out his hand towards Sheng Duo, knife. The long and narrow knife feels cold to the touch. It was stabbed in the venom gland of the Hydralisk by Huijiao accurately, and the silver blade reflected Huijiao's face and slightly scattered long curly hair. The sharp tip of the knife was completely soaked in the pure venom, and soon turned dark purple. Hu Jiao returned the processed long knife to Xingduo, and asked Zhou Zixing to dip the bow/crossbow in the same way as the bullets they had stored, and explained, the venom of the hydralisk will have a certain paralyzing effect on the 6th level Zerg. Do you think it is possible for us to encounter the 6th level Zerg? Uncertain. Hu Jiao tilted his head and asked Xingduo, how much is the hydralisk you just killed? Xingduo glanced at his brain, 300 points. Hu Jiao and Zhou Zixing, Luo Li looked at each other, both surprised and clear. It is very difficult to kill hydralisk by himself. For example, Xingduo with S-level physical fitness, even if Zhou Zixing is on the other side to attract attention, it is impossible to say that he can kill hydralisk unscathed. Obviously, the further you go, the more you value teamwork. Zhou Zixing glanced at the time in his brain, it's 6 o'clock, and it's only been an hour since the warm-up match. Should we find a few more Zergs to check their levels or find another team? It's 6 o'clock. Hu Jiao was shocked for a moment, and then asked, is there a material bag to throw in the warm-up match of the First Army? Nutrients are also fine. She wasn't hungry, but she had a bad problem since she was a child that couldn't get rid of, and she liked to get stuck in eating. Once the time comes and there is no food to eat, I will feel panicked and feel uncomfortable doing anything. Zhou Zixing shook his head, the First Army's warm-up match usually lasts from 2 to 4 hours, and we are not responsible for the supply of water and food in the middle. Then you can also throw some normal birds into the jungle. Hu Jiao bowed his head and kicked the hydralisk's head in anger, let's go kill the Zerg first, and I'll see if there are any fruits on the way. Just halfway through speaking, a bag of things was suddenly stuffed into her arms. Sniff lightly at the tip of the nose, and the rich aroma of the dried fruit after being roasted comes out of the bag. Hu Jiao opened the bag and saw dozens of sugar-filled shortbreads. Holding the bag in her hands, she looked up at Xingduo, pretending to wipe away her tears, benefactor. The benefactor doesn't want to see you cry. Oh. Hu Jiao quickly restrained the expression on his face, without being pretentious. He directly took out 2 pieces of shortbread from the bag, then passed the bag to Luo Li and Zhou Zixing for them to share, and asked, when did you bring the food with you? Xingduo slipped the backpack he had been carrying to his body, opened it, and let them see what was inside. Before lying down in the virtual cabin, I put some food and water in the bag. They are lying in the virtual cabin, and the storage is completely shielded, but the things they carry with them will be fully realized by the system as long as they meet the regulations. After reading the contents inside, Hu Jiao and the others fell silent. It is very complete. How complete is it? Those who know that you are participating in the military academy warm-up match, but those who don't know think that you are having a picnic and enjoying life leisurely. Well. As soon as the shortbread enters the mouth, the crispy nuts, slightly sweet sugar filling, and mellow pastry, the layers of sweet, salty, and fragrant formed by them explode in the taste buds at the same time. Hu Jiao took another bite of the shortbread, his eyes lit up, it's delicious. Where did you buy it? After reading the label on the bag, Luo Li helped to answer, that shortbread shop across the street from Xingli Hotel in Qingzhou. His family has been in Qingzhou for 30 years, and it's a famous specialty snack in Qingzhou. The Xingli Hotel in Qingzhou. Hu Jiao looked at the shortbread in his hand, and then looked at the bag in Luo Li's arms, feeling a sense of pity in his heart. I live in Xingli Hotel, and I completely ignored such a treasure store. During the 2 days in Qingzhou, she was in the hotel and the school from beginning to end. The 3 meals were either the school cafeteria or the hotel cafeteria. As for the local attractions and food in Qingzhou, sorry, for her at the time, it was not as important as taking the first place. But Hu Jiao picked up the shortbread, took a big bite and still felt it was a pity. As a native of Qingzhou, Zhou Zixing has also eaten shortbread. He echoed, this shortbread is very popular. It starts selling at 2 o'clock in the afternoon every day, and most of the time it is sold out within an hour. Yes. Xingduo also took out a piece, and explained casually, "There are more and more people going to buy it now, and I almost missed the end of the fighting assessment that day." Hu Jiao. She suspected that Xingduo raced against the clock, whether it was long-distance running or fighting, maybe it was just because he wanted to buy shortbread. In addition to the shortbread, Xingduo also packed drinking water, and the four of them simply found a hidden place, and chatted about their next plan while eating. They enjoyed eating shortbread, and the people in the viewing area of the Mecha building were very depressed, especially the freshmen who were eliminated by the Zerg one after another, and their depression was doubled. Aren't they afraid that the team points will be overtaken? They actually have free time to eat cakes. But the shortbread looks delicious, right? The dried fruit sticks to your mouth and you don't even wipe it off. Why didn't I remember to take out a bag when I was lying in the virtual cabin? A group of freshmen were discussing, and suddenly a senior sister raised her voice and asked, "I'm going to find someone to queue up to buy shortbread at the store in Qingzhou. Galaxy Logistics arrives in 2 days. Anyone buy it together?" Other people. Yes. Hearing what happened one after another in the hall, the students who opened a shop at home thought a little bit. In the game, live broadcast and bring goods, the effect is first class. The author has something to say. Chapter 28.028. In the silent jungle, Hu Jiao and his party proceeded cautiously, always on guard against being attacked by the sudden appearance of Zerg. Among the four, Hu Jiao was in charge of leading the battle, Xingduo stayed behind, and Luo Li and Zhou Zixing were protected in the middle with extra weapons and bullets. After experiencing the Hydralisk, they encountered 3 5th-level Zerg, 1 6th-level Zerg and several waves of 3rd-level B swarms. Fortunately, the four of them became more and more tacit, otherwise they could really get 1 or 2 people in front of the 6th-level Zerg. Wait. Zhou Zixing called to stop the other 3. He stopped at the same spot, frowned and recalled the small half of the jungle landscape they passed not long ago, twin lakes, bitter locust forest, 2-headed spiders, locust bees, hydralisks, praying mantises. After recalling one by one, Zhou Zixing nodded affirmatively. The jungle simulated by the school is very similar to the MOBA Desolate Forest on 177 Desolate Star in Beta District in terms of the distribution of plants and Zerg. 177 Desolate Star. Hu Jiao withdrew his gaze from looking around, looked at Zhou Zixing, and asked, "Is the soil structure of 177 Desolate Star similar to 178 Desolate Star?" Zhou Zixing, basically, according to the books related to the Desolate Star, the soil structure on the 2 Desolate Stars is basically the same. After receiving Zhou Zixing's reply, Hu Jiaoyang smiled, raised his hand and gave him a thumbs up. "If the soil structure of the 2 is the same, I believe your speculation." When Xingduo looked over, Hu Jiao just withdrew his hand, and he frowned slightly, feeling a little puzzled. He always felt that Hu Jiao's expression and movements when he gave the thumbs up just now were very familiar. Correct. It's very similar to Nan Bowen, who was enchanted with 20 W credits for a buy price in the mecha shop that day. He couldn't use the spiritual link to log into the Taijio Star network, so he didn't watch the scene where Nan Bowen enchanted the Windwing mecha, but he saw from the forum afterwards that the enchantment Nan Bowen put up was really 100% compatible. Zhou Zixing asked in surprise, "You believed me so easily?" Hu Jiao blinked, very puzzled. "Shouldn't you wait to be believed by everyone before you tell your speculation? You are young, can you have a little self-confidence?" Zhou Zixing. "Are you a little bit more confident?" Xingduo stood behind them holding the long knife, and asked calmly, "What is the basis for your belief?" Soil. Hu Jiao squatted down and picked up a handful of soil from the ground. "When I first arrived on the map, I felt that its soil was similar to 178 Desolate Star in terms of color, humidity, and particles." The 3 of Xingduo glanced at each other, a trace of bewilderment flashed across their eyes. The vegetation and Zerg distribution mentioned by Zhou Zixing are recorded in geomorphology books, so it is not surprising to be able to infer it, while the soil mentioned by Hu Jiao seems to be the same as what he personally experienced, but 178 Desolate Stars were used by the military a few years ago. Come as a place of exile. Hu Jiao patted the soil off his palm and stood up. The map has been confirmed, and I can guess how many high-level Zerg gathering points, and I'm not afraid of bumping into them again in the future. Let's set off now to find someone to cooperate with. Without mechs equipped, the four of them barely dealt with a level 6 Zerg, but once they encountered a level 7 Zerg, let alone killing them, it was considered excellent if they lasted for a few minutes. Others cooperate with this approach. Okay. I agree. I'll listen to you. After Xingduo, Zhou Zixing, and Luo Li finished speaking in turn, Hu Jiao asked Zhou Zixing again, do you have any recommendations for the team members? Have. Among the newcomers in the command department, there are two people who are more powerful, Jiang Zhouyin and Xiang Minglang. Both of them led the youth mecha camp competition in high school, and they have more experience in leading teams. As soon as Zhou Zixing talked about the field of information collection he is good at, he seemed in high spirits. Jiang Zhouyin has his own team, and the mecha single soldier talents He Tian and Chu Ran that I told you earlier belong to Jiang Zhouyin's fixed team. Xiang Minglang likes to join forces for those who are alone. Generally speaking, his team is larger than Jiang Zhouyin's team, but the cohesion is definitely not as good as the latter. Before Zhou Zixing continued, Xingduo asked, which of them do you think can tolerate one mountain and two tigers? Two tigers. Zhou Zixing was stunned for a while before he realized, are you referring to Hu Jiao? Then Xiang Minglang is a better choice. People in his team generally have no fixed positions, but the premise is that their team has not been blocked by the team just now. Several waves of Zerg attacks were eliminated. Hu Jiao raised his hand, I agree to choose Xiang Minglang. There are two reasons. One is that there are many people in his team, and we can use the crowd tactics to grind the 7th level Zerg to death. The other is that his team is not cohesive. When we die, we are not afraid of being stabbed in the back by them, maybe we can fight back. Zhou Zixing. Is it really okay for you to discuss anti-killing before forming a team? Xingduo had no objection, then let's find Xiang Mingming's team now, and we can win over other teams if we meet in the middle. Both Zhou Zixing and Luo Li nodded, okay. Earth. A high school, sophomore. In the classroom where they are doing self-study in the evening, dozens of students are wearing uniform blue and white school uniforms. They lie on the table without raising their heads, writing quickly on the paper with pens, some calmly, some scratching their heads. Ring ring ring. A brisk bell for the end of get out of class came from the radio, and the head teacher patted the podium a few times. Okay, everyone will stop writing, and it will not be a few minutes before the students in the last row get up and collect their papers, and they will study by themselves tomorrow night. Speaking papers. As soon as the words fell, the class was full of wailing. The temporary test was already very uncomfortable, and the results came out so quickly. As soon as the class teacher walked out of the classroom with the papers in his arms, Yiheng returned to the table with his head in his arms, with a mournful face. I was killed by that virus mobile game. Professionalism, can it take a look at our dream? The back table also complained, there are dozens of people in our class, and more than half of them's default items are related to various books. It must be poisonous. I think this is a conspiracy of our country. You're right. Father Gua's conspiracy. The two of them sang and talked for a long time, waiting for Yiheng from the Audio Technica to join in, but when they turned around, Yiheng was actually sitting there obediently reading a math exercise book. At the same table and back seat. Yiheng, who usually played games in class and talked about it after class, and who could make up a whole bunch of reasons for not handing in school after a semester, was actually reading the exercise book. The two sneaked their heads around to take a look. Fuck. X2. Yiheng was so frightened that the water-based pen drew a long horizontal line on the exercise book, and he frowned and asked, who are you two? You. The tablemate patted Yiheng's exercise book with his hand, shocked. Did you be educated by your uncle with sticks? Or did your uncle promise you that you could break into the top 500 in the grade at the end of the semester? Are you buying a new computer? Yi Heng pulled back the exercise book and muttered, I don't want to hold the useless, do not hand in homework completion anymore. Last time I did a poor job of bandaging, Jiao Bao even gave me a gift. As a result, it's not professional enough, otherwise the holographic helmet would have been taken out by now. The same table and the back seat heard about the holographic helmet for the first time. Although they have been saying that this is the Yangmo app made by the father of the country since they saw the news last night, but after hearing the experience of people around them, the balance in my heart is still tilting rapidly. Say it. Yi Heng looked at the eager eyes of the two people, organized his words a little, and told them the holographic experience from beginning to end that day. Previously, because the research team had been adhering to the principle of confidentiality, Yi Heng was also instructed by Qingqian Yibing to never reveal the holographic experience related to mobile games in school. But now, things are different. Yi Heng received the task from the school leadership team. He must make the students believe that the gifts given to the players in Jiao Bao's Interstellar Handbook can come true. He must make the students believe that studying hard and improving their grades can improve their professionalism, so as to get the rewards from high school students. The gift of technology. I can definitely complete the task perfectly. Yi Heng encouraged himself in his heart while talking. Capital Star, the Alliance's first military academy. On the side of the virtual forest, Hu Jiao thought they would have to search for a while before they could find Xiang Minglang's team. As a result, after walking for less than 15 minutes, she saw a large team of more than 30 people in front of her. Looking at the positions, this seems to be a temporary team composed of 5 or 6 teams. They should have just experienced a fierce battle, and everyone has more or less stippling. As soon as Hu Jiao got close, he could smell the smell coming from them. The simulation technology in the virtual room is indeed top-notch. Take the shot she killed Jiang Kanyang as an example. Not only was the wound bleeding, but there was also a strong smell of blood. The leader, Xiang Minglang, was tall and strong, and Kong Wu was powerful. From the appearance alone, he didn't look like a commander, but more like a soldier. Xiang Minglang turned his head, Hu Jiao and Xiang Minglang met their gazes and were about to speak when suddenly a notification from all channels came. The current number of survivors on the field is 1864. As soon as the number of survivors came out, before the 4 of Hu Jiao could respond, there was noise from the opposing team. There are still more than 2,000 people. How did they survive under the rank 6 Zerg? When will it be reduced to 1,000? I want to live in a double dormitory. Can you be a little promising? I want to make it to the top 100. Don't you want to train with weights before doing military training? Zhou Zixing looked at the number of survivors displayed on the channel and the appearance of the following, and whispered to Hu Jiao and the others, why do I have a bad feeling? Xing Duo adjusted the direction of the long knife in his hand, back up. Hu Jiao waited for him to finish, and added, stay back quietly. In front of Xiang Minglang and the others, the 4 of them took a few steps back calmly. During this period, Luo Li nervously covered her stomach, but when she thought of Hu Jiao and the others by her side, she took a few breaths and forced herself to calm down so as not to be affected by the tension. Zhou Zixing's intuition was very accurate. After the first message appeared, the second message followed closely. Please note that within half an hour, if there are more than 1,000 surviving people in the field, there will be a 7th wave of large-scale attacks by the 7th level Zerg. When Hu Jiao saw this news, he was startled. This is to let them kill each other. Points will be deducted for killing people. In the end, as long as they can ensure that their team survives, this is more sure than facing the 7th level Zerg head-on. The 4 members of their team were facing the 30 or so members of Xiang Mingming's team. Although they could fight, they couldn't guarantee everyone's survival. She was about to continue to retreat when she suddenly saw a new rule message. The final update of the scoring rules, the faction has changed to a team system. If you kill a member who is not on the same team, you will accumulate all the points of the opponent. Whoa! Hu Jiao's eyes lit up all of a sudden. On the other side, as soon as the killing rules appeared, Xiang Minglang's team was in a mess. This rule is obviously aimed at a large team of several small teams like them. Hu Jiao turned her head and nodded towards the other three people. Soon, she also received the same type of nod from the three people. Steady. Hu Jiao thought. At this moment, they all felt that they understood the meaning in each other's eyes. The next moment, Hu Jiao and Xingduo rushed into the team headed by Xiang Minglang. At the same time, Zhou Zixing and Luoli also ran backwards, but halfway through, they realized that something was wrong and couldn't help but look back blankly. In the big team ahead that was chaotic because of the rules, they saw Hu Jiao rushing towards the opponent leading Xiang Minglang. Zhou Zixing, so. Luoli, Hu Jiao's eyes are for us to kill in. Just now, the tacit understanding of their team has experienced the biggest test in history. The two reacted very quickly. Now that they understood what Hu Jiao meant, they rushed back immediately. Compared to Hu Jiao's decisiveness, Xiang Minglang's team looked like a mess. Xiang Minglang managed to calm down the teammate who fired first, and before he had time to adjust his strategy, he was caught off guard by Hu Jiao and Xingduo. He looks tall and strong, but he is a command system after all, and his fighting foundation is not enough in front of Hu Jiao. Back and forth, in less than 3 minutes, Xiang Minglang was killed by Hu Jiao alone before he even took out his weapon. Hu Jiao lowered his head and saw Xiang Minglang lying on the ground desolately. Because his body couldn't move, he was stepped on several times by his fighting teammates. Xiang Minglang almost collapsed and shouted, "Organization! Discipline! Kill foreigners first! Hey!" Hu Jiao looked back at the big team that was killing each other, stretched out his foot and kicked Xiang Minglang's arm lightly. "Student, you are already dead, don't play tricks." Xiang Minglang. In the next second, he saw Hu Jiao rushing towards his teammate like a tornado, and immediately, with strong fists and sharp strikes, he defeated the opponent who was fighting with his teammate. While fighting, she said nervously, "Classmate. I'm fighting alone, I'll help you fight him first. When the time comes, there will be space in your team, remember to call me." Boom. Head grab X1. After grabbing the head, Hu Jiao ran to the other side and said enthusiastically, "Student, I know you. Both of us are students from Qingjixing. We are fellow villagers. Let me help you." Then, Xiang Minglang watched Hu Jiao kill his teammate. Boom. Head grab X2. After a while, Hu Jiao helped classmate A and killed classmate B. Turning around, she helped classmate C kill class A. Floating all over the field are. "Student, I'm going it alone, I'll help you. Is there a place in the team for me?" "Student, we are fellow villagers. When fellow villagers see fellow villagers, we have tears in our eyes. I must help you." The students who died under Hu Jiao. Who is this liar? As for Zhou Zixing and Luoli, they had a clear understanding of their respective abilities. The two made up the knife and defended. Although they suffered serious injuries, they managed to grab a few kills in the chaotic tug-of-war. Currently, there are 402 self-aligned teams, and the total scores of the teams are as follows. The last announcement was long overdue. At this time, Hu Jiao and the others had withdrawn from the battle, leaving the stage to these corpses. Number 1 Jiang Jiuyin, He Tian, Chu Ran, Wang Xiyu, Hugh Brett, 1451 points. Number 2 Hu Jiao, Xingduo, Zhou Zixing, Luoli, 1448 points. No. 3 Xiang Minglang. In the middle of the broadcast, the mechanical sound suddenly got stuck, stopped for a few seconds, and then restarted the broadcast. Number 1 Hu Jiao, Xingduo, Zhou Zixing, Luoli, with 2,453 points. Number 2 Jiang Jiuyin, He Tian, Chu Ran, Wang Xiyu, Hugh Brett, 1451 points. After hearing this, Hu Jiao quickly turned around, raised his hand and saluted the corpse of Xiang Minglang and others lying on the ground. I will always remember your dedication. See you. The others looked at Hu Jiao's back as he ran away, and gave a heavy push. See you soon. Never see you again. The author has something to say. Chapter 29.029. When the 4 members of Hu Jiao's team were fishing in troubled waters to take the lead from Xiang Mingming's large team, all the students in the observation area of the mech building fell silent. There are hundreds of crossovers on the entire big screen, but none of them are like Hu Jiao's crossovers. There is chaos in the blood, sourness in the chaos, and sand sculptures in the sourness. A few minutes later, 34 people, headed by Xiang Minglang, came out of the virtual room in 2s and 3s. Without exception, they all received attention gifts from freshmen and old students. A senior from the conducting department patted Xiang Minglang on the shoulder pityingly. Student, Hu Jiao taught you a very important lesson for a freshman from the conducting department. What class? If you hesitate, you will lose. Xiang Minglang had a deep understanding. Senior, you are right, I should have decisively ordered the team to fight against Hu Jiao. No, no, no. The senior stretched out his index finger and shook. You should decisively order the team members to abstain, so that you can keep more than 1,000 team points, instead of being robbed of points by Hu Jiao and the others like now, causing your points clear. Xiang Minglang. Soon, some students from the individual soldier department raised their hands. Hu Jiao also taught a very important lesson to the individual soldier department. What class? To grab the head, the most important thing is to play well. Other people. There is reason and evidence, and there is no way to refute it. Before today, they would never have imagined that Hu Jiao, who had only a C-level physical fitness, could actually 15 heads from Xiang Minglang's team by relying on nonsense. Xiang Minglang took a deep breath. I have a suggestion. The others turned their heads. You say. Xiang Minglang stared closely at Hu Jiao on the big screen, stretched out his finger, and said loudly, if there is another match, kill Hu Jiao first. That won't work. A senior sister shook her head. Kill Hu Jiao first. Who can help Sanren to harm a big team like yours? Others on own team. Individuals without a team. Soon, Hu Jiao had a well-known title among the freshmen of the First Army, the lucky star of the scattered people, the scourge of the team. Hey! Look! Hu Jiao and the others seem to be discussing helping their teammates. Teammates? None of the 4 of them died. Regarding helping teammates, the students here are no strangers. Before Hu Jiao's team, several teams had spent points to help their teammates. What they don't understand is that Hu Jiao's team is not missing anyone. Who else can he help? In the virtual jungle, the 4 of Hu Jiao were indeed discussing about helping their teammates. Sheng Duo listened to Hu Jiao's words, and while helping Zhou Zixing to fix his dislocated arm, he turned around and asked, that unlucky little guy you mentioned earlier who was accidentally killed by you? Right. Hu Jiao thought of Jiang Kanyang lying on the ground in pain, raised his hand and touched his nose, and said guiltily, I didn't expect him to be able to fly up and get shot precisely. Not long after the Lost 2 start was exposed, Hu Jiao asked them for their opinions on helping teammates. As for the points spent, they would naturally come from Hu Jiao's points. Crack. Hiss. The moment his arm was connected, Zhou Zixing hissed in pain, but he continued, the electromagnetic gun you picked up is a Berta 209 model, with a rate of fire of 40,000 meters per second. He can be shot, and it's also. Halfway through his words, the other 3 looked at each other and silently added in their hearts, it's too bad luck. Hu Jiao shook the optical brain on his wrist, then I applied to help my teammates. Well, help me. 3 minutes later, Jiang Kanyang, sweating profusely and wearing sweaty clothes, appeared in front of Hu Jiao without any image. He was out of breath as if he had just finished running a few thousand meters. As soon as he appeared, he quickly reached out to hold the tree trunk, and almost fell to the ground. Hu Jiao looked at it for a while, and couldn't help but wondered, are you so happy to form a team with us? The mecha building that flew all the way. Fart. Jiang Kan raised his voice to death, and said without raising his head, I just scolded Song Lei while carrying out weight training on the playground, and when I heard the notification from the light brain, I went to the mecha building before I could take off the weight. Hu Jiao was getting excited when he heard that Jiang Kanyang was stuck in the shell for a few seconds, and then he looked up at her with horror on his face. You are the teammate who helped me? It looks like it is. Hu Jiao nodded. Seeing that Jiang Kanyang opened his mouth, as if he had something to say, but also seemed to have nothing to say, she couldn't help but encourage her. If you want to boast, do it quickly, otherwise the Zerg will come. Puff. A familiar low laugh came from the side. Hu Jiao turned to ask Xingduo, isn't it worth being praised for spending 100 points? Xingduo suppressed his smile, and replied solemnly, it's worth it, you're awesome. Hu Jiao raised an eyebrow at Jiang Kanyang, see? Don't be thin-skinned, learn from it. Jiang Kanyang. Why are you so confident that I'm going to praise a sneak attacker who put a cold/gun? Just as he was about to speak, the mechanical sound of the global announcement came again. The current number of survivors on the field is 1845, the countdown is 22 minutes and 56 seconds. Hu Jiao frowned slightly after listening to the statistics of the number of survivors in the announcement. The number dropped much slower than they expected. From the refresh of the rules to the present, 100 people have been reduced in 8 minutes, including Xiang Mingming's team who were taken over by them. It seems that many people are reluctant to kill their companions. Hu Jiao shook his head inside. Zhou Zixing picked up a branch, squatted on the ground, and carefully drew a map of their passage. Because he had already matched the virtual forest with the forbidden forest on 177 Desolate Star, he simply deduced the locations of several high-level Zerg dens based on the introduction about the forbidden forest in the book. Next to it, Hu Jiao also squatted down to watch, giving suggestions from time to time, precise location. Luo Li explained the current situation and rules to Jiang Kanyang in a low voice. After finishing speaking, she looked at Hu Jiao with bright eyes, like a fangirl. It's a pity you didn't see it, Hu Jiao was very handsome during the chaos just now. Jiang Kanyang didn't care about whether Hu Jiao was handsome or not, and his eyes were full of less than 2,000 survivors. I actually won by lying down. Did I win by lying down easily? He was unbelievable and moved indescribably. You guys can obviously help me in the front. Cannot. Xingshua replied indifferently, I'm not sure about our points ranking before, so I definitely can't waste 100 points to help you. Once they finish helping Jiang Kanyang, their points will be further away from the first place, and Hu Jiao might be able to poke Jiang Kanyang on the spot again. Go back to the armor building. Jiang Kanyang was shocked by Xingduo's reason. He turned to look at Hu Jiao, but the other party didn't refute at all. In front, Hu Jiao pointed at the map. We just finished fighting Xiang Minglang and the others. We only ran into 2 small teams along the way. In the remaining 20 minutes, relying on internal confrontation, there is a high probability that the number of people cannot be reduced to 1,000. Zhou Zixing nodded. Without a team of 70 or 80 people, they simply cannot successfully kill the 7th level Zerg. Moreover, even with a team, they may not necessarily be able to get kills. 70 or 80 people, at least 16 teams. A level 7 Zerg must have several thousand points. At this time, whoever kills the level 7 Zerg will be able to turn the tables. Therefore, when the Zerg is bloody, it is also when they are backstabbed by temporary teammates. But if it drags on, as soon as the 20-minute countdown is up, the 7th level Zerg will appear, and then attack all the remaining teams in the jungle. In such a chaotic situation, it is really uncertain who will be wiped out sooner and who will be killed later. Look! Jiang Kanyang exclaimed, the team information has changed. Hu Jiao looked down and saw that Jiang Zhouyin's team, which was ranked 2nd, had 2 words behind it. No. 2 Jiang Zhouyin, He Tian Tian, Chu Ran, Wang Xiu, Hugh Brett, 20-25 points, abstained. Zhou Zixing also reacted, yes, if you abstain, the points will be kept. Except for the top 6 teams with more than 500 points on the team list, the rest of the teams have 10s or even 0 points. There are no more than 5 Zerg teams up to the 7th level, and they can still be in the top 1000 even if they abstain. Jiang Kanyang looked left and right, and asked, then we also abstain? Once the 7th level Zerg comes out and we are killed by the Zerg, the points will be cleared. Hu Jiao turned around and asked, do you have points? Jiang Kanyang looked resentful, are you reminding me to slow down? No. Hu Jiao smiled, Jiang Kanyang, do you prefer to win or contribute to the team? You sure enjoy contributing to the team. Jiang Kanyang. I really like it, but why are you rushing to answer it for me? 2 minutes later, the 5 members of Hu Jiao's team split into 5 groups. In the observation area of the mecha building, the students saw with their own eyes that they went there after confirming the possible location of the Zerg. Why did the main control room give the big screen in the middle to the other teams for tens of seconds? What kind of calculations did Hu Jiao's team plan during these tens of seconds? I hate it. I also want to ask. They all guessed the location of the 7th level Zerg, shouldn't normal people walk around? Listening to their discussion, Xiang Minglang was very skeptical. How many normal people could there be in Hu Jiao's team? Boom! Bang bang! Bang bang bang! Suddenly, the booming sound of powder cartridge explosions came out one after another from the live broadcast screen without warning, shaking the entire viewing area into silence. At the same time, hundreds of teams in the virtual forest who were still wondering whether to abstain or find allies suddenly received a new temporary broadcast. The 7th level Zerg was attacked by artillery fire and was very furious. They decided to dispatch early. The current number of survivors on the field, 1722. The early dispatch of the 7th level Zerg made it too late for them to assemble a new team. In a certain corner of the jungle, Hu Jiao looked down at the light brain, and the content on it was reflected in his dark eyes, changing rapidly. Current number of survivors on the field, 1466. Current number of survivors on the field, 551. Current number of survivors on the field, 248. Roar. Chirp. A huge wriggling Zerg suddenly emerged from the ground, and its pointed tail attacked Hu Jiao quickly and fiercely. As a 7th level Zerg, its speed is definitely far faster than most humans. Even if you have S-level physical fitness, you can run in front of it for 5 minutes at most, which is why the number of people on the field shrinks so quickly. Many people directly choose to abstain. Crash. Where the pointed tail passed, the trees were swept down in 7s and 8s, and they were all overturned. The leaves fell, suppressing the few drops of blood that fell to the ground. Brush. Hu Jiao clutched his half-fractured arm that was bleeding non-stop due to being cut, and barely dodged the blow again. 30 seconds. Hu Jiao was counting in his heart. Since the limit of S-level physical fitness is 5 minutes, with a C-level physical fitness, 2 minutes is not too much, right? Boom! The flames from the Zerg attacked Hu Jiao, and the blazing waves burned her cheeks. Current number of survivors on the field, 69. Current number of survivors on the field, 22. 43 seconds. When Hu Jiao raised his eyes, another sharp tail swept across, and the surrounding trees were already swallowed up by the flames. In the distance, Zerg races of various shapes galloped wantonly, and their unique sound waves made people's ears hurt. Boom! Cough! Hu Jiao's body couldn't keep up with his brain's reaction at all. He clearly predicted the Zerg's attack in advance and was able to dodge it first, but he was still hit, and his whole body was thrown directly to the ground. Spit out a mouthful of blood. The liver, lungs, spleen and stomach inside seemed to have been moved by force. At this moment, Hu Jiao was holding on with his strength of not admitting defeat. The top 1000 can live in a double bedroom, and the top 100 will not be punished for weight-bearing training. Is it worth the pain? 58 seconds. It's worth it for being first. Roar. The 7th level Zerg opened its mouth wide and came straight to Hu Jiao, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Hu Jiao was waiting for this opportunity. Bang bang bang. A series of high-speed strong particle cannons almost stuck to the mouth of the Zerg and shot the shells in, and the flesh was blasted. With such a short distance, no matter how fast the 7th level Zerg is, it is impossible to dodge it. And the mouth is the weakest point of this 7th level Zerg. Dark clouds billowed and flames blazed into the sky. Hu Jiao sat on the ground with one hand propped up, facing the ferocious Zerg that was close at hand. His pair of shiny black eyes reflected the boundless fire and the tongue of the Zerg that was scorched by shells. The current number of survivors on the field, 3. Abstain. Hu Jiao closed his eyes, and chose to abstain from the contest when she was almost swallowed whole by the extremely angry 7th level Zerg. If she was alone, she would definitely continue to hold on for a while. But she has a team and teammates behind her. If she dies here, her personal points will be cleared, which is very irresponsible to the team. The current number of survivors on the field, 1. 00001 Hu Jiao, confirm waiver. The moment Hu Jiao disappeared from the jungle, all the students in the watching area were stunned and saw the data on the big live screen change. Current number of survivors on the field, 0. After a brief silence, the exclamation of a wild wolf suddenly resounded. Ha! What did I see? A student with C-level physical fitness, actually persisted to the end. In the previous warm-up matches, the lowest level of A-level physical fitness was the one who won the first place in personal points and survived to the end. Ah! And she persisted for almost 2 minutes under the attack of the 7th level Zerg. I am a person with A-level physical fitness, and I just saw the 7th level Zerg and my legs went limp. Can the two of you compare? Hu Jiao obviously predicted in advance where the Zerg will attack next. If it weren't for being hindered by the level of physical fitness, he might be able to last for 2 more rounds. Speaking of predictions, I wanted to say it when Hu Jiao killed Xiang Minglang and the others. Hu Jiao didn't fight blindly at all. His fighting skills were deadly and he didn't play fancy moves at all. The screen recording of the arrogant fighting part is cut out separately. A freshman's eyes lit up. I remembered, Hu Jiao knocked down the examiner in the combat assessment. He was knocked down in less than 3 minutes. Wow! Cow! In the short 3-hour warm-up match, Hu Jiao made a name for himself among the freshmen, especially some students with only C-level physical fitness. They could not wait to regard Hu Jiao as their idol. Oh. Why haven't the 10 people from the 00001 virtual room come out yet? I still want to see Hu Jiao with my own eyes. Maybe they are watching idols. I'm afraid they saw it because Hu Jiao's team disturbed and sent the 7th level Zerg out ahead of time, preparing to besiege my new idol. After guessing each other, the students in the spectator area suddenly opened their eyes wide, almost unanimously thinking that the possibility of Hu Jiao being besieged is really very high. They rushed to the 00001 virtual room in a hurry. Guys, wait. Waiting for us to take a look at the idol first, it's not too late for you to fight again. The author has something to say. It is not necessarily right for fans to follow the right owner, but fans of Jiaobao must be as excellent as Jiaobao. Chapter 30.030 00001 Virtual Room. The eye is a light blue. Hu Jiao blinked, realizing that her spiritual link had been disconnected from the virtual forest, and the light blue in front of her eyes was the protective cover of the virtual cabin. Arms, thighs, back. Hu Jiao touched each part one by one. He was slightly relieved, everything was healthy. But maybe the nerve connection of the limbs is too deep. She feels the burning pain caused by the previous resistance against the Zerg is still there, and the fire is burning. Boom boom boom. The crisp sound of the protective cover being knocked rang in the ears. Hu Jiao tilted his head and saw Xingduo and Zhou Zixing standing outside the virtual cabin. The corners of her lips raised, a bright smile appeared on her face, and she said briskly through a thin protective cover, "Happy cooperation." Teammates. Shengduo and Zhou Zixing heard Hu Jiao's voice, raised their hands together, and gave Hu Jiao a resounding thumbs up. There was a click. The protective cover of the virtual cabin was opened from the inside and slowly retracted. Hu Jiao got up from the virtual cabin, and when she came out, she noticed that all 10 people in the virtual room 00001 were there. Except for Shengduo and Zhou Zixing, the other 7 people also gathered around her virtual cabin. He Tian took a step forward, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Under her surprised gaze, he swooped down and hugged her tightly. The voice was a little excited. "Sister. You are so handsome and cool. You are so calm against the 7th level Zerg at such a close distance." Hu Jiao withdrew from He Tian's tight embrace, took a few breaths, and was about to speak when the other party held his hands tightly again. He Tian's eyes brightened, and his voice was crisp, "Student Hu Jiao. I want to officially challenge you. We will see you in the Military Academy League. Next time, I will never abstain so early." Hu Jiao smiled, "Okay, see you soon." After returning to He Tian, she looked up at the others with a puzzled expression. We and others were embarrassed when asked by Hu Jiao. A few minutes ago, they felt that they couldn't beat the 7th level Zerg, so they abstained from the virtual forest in order not to clear their points. When they saw that Hu Jiao was still persisting, they suddenly felt embarrassed and walked out of the virtual room. Fortunately, the 00001 virtual room has the privilege of top students, and a small live light screen is built in. They saw the current situation on the field from the light screen, and also saw the moment of Hu Jiao's life and death. She was running, she was fleeing, but she didn't let go of any chance of winning, even if the chance was slim. They asked themselves, under such circumstances, they would never be able to be so calm and persistent. Therefore, they sincerely admired Hu Jiao for being the first in the audience. Seeing that they didn't say anything for a long time, Hu Jiao tilted his head and asked with a smile, "Since all 10 people are here, shall we take a photo together?" Group photo. He Tian was the first to raise her hands, and pulled her 2 teammates over one by one, hurriedly making everyone line up. On the first day of enrollment, a group photo of all the students in virtual room 00001. The 10 people not only took a group photo, but also exchanged optical brain communication numbers, and happily made an appointment to come to the Mecha building to play a group arena or a Zerg dungeon if they had the opportunity. They talked and laughed and pushed open the door of the virtual room, walked out of the virtual room, and then facing the scorching eyes of tens of thousands of people. At this moment, the 10 people in the 00001 virtual room realized one thing at the same time. The Mecha building of the first military academy is worthy of being the largest Mecha building in the entire alliance. Just one hall can accommodate tens of thousands of people, and it is more than enough. Hu Jiao walked in front of the crowd, without any panic on his face. "Do you want to take a group photo too? New fans, is this over or not?" On behalf of the freshmen, Xiang Minglang replied, "Let's meet you who made the jungle arena so crazy. The chicken is flying like a dog." Hu Jiao asked puzzledly when he heard He Tian behind him. Suddenly, there were a few thud-thump sounds, and the sound of military boots stepping on the spar floor echoed throughout the hall. "Do you all think that your grades are very good? Are you thinking of getting together to chat?" Hu Jiao looked up and saw several middle-aged men in dark military uniforms standing at the fence on the 2nd floor of the mech building. The lady who spoke had her hair coiled up high, and she was wearing holographic conference glasses, which blocked most of her face. She was in the middle of several people, and the military uniform on her body was also a bit darker. There were 2 epaulets, one gold and one orange, on her shoulders, which meant that she had positions in both the military headquarters and the Enchanters Guild. As soon as they saw Principal Pei Feng, the students present all fell silent. "Hello, Principal." Principal Pei Feng hummed in response. Her eyes flicked to Hu Jiao. With no chance of winning, I kept rushing forward, wishing to kill my life, nothing but stupidity. Hu Jiao touched his nose. Puff. A few low-pitched laughter came from among the students. Principal Pei Feng went around and sneered, those who laughed out loud, do you think you are very smart? A few broken bugs that came out of the hole temporarily can scare you to abstain. Go back and watch the screen recording, look at how stupid you are being chased by bugs. When you go to the real battlefield in the future, facing the real army of millions of Zerg, and the king of bugs with greater deterrence, do you want to shake your hands? Bombard your own camp. Hu Jiao is stupid, you are cowards. The audience was silent, only this sentence echoed in the entire mecha building. Hu Jiao listened to Principal Pei Feng's violent scolding, and felt that he was at a loss. Everyone else was in the group, and she was the only one who was picked out alone without an appearance fee. The only thing that comforted Hu Jiao was that the time and space coins were refreshed. Ranked first in group points, get 50,000 space-time coins, rank first in individual points, get 100,000 space-time coins. No wonder it is called the training program for military cadets. When it comes to military academies, the time and space coins will rise slowly. After a game, it will kill a green crystal energy mine on the barren star. Okay. Someone broke the silence in the building with a smile. He patted Pei Feng's arm, freshmen who have just entered the first day of school, you can't use military standards to ask them, just grow up, like Hu Jiao, she has grown up very quickly, and she can think of relying on manpower to urge the Zerg out of the cave ahead of time, this strategy is crude but straightforward. As soon as the words fell, Hu Jiao heard a few surprises from behind. Hu Jiao realized. It seems that the people in the 00001 virtual room abstained too late, they didn't even see the behavior of this group of people, hooking up with the 7th level Zerg, and they didn't know the instigator who made them abstain one after another, group photo. After the person above finished speaking, he smiled kindly at the students below, by the way, your rankings are also out, and the results of the second-class division will be announced tomorrow. Tonight, after you each receive your military training supplies, go directly to report to the corresponding dormitory area to maintain strength for tomorrow's military training. Hearing this, the big rock in the students' hearts fell to the ground. As a result, they just made a move when they heard the good old man add cheerfully, seeing that you all performed well on the field just now, it is also very good to be able to talk now. Spirituality, how about this, you go back and write your own post-match impressions, it would be a pity not to keep such valuable experience. Xiang Minglang was bolder, and asked, do you need to pay? The good old man shook his head, no need. Hu Jiao heard that the others breathed a sigh of relief, but before they were completely relieved, the good old man on the second floor added with a smile, when the opening ceremony is held, I will grab a few of you to come up and share your experiences. Students. The freshmen who had just finished the competition and were still a little bored were overwhelmed by their thoughts after the competition and the speeches at the opening ceremony. They all calmed down, for fear of jumping too high and being picked out to give a speech on stage. The 5 members of Hu Jiao's team got to know each other well after a match. They had just left the mecha building, and they met tacitly to go to the canteen in the 3rd district of the 1st Military Academy, and they were going to check in the dormitory area after dinner. Hu Jiao, don't you order food? Luo Li was slightly surprised to see that Hu Jiao only ordered a glass of juice. Hu Jiao shook his head, took a sip of grape juice with his glass, I used to have dinner at 6 o'clock, now it's 8 o'clock, so I'm not too hungry. Jiang Kanyang originally laughed at Song Lei with others in the optical brain chat group, but when he heard Hu Jiao's words, he was stunned, wake up. The cake you ate in the jungle was just a projection. You didn't really eat it. My habits tell me. In the middle of Hu Jiao's speech, someone suddenly handed over a paper bag containing cakes. The scent of the shortbread came out gradually, and the taste in reality was stronger than the one simulated by the system projection. I will not eat. Shengduo held the bag in one hand and picked up the vegetables in the other, without raising his head, he said, I don't care if you eat dinner or not, but you must eat this pancake, not only you, Zhou Zixing and Luo Li, you two must also put it in the virtual jungle. Eat the corresponding cake. Hu Jiao and Luo Li and Zhou Zixing. Then who can find out? Hu Jiao asked modestly, did you mark the cake? It did. Xing Duo put down his chopsticks, reached out to take shortbread from inside, first took 2 pieces and put them in front of Hu Jiao, another piece in front of Luo Li, and 2 pieces in front of Zhou Zixing. After resolutely dividing the shortbread, he put the bag on the corner of the table. Come, prove that they are not the ones you ate. The others looked at the similar shortbread that they were allotted, and were silent. Is this method too shameless? After Hu Jiao waited for Xing Duo to eat with chopsticks again, his eyes returned to the shortbread in front of her again, staring at the dried nuts on it. How to say? She was a bit obsessive-compulsive about the fixed point of 3 meals a day, but now that this shortbread is messing with her, her obsessive-compulsive disorder has begun again. Like Xing Duo said, at least she has to eat up the corresponding shortbread in the virtual jungle, right? Hu Jiao convinced himself in his heart, stretched out his hand towards the shortbread, slowly moved it to his mouth, and took a bite. Well. The real shortbread is twice as delicious as the virtual shortbread. Zhou Zixing had just finished eating, and after the plate was taken away by the automatic table clearing system, he said while eating shortbread, Hu Jiao, I suggest you try to have dinner at different times. According to the data over the years, the military training time of the military academy this year is likely to be between 4 and 5 in the morning. After the preliminary training, they will come to the cafeteria for dinner at 7 o'clock. You can't ask for leave to eat during military training. She dares to ask. Jiang Kanyang ran to get the shortbread bag, the instructor will definitely not let me. Hu Jiao swallowed the candy filling, it's simple, I can put the nutritional supplements in a water bottle, anyway military training does not prohibit drinking nutritional supplements. Xing Duo stopped eating. He looked down at the meatballs and sweet and sour pork tenderloin on the dinner plate, and he didn't understand why someone would rather drink nutritional supplements than eat normal meals. This is not only disrespect for the food, but also disrespect for the stomach. Xing Duo used his chopsticks to start eating again. Forget it, for the sake of being a teammate, he should show Hu Jiao some respect. After eating, the 5 of them went directly back to the dormitory area to check in. The double dormitories for boys and girls are in a row of adjacent high-rise buildings. Hu Jiao and Luo Li quickly completed the check-in procedures, and lived in a double dormitory that was rated as the best dormitory among the students. Really good, in every way. This was Hu Jiao's first thought after entering the dormitory. 2 rooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and a special studio are used for the students of the individual department to develop their hobbies. Indoors, everything from furniture configuration to light control can all be controlled by intelligent human voices, providing students with a convenient life in all aspects. Knock knock. Hu Jiao was taking Yuan to make the bed, clothes, etc. In the bedroom, when he heard the knock on the door, he didn't turn his head, come in. Luo Li pushed open the door, just now the highlights of the game were posted on the campus intranet, After seeing the completely changed bedroom from the inside to the outside, Luo Li slowly opened her eyes, opened her mouth a little, and forgot to say the rest. The school arranged for each student a single bed with a width of 1.5 meters, but right now, Luo Li didn't see a single bed, only a bling-blib princess-style big round bed. A soft and white blanket is laid under the round bed, and sandbags and a particularly punk-style wardrobe are hung in the other corner. Luo Li murmured, the style you like is so cool and cute. Hu Jiao couldn't help being amused, and he was more and more sure of one thing in his heart, Luo Li definitely had a filter for her. These are gifts from others. She smoothed the cleaned and warm quilt on the bed, and said with a smile, I didn't throw it away after I got used to it. Luo Li nodded blankly. Still quite shocked. Hu Jiao came to her and asked, did you just talk about the game highlights? Yeah. Luo Li came back to her senses, and showed Hu Jiao the optical brain that had logged into the campus intranet. She first glanced at Hu Jiao, and then lowered her head. There is a complete screen recording of the 3-hour game, and there are more than a dozen highlights of exciting confrontations, and yours is also included. Hu Jiaoqiao was confident, that means they have good eyesight. A few minutes later, the students of the First Military Academy saw Hu Jiao's message under the highlights. In the video of the manslaughter of Jiang Kanyang. Hu Jiao, this manslaughter posture is very formal, and we can learn it properly in the future. In the video of Xiang Mingming's team relying on nonsense to get people's heads. Hu Jiao, rely on parents at home and friends when going out, thank you. Friends. In the video of motivating teammates to take weapons and mess up advanced Zerg in advance. Hu Jiao, after sharing hardships, we will share joys, to all the students. Others, can you play more? They complained diligently in their hearts, but their hands were too honest. That night, they left all kinds of embarrassing or arrogant, funny or deep messages under the video. In a short while, the comments below the highlight video of this warm-up match have doubled the comments of all the highlight videos of previous warm-up matches. The freshmen were also called the most blah blah class by the news department of the First Military Academy. The author has something to say. The second one is here. Tomorrow and future updates will be changed from midnight to August 9th in the evening. Chapter 31.031. Earth, Nanshur. The night was dark, and the bright moon hung in the sky. At 12 o'clock, the dormitory building turned off the lights on time. In the darkness, a hand stuck out, and someone turned on the lamp on the table. In the dormitory, Naya leaned on the chair blankly, looking at her phone for a while, and her roommate for a while. I just now watched the holographic fireworks show for 2 hours. Zhu Yuanyuan continued, helping to add. Since recovering from the holographic state, Naya has said these words more than a dozen times in the dormitory. The three of Zhu Yuanyuan went from disbelief to surprise to numbness. Naya was stunned. Yeah, you don't need a handle, you can play hologram by holding your phone. Not only was she dazed and surprised, but the entire network of Longwa was also blown up. Who would have thought that the National Father had just held a press conference during the day to talk about the special features of the StarCraft mobile game app, and someone would actually experience holography at night. It is said that all of the 100 players who participated in the fireworks show had a holographic experience. After a while, those domestic social networks pushed news over and over again. From the soaring page views above, we can see how much people's attention is, and the comment area is full of excited words from netizens. Some people say that a new era has come. The holographic network is coming. Like Jiaobao, they live freely on the virtual star network in the future, yes. Come. Up. Naya brought her mobile phone and showed it to her roommates. Also, after watching the fireworks show, I found that my inventory has changed. The three of Zhu Yuanyuan leaned over and saw that the items in the inventory had changed from the remaining hundreds of thousands of credits to a paintbrush. Didn't we all agree to work hard after watching the long news last night? Naya poked the paintbrush inside and whispered, I was just dawdling after I signed up for the Department of Mathematics, and I don't have any talent, but I like painting. I still drew illustrations for others when I was a freshman, but I stopped drawing later because I was lazy. I turned out the tablet during the day and drew a few new ones, only to find out that my default items have changed. As soon as I made up my mind to focus on painting during the day, the items in the inventory bar became the corresponding brushes at night. The four people looked at each other, and once again clearly realized the fantasy and power of this unknown mobile game app. Brother Meng, the head of the dormitory, silently picked up the book. Sisters, I plan to go to bed at 2 o'clock. Naya took out the tablet. I will try to draw 2 more pictures of people. Zhu Yuanyuan and another roommate looked at each other and returned to their seats tacitly. At this moment, the entire dormitory was enveloped in thick pride and determination. Must die. Not only Naya and others, under the influence of the holographic experience, many players from all over the country are reading at night to improve their professionalism. The repeated news on the internet is saying one thing: the gift from Jiaobao can really come true. They have a chance to get gifts from Interstellar. Capital Star. First Military Academy. Beep. Beep. Beep beep. A burst of loud and sharp horns suddenly broke the unique silence of the school in the early morning, as if pulling a huge hole in the sleeping dormitory building. Hu Jiao opened her eyes and lay on the bed in a daze for a second or two. When she realized what had happened, she rolled over from the bed with a whimper, reached out and grabbed the training clothes she had just received and slipped them on. All freshmen in Mecha Academy. All freshmen in Mecha Academy. Please go to the East Playground to prepare for military training within 10 minutes. Please go to the East Playground to prepare for military training within 10 minutes. Please at. Hu Jiao raised his eyes, and saw the dormitory building directly opposite through the window, and the windows in all directions turned from dark to bright. Those voices of complaints, surprises, or bustle came from upstairs and downstairs, and from outside the window, mixing into an irregular, huge and complicated symphony. Hu Jiao didn't delay any longer, and stuffed some necessary things into the storage box, and rushed out of the room quickly without taking a shower. As soon as he came out, he bumped into Luo Li head-on. The hair rope on Luo Li's head was half-tied, and the zipper of the training clothes was not pulled in time. In the middle of the night when the warm-up match ended, Luo Li received a notice and was transferred from the second class to the first class. Therefore, the two of them were training together. Hu Jiao, let's run quickly, the East Playground is very far away from us, we can come here in 10 minutes. Hu Jiao took 2 steps forward, helped Luo Li close the zipper with one hand, and turn things out of the storage box with the other hand. Bang bang twice. 2 hoverboards fell to the floor. Use it, 3 minutes will do. Luo Li stared blankly at the hoverboard, and belatedly said, that's right. Pushing open the dormitory door, Hu Jiao and Luo Li rushed out holding a hoverboard respectively. The entire corridor was still in chaos, and the speed of the two of them was fairly fast. The two of them lived on the 6th floor, which was not a high floor, so they didn't wait for the elevator, and ran directly to the stairs. In the corridor, they met a yawning He Tian and a girl with phoenix eyes and thin lips that they didn't know. He Tian saw Hu Jiao just about to say hello, and suddenly saw the hoverboard, and opened his mouth wide in surprise. Can I use transportation? Hu Jiao was confident. Did the school say it can't be used? He Tian. The girl standing next to He Tian grabbed He Tian and ran downstairs. There are hoverboards that can be rented with points in the public area on the 1st floor. If you are late, you won't be able to grab them. Alas. Jiang Jiuyin, slow down, my shoes are all off. Hu Jiao and Luo Li stepped on the hoverboard, and drove away a large number of students along the way. Under their envious and annoyed eyes, they rushed to the East Playground first. At this moment, the sky was just getting brighter, and the sun was blocked tightly by lead-colored clouds. The instructors arrived early in the morning, and the students on the playground were scattered, except for the students who were relatively close to the dormitory building and could arrive early. Hu Jiao and Luo Li really stood out. They received attention from all directions as soon as they landed. The instructor of their class was named Yen, and she was a lady with ear-length hair. The similar gray-green training uniform seemed to be wrapped in a layer of killing and solemnity unique to the battlefield when she wore it. Instructor Yen waited for Hu Jiao and Luo Li to jump off the skateboard, raised his eyebrows slightly. Smart. Lori blushed. Hu Jiao saluted with a smile, and said cheekily, I'll be smart with the instructor. Don't be silly. Instructor Yen reached out and patted Hu Jiao's head gently, then squeezed Hu Jiao's arm, and then, surprise flashed in his eyes, I read the information that you have a C-level physique, but you have trained not bad, it is estimated to be comparable to most B-level physiques. In yesterday's warm-up match, Hu Jiao became famous among the freshmen. Instructor Yen recognized Hu Jiao as soon as he saw his face. At that time, the instructors were quite surprised to see that Hu Jiao could last for so long. Hu Jiao raised his arm, and after realizing that the inconspicuous muscles of her upper arm could not be seen through the clothes, he still proudly said, I have a famous teacher to teach him. He is super powerful. Famous teacher. Instructor Yen shook his head in his heart. No matter how powerful a famous teacher is, it is useless to meet a student who has no perseverance and no motivation. Hu Jiao's current achievements are absolutely inseparable from her own persistence. As long as this kind of child does not go wrong in the future, he will definitely become an excellent soldier. 10 minutes later, most of the freshmen came to the east playground from the dormitory area, and behind them were some students who were hurrying on the road. At this moment, the ruthless mechanical announcement came, students who fail to arrive at the east playground within 10 minutes will be deducted 10 points. Ah! I'm just one step away. You're one step away, I'm one step away. Stop blah. I was deducted minus 10 points. Hu Jiao stood in the line of class 1, watching the freshmen whose points were deducted were howling with mournful faces. There was also a familiar face, Song Lei. Hey, Song Lei was unlucky at the beginning of the division, and he started with a loss of 10. Jiang Kanyang was also in the first class. A hoverboard, and in the end, because Song Lei had 0 points, he could only watch me stepping on the skateboard to the playground, laughing at me to death. Hu Jiao saw Song Lei approaching aggressively, reached out and patted Jiang Kanyang's shoulder, and said earnestly, those who laugh at others will always be laughed at, so take it easy. Jiang Kanyang snorted, laugh as long as you laugh, anyway, we have disliked each other since we were young, and our life is only 200 years old, so when you don't laugh now, you can laugh when you don't. Earth players who are watching. Your 200 years are still short, and we are still half of your short length. Hu Jiao. Song Lei rushed forward with a stride, his tiger eyes widened, and he said in a rough voice, I will definitely take back the revenge of the warm-up match. Come. Hu Jiao's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this, and Song Lei was slightly startled by the obvious emotion. On the day of the warm-up match, he had been training with weights on the playground, and he had never seen Hu Jiao interfere with Xiang Minglang's team's fighting foundation. Therefore, he always believed that Hu Jiao would be particularly scared when he saw him tall and strong. Result. Hu Jiao is not only not afraid, but also eager to try, gearing up, don't wait until after the military training, how about tonight? The military training ends at 8 o'clock, and the PK match in the ring begins. Song Lei. That won't work. Why not? Why don't you care? If I say no, I won't do it. Song Lei was like a firecracker, ignited in a few words. Instructor Yen glared at him, what's your name? Where do you rank? All those who are ranked outside the top 100 in the warm-up match come to me. Before the military training, you go to the West Playground to train with a 10-kilogram weight for 3 hours. As soon as the words were finished, Hu Jiao heard wailing in the playground. Some students didn't come after running for a long time. They were deducted points and told to go to the West Playground on the other side. Of course, the military academy has always demanded to obey orders. No matter how much they cry, they must honestly be equipped with a 10-kilogram load, and then form a neat team and run to the West Playground. In a short time, only 100 people left after all the classes were disrupted in the crowded East Playground, which seemed extremely empty. The instructors of other classes had already followed the team to the West Playground, and only Instructor Yen stayed behind. Instructor Yen stood with folded arms, line up according to your personal points. 10 rows, with the top 10 as the leader. Remember, personal points, don't look at your previous team points. After a few footsteps, Hu Jiao and others quickly lined up according to their personal rankings. Hu Jiao relied on the head points of Xiang Minglang and others, ranking first in personal points, next to Jiang Jiuyin who he saw when he went downstairs. Instructor Yen waited for them to finish queuing up, and shouted, the average weight per person is 20 kilograms. Go around the playground 30 times, and everyone will go to the cafeteria for breakfast after running. Hu Jiao and others. Is there any punishment for the agreed ranking beyond 100? The students standing in the east playground, including Hu Jiao, thought that those who were 100 away would be punished in the west playground. It wasn't until those people with less than 100 started military training that each of them realized slowly that their training volume was double that of the people in the west playground. Smiley face. Soon, the students wearing heavy equipment lined up and ran in circles. They were still in formation, but due to the difference in physical fitness between students, the circles ran more and more, and the distance became wider and wider. Limited by his physical fitness, Hu Jiao gradually fell from the first echelon to the second echelon, and by the time he reached the 10th lap, he had already fallen into the 4th echelon. There can be another 4 or 5 people behind, and there are still a few students who can't insist on living there and want to rest. Take a break. When Hu Jiao passed by, he saw Instructor Yen stretching out his feet and kicking their buttocks, and reprimanded him, "You boys are really embarrassed. Run quickly. Hu Jiao, Wang Xiyu, you two will fall out of the 5th echelon if you don't hurry up. You two don't feel ashamed falling in the 5th echelon Jiang Kanyang and Dubai." The two complained almost at the top of their voices, both of them have C-level physical fitness, why would it be embarrassing to fall into our B-level physical fitness pile? Instructor Yen sneered, "You are too shameless to be ahead of the two C-levels by more than 100 meters. Hu Jiao was not affected by being called by the instructor, how he ran, from breathing rate to stride length, there was no change at all. However, she heard a rough voice from the person next to her. Hu Jiao turned his head to look, and the other person was on the same height as her, and the one with watermelon hair caught his eyes. He seemed to want to run quickly, but he was breathing too heavily, obviously unable to keep up with his physical strength. Adjust your breathing. Hu Jiao met Wang Xiyu's astonished gaze, and explained in a steady voice, there are still 20 laps. According to your physical fitness, adjust your speed appropriately, and reasonably allocate the strength to bear the weight and the strength to lift your legs and swing your arms. Wang Xiyu responded in a low voice. He looked down, and suddenly realized that Hu Jiao's steps were all consistent. After he couldn't help but follow Hu Jiao's rhythm for a lap, the squeezed and swollen chest suddenly flooded with fresh air, and breathing was no longer difficult. The two of them ran another 10 laps without any haste, until Wang Xiyu really couldn't keep up and continued to adjust their speed before separating. Soon, Hu Jiao completely threw off the 5th echelon and became the leader of the 4th echelon. After 5 laps, Hu Jiao surpassed several people and ran to the front of the 3rd echelon. By the time of the 27th lap, the gap in physical fitness became more and more obvious. Outside the track, some students with S-level physical fitness and A-level physical fitness in the top 100 have already run 30 laps, and Xingduo, He Tian and others are inside. He Tian shouted while dancing, "Jiu Yin Chong. Hu Jiao Chong. Wang Xiyu Chong. Why did you insert Hu Jiao among our teammates? I am happy. I like it. Watching Hu Jiao run is like watching a points race. I am nervous and looking forward to it." Xingduo stood beside the two of them, and when Hu Jiao passed by, he shouted, "Hu Jiao, if you don't hurry up, you will be trapped by the 8th person." Got it, got it. Hu Jiao raised his hands, his voice light and brisk. He Tiantian's teammate was startled, she is a C-level physical fitness person, but she still has energy left. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Hu Jiao start to speed up unexpectedly. On the runway, Hu Jiao strode quickly, and his arms swung back and forth very powerfully. Others are waiting for the end, but she seems to have just begun. 1. 3. 10. On the 29th lap, Hu Jiao passed 10 people in one go. Damn it! Hu Jiao overtook Zio, his physical fitness is at A level. 2 A levels, 8 B levels, Hu Jiao's physical fitness must have been tested wrong at the time. This is not scientific at all. Not only Hu Jiao, but also Luo Li in front of Hu Jiao, she has a B-level physical fitness and is still stuck in the A-level team. Ah! Everyone in the first class is really a freak. Hu Jiao listened to the discussions around him, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he continued to speed up with all his strength. Since she finished running immediately, it would be a loss if she didn't run out of strength in her body. Hu Jiao feels that the feeling is very strange now, the body is still heavy, but the heart is very light, and the person seems to be stepping on the clouds, tireless. In the last lap, she held her breath, and once again broke through the limit to speed up and sprint towards the finish line in front. On the way, she surpassed 2 people again. Snapped. 1 foot across the finish line. Hu Jiao rushed too fast, even when he reached the finish line, he couldn't stop immediately, and even rushed forward for a long time. Until now, the beads of sweat on her forehead suddenly fell faster, soaking her temples and sticking to her eyelashes. Hu Jiao clearly felt the soreness, swelling and weakness of his limbs rushing up at the same time, and the weight of 20 kilograms was firmly attached to his body like the 5 fingers mountain pressing down on sun dashing. She couldn't stand still, and she simply lay down on the ground with a bang, gasping for breath like a person rescued from drowning. For you. Hu Jiao heard the voice and opened his eyelids with difficulty. Someone squatted halfway and handed over a body repair liquid. He turned his back to the bright starlight behind him, making those blue eyes clearer. Thanks. Throat is very hoarse. Hu Jiao took the glass tube, lifted the bottle cap with one hand and poured it into his mouth. The cool liquid ran across the throat, moistening the dry throat and giving strength to the limbs that were about to be scrapped. Several students with B-level physical fitness and C-level physical fitness who were still running on the playground, looked at Hu Jiao now, and thought of Hu Jiao's appearance just now when he was sprinting. They also ruthlessly tried their best to increase their speed. They were in the top 100 just by rubbing against their teammates, so it is absolutely wrong for them to embarrass their teammates. They must strive to sprint to the finish line and then stand without strength. Otherwise, there is still room left to play. Instructor Yen looked at their performance and raised his eyebrows. It seems that the amount of tasks can be emphasized, and the upper limit of each one is very high. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the second phase of the military training for all the freshmen of the mecha department ended, and a group of freshmen lay here and there on the playground. Hu Jiao held the nutrient supplement in one hand and the body repair liquid in the other, raised his head and drank one before drinking the other. When she finished drinking, she looked up and saw that the others were in a similar state, and they were so tired from training that they didn't even bother to go to the cafeteria to eat. Hu Jiao. Luo Li trotted up to Hu Jiao from behind the team, and asked with a blushing face, "Do you have any plans for tonight?" "Not yet, what's the matter?" "There is one." Luo Li sat beside Hu Jiao, rubbing her calf with one hand, and showed Hu Jiao the chat box page that popped up in Guang's brain with the other hand. "Didn't I join Master Nan Bowen's support club before, do you remember?" Hu Jiao, "Well, I remember. I still have the support club badge in my memory." Luo Li shyly said, "Sister Su Yu, who organized the support club, is the third sister of our First Army." She said that considering that there are many students in the First Army in the support club, she plans to arrange a meeting tonight, and everyone can exchange ideas at the meeting. The experience of doing enchanting. Sister Su Yu sent a text message at 4 o'clock in the morning. I just finished training and looked through the optical brain to see it. After listening to Luo Li's words, Hu Jiao looked at Luo Li's expectant eyes and asked, "What time is it tonight?" Hearing this, Luo Li was overjoyed, and when she answered, her tone was brisk and upbeat, 9 o'clock. Hu Jiao nodded, "Then go." Relying on the big vest to mix into the small vest, ability +1. At 8:50 in the evening, after Hu Jiao and Luo Li finished washing in the dormitory, they came to the door of the activity classroom where the meeting was held together. As soon as he opened the door, Hu Jiao saw 5 acquaintances. Jiang Cancan, Jiang Canyang. Jiang Canyang was holding another person with both hands, it was Zhou Zixing and Xingduo. Besides the 4 of them, is there Song Lei? After Hu Jiao and Song Lei's eyes met, they saw the other party cast a fierce look and then turn their heads in embarrassment. When others see such a scene, they may feel guilty and worry about being stripped of their vests by acquaintances. Hu Jiao actually had such a fleeting guilty conscience, but when she entered the room, there was only one thought in her head. Nanboan really deserves to be my vest. Look at the precision of picking acquaintances, look at this amazing appeal. The author has something to say. Happy National Day everyone. Chapter 32.032. The desks and chairs in the activity classroom are arranged in a well-shaped shape, and a tetrahedral light screen is floating in the middle of it. This design can ensure that students can directly face the content of the light screen from any angle. Hu Jiao walked up to several people who were equally astonished, and asked Xing Duo and Zhou Zixing, "Are you two also in Master Nan Bowen's support club?" Zhou Zixing shook his head, "Not here." Xing Duo shrugged, "You somewhat overestimated my mental strength." Hu Jiaoxin said, "That's right. The minimum threshold for an enchanter is B-level spiritual power. If you want to draw an enchantment with a fit rate greater than 80%, the spiritual power is basically A-level and above, which is really too difficult to win." Jiang Kanyang came up to explain, "I dragged them here. Master Nan Bowen's support club must not be shabby. There must be hundreds of members in the first batch." After he finished speaking, he patted Hu Jiao on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Student Hu Jiao, you can take the initiative to come to Master Nan Bowen's support club, you have vision. I like you. Thank you for your affirmation." Hu Jiao said as he was about to sit down. When he lowered his head, he saw a white hand stretched out in front of him. Looking up, he saw Jiang Cancan, whose style was quite different from Xingwang. Jiang Cancan has a very flamboyant rainbow-colored hair on Xingwang, but Jiang Cancan in school has simple brown shoulder-length hair, which is very sassy and neat. Jiang Cancan hooked Jiang Kanyang's neck, and said with a smile, "Jiang Cancan, Jiang Kanyang's sister is a junior in the Fleet Command Department of Mecha Academy. Thank you for letting Jiang Kanyang lie in the top 100. Hey! Who's lying down? I have. Shut up." Hu Jiao shook Jiang Cancan's hand, and replied not very modestly, "Let's be a so-so." Before taking his seat, Hu Jiao noticed that Song Lei, who was sitting in the opposite corner, glanced at him, but before he could continue to release his fierce eyes, he was shocked by Jiang Cancan's raised fist. Hu Jiao decided to ignore Song Lei's provocative eyes for the sake of his good eyesight. There was a click. The door of the activity room was pushed open from the outside, and a group of people came in again. Hu Jiao roughly counted the people in the activity room, and visually estimated that they had recruited more than 100 people from the First Army. "Good evening everyone, I'm Su Yu, a third-year student in the Mecha Enchanting Department." Suddenly, Hu Jiao heard a greeting from the corner, followed the sound, and was surprised that it was another acquaintance. When Su Yu came under the tetrahedral light screen in the middle, she saw Hu Jiao, and couldn't help smiling kindly, "Sister, we really meet in the First Army." The Su Yu in front of him was none other than the girl wearing a wide-brimmed hat that Hu Jiao met on the street the day he first arrived in Qingjixing. At that time, the other party said he was waiting for her in the First Army. Hu Jiao smiled back and asked, "Senior sister, you organized the support club?" "It's not just me." Su Yu raised her chin towards Jiang Cancan and Jiang Kanyang. "I'm in charge of recruiting people and providing inquiries about enchanting techniques, and they are responsible for all expenses of the support club." Hu Jiao looked to the side and saw Jiang Kanyang proudly puffing out his chest. With a big wave of his hand, he was very angry. "I am very familiar with Master Nan, and the affairs of Master Nan are my affairs. From now on, we will come to me and my sister for any expenses in our support club." "Hu Jiao. Do we know each other well? I sat next to you and you didn't even recognize me." Of course, after being told by Su Yu, Hu Jiao realized that the activity room where they are currently staying has clear regulations. For activities that are not formal clubs in the school, if students want to use the activity room, they can either use 100 points to rent it for an hour, or use thousands of credits to rent it for an hour. Of course, the regular clubs in the school are fine, and the location can be provided for free. Ah! Song Lei sneered, if you say you are familiar with it. I didn't see you calling Master Nan here. Didn't you just spend 200,000 yuan to buy an enchantment from Master Nan? You can really build a relationship. Jiang Kanyang smiled and stretched out 2 fingers. I bought 2 Phoenix virtual enchants from Master Nan. His face was full of embarrassment. Master Nan sees that we have a good relationship, and he wants to give us a cheap price. Are you envious? Hua Jiao saw Jiang Kankan kick Jiang Kanyang under the table, and warned him in a low voice, don't brag too much. Looking at Song Lei again, it seems that Jiang Kanyang really showed off, and his face turned red. What is a virtual enchantment? Just wait, I will definitely be able to buy a real enchantment from Master Nan. If you can't buy it, write my name upside down. Suyu shook her head, it's alright, your new students are really energetic, please be quiet for a while, thank you. When everyone around looked over, Suyu continued, Master Nan hasn't been on StarNet for 3 days, and I haven't passed my application for being a friend of Master Nan in the past 2 days, so, strictly speaking, our support club is still in front of Master Nan. I haven't passed the Ming Road. If Master Nan says he doesn't like the existence of the support club in the future, our support club will enclose ourselves, and don't run in front of Master Nan, so as not to make Master Nan unhappy. No, I have already passed Ming Road in front of Master Nan. Hua Jiao sat in his seat and answered silently. As for what Suyu said about applying for a friend, she hasn't logged into Nan Bowen's account in the past few days, so she hasn't seen it yet. After Suyu finished speaking, she operated the optical brain on her wrist to link the pictures in the optical brain to the tetrahedral light screen in the middle of the classroom, so that the students in the classroom can view it easily. Soon, Hua Jiao heard the endless exclamations and discussions in the classroom. Wow! A big fiery red bird. Beautiful. Which planet's unique bird is this? It looks a bit like the blue bird of the planet Sova, but it is much larger than the blue bird, and there are flames around it. Could it be biased towards the Zerg with supernatural powers? Could it be that it belongs to the alien species of birds? Luoli also whispered, what's the name of this bird? It's really beautiful. Phoenix. Phoenix. Luoli looked at Hua Jiao and asked in surprise, is it called Phoenix? Before Hua Jiao could answer, Suyu had already helped to answer, yes, Hua Jiao is right. It is indeed called Phoenix. It is recorded in the ancient books left in the library of the Star Alliance. 4,000 years ago, when humans migrated, there are some records about the Phoenix on the home planet where the universe lived before. Hey! A student of the enchanting department raised his hand and patted the table, belatedly remembering, it looks similar to the pattern of the Phoenix enchantment. It turns out that Master Nan's drawing of the Phoenix enchantment was inspired by the Phoenix in ancient books. After being reminded by him, other talents came to a sudden realization, and they all logged into the optical brain to check the pattern of the Phoenix enchantment announced by the Enchanters Guild. In fact, it's no wonder they didn't respond immediately, except for the students of the enchanting department who pay attention to the enchanting pattern. Most students only pay attention to the mecha corresponding to the enchanting and the price of the enchanting. Like Phoenix enchanting, it is called Phoenix enchanting in the eyes of enchanting department students, and it is called Windwing mecha enchanting in the eyes of mecha department and command department students. In the classroom, the only people who were not surprised were Jiang Kankan, Jiang Kanyang, and Hua Jiao. Suyu had already informed the first 2 of the content of today's meeting, so they were naturally not surprised, but Hua Jiao, as the person who made the enchantment, if he was surprised, he would feel sorry for the Phoenix he had drawn by himself. I think. There was a lot of noise in the classroom, and Hua Jiao heard Xing Duo in the back seat say, the Phoenix painted by Nan Bowen is more beautiful than the Phoenix in ancient books. Zhou Zixing was slightly stunned, is there any? Aren't they 2 big fiery red birds? Of course. Hua Jiao turned around and stood firmly on Xing Duo's side. Looking at Zhou Zixing, he said with hatred, your straight man is not good at aesthetics. You must learn more from Xing Duo. Zhou Zixing opened his mouth, he turned his head and asked Xing Duo, what do you think is more beautiful? Sheng Duo pointed to the wings and tail feathers, and said with reason, look at the phoenix feathers in Nan Bowen's paintings, which are more than the phoenix feathers in ancient books. Hu Jiao and Zhou Zixing. Hu Jiao turned around silently, and secretly decided in his heart not to participate in any discussion between the two people behind. Sister Su Yu, why did you let us read the phoenix in the ancient book? Someone asked. Su Yu tapped the light screen that popped up in the light brain, reprojected a new picture, and replied, the few above are the phoenix enchantments drawn by the students of our enchantment department in class. Look at the level of spiritual power and fit. In the 7 patterns of phoenix enchantment projected on the tetrahedral light screen, the 2 columns behind them respectively record the level of spiritual power of the enchanter and the compatibility of the phoenix enchantment produced by each. Generally speaking, the higher the level of mental power, the higher the compatibility of enchantment, which is why the price of enchantment in the current market is still high and bottomed out. The same pattern is made by different people, and the compatibility of enchantment is also different. But there is an exception in the example Su Yu used. The student of the enchantment department who spoke earlier was surprised. The second enchanter's mental power level is only B, and the phoenix enchantment he made actually has a 90% fit? The others looked down, and there were 2 enchanters with A-level spiritual power, and the compatibility of the phoenix enchantment they made was 88% and 90% respectively. Su Yu nodded, yes, the teacher also thought it was strange at the time. After our research, we found that Xia Mo usually likes to borrow some ancient books from the library. Before drawing the phoenix enchantment, she already had a rough impression of the phoenix in her mind. After finishing speaking, Xiu once again projected the relevant ancient books and materials collected onto the tetrahedron light screen. There are 2 purposes for the meeting today, one is to let everyone know each other, and the other is to tell about the information about Phoenix. Everyone, before you draw Master Nan's Phoenix enchantment, you may consider looking at the information first to improve your compatibility. Song Lei asked, can the 2 enchantments used by Greedy Wolf Mecha and Shadow Wolf Mecha also be found in ancient books? No. Su Yu shook his head, there is no record about humiliation and gong gong in the existing ancient books. These 2 patterns are probably the first creation of Master Nan. Hu Jiao noticed the obvious disappointment on Song Lei's face. In the second half, everyone was discussing things related to Phoenix. At 11 o'clock at night, the activities of the support club ended, and Hu Jiao and Luo Li also got up and walked to the dormitory. Luo Li returned to the dormitory, turned her head to look at Hu Jiao, and asked in a low voice, are you worried? Hu Jiao came back to his senses, shook his head first, then nodded, I'm thinking about one thing, and it's very important. Is there anything I can do to help? Maybe. Hu Jiao added with a smile, when I figure it out, I will definitely ask you for help. Seeing that she could help, Luo Li was very happy, yeah. After returning to the bedroom, Hu Jiao took off his training clothes, lay on the bed and thought about the matter about Phoenix just now, and couldn't help thinking about what the old president said that day. He said that Principal Pei Feng, who has S+ mental power, also stuck at 99% of the Phoenix enchantment she drew. Could it be related to the producer's perception of myths such as the Phoenix? Hu Jiao turned over and lay on his side looking at the stars outside the window. The impression must be more familiar than them. If we can really find the crux of the matter, then there are ways to improve the compatibility of other people's drawing of Phoenix enchantment, and try to revive the content of mythology and even ancient culture in Interstellar. Although Hu Jiao thought of a way, except for the first day of military training in the first military academy, except for the first day, the remaining 14 days, the instructors were strict and the training tasks were extremely heavy. Didn't find free time to tinker. It wasn't until the night before the freshman ceremony that Hu Jiao finally found time. However, she was still not very literary. A myth about the rebirth of the Phoenix was edited for 3 hours. After reading it again, it was 100 words. Just when Hu Jiao was about to delete and modify a few more words, the familiar application page suddenly popped up. She looked at the content on it, and a look of surprise crossed her eyes. Longhua Division player, Zhang Huiwan, shadow puppet artist, will assist you to complete the recording of shadow puppetry. Do you accept it? Comprehensive evaluation, S, professional degree S, responsibility degree, S, honor degree S. Dragon Country player Jing Lu, screenwriter, will assist you in completing the overall production of the story. Do you accept it? Comprehensive evaluation, S, professional degree S, responsibility degree S, honor degree B. Dragon Country Division player Gao Weiran, illustrator, will assist you in completing the holographic presentation of the screen. Do you accept it? Comprehensive evaluation, S, professional degree S, responsibility degree S, honor degree B. Hui Jiao swipe down. Compared with the previous few applications, the number of applications today has increased exponentially, and the details are also different from before. From top to bottom, the professionalism of the players shows S, and none of the other levels can be seen. Hui Jiao was surprised, and so were the players. Especially those players who are not highly professional and are ready to rely on frequent face swiping to win the interaction with Jiaobao. Earth, Cloud City. A middle-aged couple sat on the carpet in their bedroom, crying in their arms. The woman slammed her husband on the back while crying, "It's all your fault. You didn't work hard when you were young, and now we are not qualified to see our girls." The author has something to say. Chapter 33. 033, plus update of 2000 comments. Not only the husband and wife were shocked, but most of the players in the entire Dragon Kingdom were also shocked. Half an hour ago, when Hui Jiao was in the production room thinking about how to impress the mythical images such as the Book of Mountains and Seas on the hearts of interstellar humans, all the players saw a pending application announcement, which said, players who can help Jiaobao with mythology have the opportunity to apply. A week ago, Hui's father and Hui's mother heard about Jiaobao from their sons. It took only a minute for the two of them to go from unbelievable to pleasantly surprised. When they logged into the mobile game, they saw Jiaobao in military training after all kinds of performances. "I can't wait to call my daughter with my mobile phone." 3 years. They must have accumulated a lot of blessings in their previous lives, so that they can meet their precious daughter in another way 3 years later. In the past 7 days, from when Jiao Bao appeared on the screen until Jiao Bao lay down on the bed, the screen was completely blocked, and the two of them couldn't sleep, so they kept watching on their phones. It seemed that they had seen the application announcement. It is said that anyone who can interact with Jiaobao will have a holographic experience. It is said that the interacting person can talk to Jiaobao and see Jiaobao exactly like a real person. Hui's father and Hui's mother clicked on the application with trembling hands with great anticipation. They thought that once their precious daughter saw their IDs with the same names as their real names, they would definitely choose them. Longhua Division player Hui Qingwei, "I'm sorry, your professional degree in mythology is only C, and you cannot apply to interact with Jiaobao." Jiao Mi, player from Dragon Kingdom, "I'm sorry, but your professional degree in mythology is only C, so you can't apply to interact with Jiaobao."